Chapter 1, Bullet Ant. Douluo continent, southwest of the Tiandu Empire, in a small mountain village. The earth trembled violently, and the villagers in the mountain village saw the dilapidated temple on the top of the mountain. There was a man with golden armor like an angel flying up to the sky and brandishing the golden giant sword in his hand, and severely chopped it down towards the ground. Is that title Douluo, 9 spirit rings? In this world, even the villagers who don't know how to write can know what this shining light circle is. It is the most noble professional spirit master. And the 9 spirit rings are the titled Douluo in the legend. Just when they were about to worship this terrifying existence, a man suddenly jumped into the sky and wielded a terrifying sledgehammer in his hand. There were also 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red, especially the last red soul. The ring demon is extremely different, with the terrifying power that trembles people's hearts. Isn't this the young man among the couple who gave birth in our village? He turned out to be a great titled Douluo, my god. The villagers quickly recognized this extraordinary man. Boom! The black giant hammer smashed the golden sword, and the ground trembled. Then the birds and beasts scattered in the forest. A group of people escorted an injured man away. When passing by this mountain village, the injured man glanced at the villagers in the mountain village. It was cold. Said, "You provided Tang Hao with food and water to help them deliver the baby. Great title Douluo, we are just out of good intentions." The village head bent over pale, wanting to explain. "The people who helped Tang Hao are enemies of my Wuhan Hall. Killed them all." The wounded man's eyes were stunned. If the blue Yinko didn't give birth smoothly, he might not have been nearly killed by a hammer. The spirit ring and spirit bones will all belong to their spirit hall. Cry for help, anger and cruel laughter echoed in the village. Finally, the village was completely silent. When everything was silent, a baby who should have died opened his eyes and uttered a loud cry. "I'm sorry. It's all me useless." A tragic howl resounded through the mountain village for a long time. The southwestern part of the Tiandu Empire, the province of Farsi, and the Holy Soul village. On the lofty mountain peak, just as dawn broke through the horizon, a 6-year-old boy suddenly opened his eyes, exuding a purple light, fascinated. For 3 months, Xian Tiangong still can't break through the first bottleneck. Why? The purple demon eye, which can only be cultivated in the morning, has been improving, but Xian Tiangong has been unable to break through the bottleneck. Could it be because this world is different from my original world? Looking at this strange world, Tang San had such a guess in his heart, and he immediately revealed his ageless freedom. It is said that this world is going to awaken the spirit of martial arts. Maybe this is the answer. "Brother, it's time to eat, I'm hungry." At this time, a child carrying a huge forging hammer appeared on the mountainside. He was practicing squatting under the mountainside carrying a hammer. That was a sledgehammer in 200 caddies. But when the hammer was pressed on Tang Ju's body, it felt like an extra straw. The corners of Tang San's mouth twitched as he watched, and he muttered to himself, "This Xiaoju is really abnormal. I practice Xian Tiangong, the Tang sect's supreme internal power, but it is not as good as his naturally increased physical fitness. Especially this strength is better than mine. This traverser is perverted." Tang San was sure that those masters who specialized in foreign skills in his previous life did not have the physical quality of his 6 when he was 10 years old. Tang San didn't know that Tang Ju was also a traverser. Tang Ju was a death anchor in his previous life, challenging the limits of various human bodies and exploring various death zones. The idol was actually Tang San. Because Tang San, that stunned and cheek jumping off the cliff, the number of fans who have grown in one day is more than the number of fans he has been broadcasting for 3 years. This is utterly unreasonable. If it weren't for jumping off the cliff, he would probably imitate it and attract a wave of fans. But he never expected that in the end he still succeeded. Tang Ju, the cause of his death, was that he was bitten by a bullet ant, and it hurt alive. Bullet ants, from the Amazon rainforest, are the most painful ants that bite people in the world. It is said that the pain is the same as being hit by a bullet. The pain level is as high as the 10th highest, which is the same pain as a woman giving birth. The most terrifying thing is being shot. After the ant bites, the pain lasts for up to 24 hours. Could it be that being killed by an ant is the reason for my abnormal physique? In fact, Tang Ju had guessed that, after all, ants are the most powerful creatures in the animal kingdom. According to ant mechanics, an ant can lift objects 400 times more than its own body weight, and can also haul objects more than 1,700 times its own weight. That is to say, a person of 100 caddies, if he has the power of ants, he can lift 40,000 caddies and drag objects of 170,000 caddies, and the Monkey King monkey's golden cudgel is only 108,000 caddies. Enough to see the horror of ant power. I didn't expect that death would have this benefit. I have the proper physical fitness of the awakened beast spirit, maybe I can still carry the sea god trident of the third brother in the future. Tang Ju felt at ease. After all, the probability of this world awakening an abandoned martial arts spirit is too high, and he is not Tang Hao's parent, but the adopted son he picked up. God knows what martial arts spirit will be awakened. Only when he is extraordinary can he be sure of it. Awaken the powerful Wuhan. In fact, Tang Ju had also thought about letting Tang San teach him Xian Tian Kong, but after a vague trial, he found that Tang San had a strong sense of sect and did not intend to spread Xian Tian Kong in this world, so he had to rely on himself. Tang Ju easily carried a forging hammer higher than himself, and followed Tang San home for dinner. He is very much looking forward to today's Wuhan awakening. Their brothers are seed players with high hopes for Old Jack village chief. As early as 3 days ago, Old Jack had done some ideological education work for Tang Hao. In the words of Old Jack, they just awaken with a hammer. After all, a hammer is also powerful, much stronger than a hoe. Many blacksmiths are hammers in the awakened spirits, and thus walked towards the bright road leading to the Soul Master. Tang Ju discovered at the time that Tang Hao's face was as black as a casting hammer, and he was always ready to kick the old village chief. In front of the dignified Haoshan Douluo, it was really unbearable to belittle the hammer so much. At the dinner table, Tang San served 2 bowls of porridge for himself and Tang Hao, and then said, "Xiaoju, the rest is yours." "It's porridge again, there is no meat at all." "No money," Tang Hao said concisely. Tang Ju felt like he couldn't eat pork in his previous life. "You can't afford meat even for a magnificent titled Douluo. Your life is too decadent. No wonder I and my third brother are so thin." Tang Ju complained and complained, but he raised the iron pot unceremoniously and started breakfast. Tang Hao and Tang San, whose way of eating and appetite depended on his way of eating and appetite, twitched. Just when Tang Ju was eating like a tyrannosaurus, the village elder Jack knocked on the door and came in with a cane. He snorted at Tang Hao first, and then said with a smile, "Little San, little Ju, Grandpa is here to pick you up." Tang Ju put down the pot, picked up the casting hammer and pulled Tang San and rushed out, ignoring Tang Hao's ugly expression. "Little San, don't forget to cook at noon." Tang Hao snorted coldly. "Hey, I feel that you are your own person." Tang San glanced at Tang Ju enviously. Tang Hao seemed to be particularly indulgent to Tang Ju. Tang San did all the laundry and cooking, if it wasn't for Tang San Liang. As a human being, he almost thought he was the one who picked it up. "I feel that the old man owes me a lot of money." Tang Ju always felt like Tang Hao's creditor. Chapter 2, My Spirit is a Spirit Ring. Tang Ju and Tang San followed Old Jack to the Martial Soul Sub-Hall in the center of the Holy Soul Village. In such a small village, there is still a Martial Soul Sub-Hall, which made Tang Ju slap his tongue. The power of China Mobile is simply huge and terrifying. China Mobile's coverage of its outlets at the village level is something that I have only thought about in recent years. Respected Master of Battle Soul, everyone is here. Old Jack bowed and saluted a man in his 20s, handsome, and robed, and then said to the children, "This is from Notting City, the 26th level War Spirit Master. Grandpa is looking forward to you among them. Someone can become a great soul master like a master." The children all uttered admiration. Old Jack had already passed the Spirit Master realm for the children's popular science. Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Venerable, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, Soul Contra, titled Contra. Each title is divided into 10 levels, with Soul Power being a Soul Master, Soul Power breaking through 11 is a Soul Master, and so on. In a village where there hasn't been a Soul Master for a long time, the Great Soul Master is a big man. Well, you also said these nonsense last year. Is it really so easy to become a Soul Master? I have walked through 6 villages, and there is no one with soul power. The young man was too lazy to listen to the nonsense of the village elder Jack, and took a sip of poisonous chicken soup, so that the old Jack's expression became lonely, and he could only laugh in a low voice, and his waist became even more hunched. Is the Great Soul Master very powerful? In the Tang sect's general outline, it is clearly recorded that the more proud people are, the less powerful they are. On the contrary, the kind of unpretentious and introverted talents are real masters. Because they know better than others. Tang San curiously talked with Tang Ju in a low voice. It should be a low-level cannon fodder, after all, level 99 is the limit, he is only level 26, less than 1/3 of it. Of course Tang Ju knows what kind of strength Su Yun Tao is. In 1970, Tang San casually slapped. Tang San nodded, this logical reasoning gave full marks, and only less than 1/1000th of a person in the previous life was considered a master. Ignorance. You may never be soul masters in your life, and you dare to arrogantly talk about my strength and weakness, I can crush you with one finger. Su Yun Tao sneered, glanced sharply at Tang Ju, and then typed in soul power opened the door of Wuhan Hall. Good hearing. Tang San said in surprise. He was biting his ears when he was talking to Tang Ju, but old Jack didn't even hear it. Tang Ju murmured, how could he forget that Su Yun Tao is a dog, can his hearing be bad? Su Yun Tao was in a hurry. After introducing himself, he directly took out the Wuhan Awakening props, 6 black round stones and a blue crystal ball, placed the stones into a 6-pointed star, and directed a child to stand in. Close your eyes and feel it carefully. Drink! Su Yun Tao screamed, and his soul power surged. Lone Wolf, possess! With the infusion of soul power, Su Yun Tao's black hair turned grey, and the hair began to grow on his bare arms. The muscles all over his body bulged, full of explosive power. Long sharp claws grew out of his hands, a pair of eyes flashed with faint green light, and 2 spirit rings, one white and one yellow, rose up on his body. The children were jumped off, but Tang San was full of curiosity, what a weird ability. Looking at Su Yun Tao, Tang Ju couldn't help but think of the werewolf in his heart, and he was even more surprised at the increase in the body of the beast spirit. If he awakens the powerful beast spirit, he should be even stronger. Tang Ju didn't laugh at Su Yun Tao's spirit ring. After all, he was not an elite cultivated by the sect. It was difficult to have the best spirit ring configuration. He just thought that Su Yun Tao was too arrogant, and he liked to instill pessimistic thoughts in others. He never did this. He would not warn the younger generations who died, and keep them away from the extreme sports and adventures of death. Only after they succeeded in death, he would silently put on a stick of incense and thank these people for their actions. This circle brings fresh traffic. Su Yun Tao quickly shot out the 6 black stones with 6 green lights injected into the ground. The stones burst out with golden light, forming a pale gold mask, and gold dots floated into the boy's body in the mask. Su Yun Tao said majestically, extend your right hand. The boy stretched out his hand involuntarily, and a sickle appeared in his palm. The sickle has offensive power. If you have soul power, you can barely become a soul master. Su Yun Tao took out the blue crystal ball and put the boy's hand on it. There was no reaction at all. He was accustomed to faintly speaking, "No soul power, next one." As the children awakened their spirits one by one, Su Yun Tao just shook his head and commented, "No attack power, no defense power, no auxiliary ability, no spirit power, no one can become a spirit master. The children are just like the eggplant that Zhuang beats. They also know that this is an opportunity to change their destiny, but they have failed." Finally it was Tang San's turn, awakening blue-silver grass without any surprise. Su Yun Tao shook his head, "It's another waste martial arts soul. Next one. You haven't tested my spirit power for my third brother yet. Are you a bit irresponsible? Tang Ju's tone is not very good. You are very active in pouring poison chicken soup, so you just perform your duties so perfunctorily. It's the same whether it's tested or not. Lan Yinko can't have soul power at all. It's a standard waste weapon." Before Su Yun Tao finished speaking, he saw Tang San's crystal ball glowing dazzlingly. First, innately full of soul power. Su Yun Tao's eyes were about to stare out, but quickly and habitually said, "Unfortunately, your martial spirit is blue-silver grass. Even if it is a farm tool, it is better than this is strong. A waste of such a good talent." "Uncle, what is innate full spirit power?" Tang San was very curious. If usual, Su Yun Tao will definitely answer it patiently, but Tang Ju and Tang San's muttering made him very upset. Besides, there is no future for a dead martial soul. Even if it is congenital full of spirit power, he simply doesn't care about Tang 3, but pointed to Tang Judeo, the last one. Tang Ju stood in the six-pointed star. Su Yun Tao initiated the martial soul awakening ceremony. Tang Ju felt countless golden dots floating into his body, warm, as if there was a wild force in his body about to break out of the shell. Tang Ju stretched out his hand, and a transparent aperture appeared in his hand, which looked strangely familiar. "Not a weapon spirit, is it a beast spirit?" Su Yun Tao saw that Tang Ju had nothing in his hand, and then looked at Tang Ju's body, frowning, and a faint void appeared on Tang Ju's body. "Shadow, that's a white egg. Or it can be said to be an egg. Mutated waste martial arts soul." Su Yun Tao came to a conclusion. What abilities can an egg provide to the body? Hit people with eggs, and then beat them with eggs? What kind of egg? There is clearly a circle in my hand. Tang Ju wondered, "You are a lone wolf, not a blind bear. Didn't you see the aperture in my hand? Boy, you are afraid that you are stupid because of the blow. I said before that my strength is not good. You can't even reach the soul master." Su Yun Tao snorted coldly, and Tang Ju obviously had nothing in his hand. "Can't you see?" Tang Ju looked at Tang San suspiciously. "Xiaoju, you don't have anything in your hand, but you seem to have awakened an egg, appearing on your body." Tang San reminded. "Hey, I really am a genius. I even awakened an egg." Tang Ju was even more excited. "This is a twin spirit. The most terrifying thing is the aperture in your hand. This kind of martial soul that is invisible to others must be a very special rare martial soul. In Douluo continent, the rarer and more special martial soul, the stronger. For example, Juxin Begonia, such as Angel Wuhan, the master's Luo Sanbao definitely doesn't count. According to the 10 core competitiveness of the master's martial arts, his other egg martial arts must be very powerful and rare." While Tang Ju was thinking about these things, he glanced at Su Yun Tao's spirit ring suddenly, and suddenly realized how familiar with the colorless aperture in his hand, it was exactly the same as the spirit ring. Could it be that my spirit is a spirit ring? Chapter 3, I have one more link than others. There is another stupid hit. It's too difficult for civilians to change their fortunes. So I took refuge in the Wuhan temple very early. Su Yun Tao shook his head and turned around and walked out without wasting time. Wait, my spirit power has not been tested yet. When Tangju saw Su Yun Tao about to leave, he hurriedly stopped him. He wanted to have another surprise. Although according to the master's statement, the twin martial arts spirits must be congenital full of spirit power, but if he is congenital 20th level, follow Kyunran like snow. Or is it just congenital at level 30 and directly embarked on the pinnacle of life? The surprise is worth looking forward to. What's the use of testing? Even if you are innately full of soul power, what can you achieve with a mutant waste martial soul? You can only lose your talent for nothing. Su Yun Tao hummed. Tangju was really angry this time. You are arrogant and that is your freedom, but you are always indulging in poison chicken soup. First, you attacked the kind-hearted old village chief Jack, and then you filled Tang San with poison chicken soup. To be honest, if it wasn't for Tang San's previous life to be a strong man, you would have lost your fighting spirit. Tangju's face became cold, and he sprayed directly, You, a small 26th level cannon fodder, how do you understand the power of innate soul power? Even if the third brother's martial arts spirit is blue silver grass, as long as it can be upgraded, upgrade to soul. Holy, you don't need a finger to crush you, a little big soul master. Remember that there are only waste spirit masters, and no waste spirit masters. Only the waste martial arts soul of Lan Yinko can still cultivate to the soul sage? Then I would have become a titled Douluo. Su Yun Tao sneered. If you can't, it doesn't mean that others can't. Don't use your narrow values to pollute other people's dreams and pursuits. If you can't do it, it can only mean that you are a waste. It does not mean that this is a dead end. Tell you, the blue-silver grass is the same. Can become the strongest Wuhan. Tang Juyun said. The children around are stupid. Tangju usually holds a sledgehammer, which is quite scary, but this is a noble soul master. How can these civilian children in the countryside be offended? You dare to call me rubbish? Boy, let me teach you the most important survival rule in this world, that is to learn to respect the strong. Su Yun Tao felt that Tangju's mouth was too poisonous, and he must teach this kid a lesson. The spirit power pressed towards Tangju, kneel me down. Fuck you. Tangju was angry. He had been dying all day in his last life. The adrenaline was always soaring. He would often do unthinkable things on his blood. He also played life with cannibals. He had never been afraid of anyone. He liked it the most. It's the excitement of pursuing life and death. Gritting his teeth, he lifted a casting hammer as high as himself, and threw it towards Su Yun Tao. Do you dare to hurt Xiaoju? Purple Demon Eye. At the moment when Su Yun Tao started Tang San, the Zhenju Xian Tian Bailu master had already judged Su Yun Tao as an enemy, and the purple magic pupil launched a movement to catch Su Yun Tao, and a stone shot directly into Su Yun Tao's eyes. Tang San was an absolute master. The timing was just right. It was when Tangju's casting flying hammer was about to shoot, Su Yun Tao avoided the stone and was hit by Tangju's hammer unsuspectingly. Boom! 200 caddies of casting hammer, with terrifying kinetic energy, directly hit Su Yun Tao's chest, causing this careless 26th level war spirit master to fly upside down and hit the wall heavily. If Su Yun Tao wasn't a beast weapon the soul possessed, this time the rib must be smashed. But even so, he didn't feel good. There must be a black green in the shape of a sledgehammer on his chest. Just as Su Yun Tao wanted to seriously teach these two boys, a heavy cough sounded, carrying it like a tsunami. The soul power of Su Yun Tao hit Su Yun Tao's heart like a heavy hammer, and he felt annoyed for a while, and a mouthful of blood poured into his throat. In order to maintain his cold image, Su Yun Tao swallowed the blood abruptly. Hey, it seemed to be Dad's voice just now. Tang San felt that this majestic voice seemed familiar. It shouldn't be the case, the old man feels he breathed more than a living person, that's so full of breath. Tangju quickly took cover. Tang Hao's identity can't be exposed casually. He killed the previous pope. Tang Ju didn't want to be chased by a group of titled Douluo before he wandered in this world. Su Yun Tao now also understands that there is an expert in this village, and that person just vomited blood with his soul power. It was too terrifying, he just wanted to leave quickly. He picked up the crystal ball to test his spirit power for Tang Ju. Even though Tang San had already prepared, when the crystal ball lit up again, he grew his mouth in shock. Innately full of soul power again. At this moment, Su Yun Tao's heart collapsed, and he would never say that his innate soul power was only level 2. This is really a human being compared to the dead, awakening an egg, and still has innate soul power. How can this egg still go to the sky? When Su Yun Tao walked out of the Wuhan branch hall with a dark face, old Jack followed up and asked, Su Yun Tao, full of jealousy, said, they are all born with soul power. Really? Old Jack could almost jump up. It's a pity that all martial spirits are useless. I wasted such a good talent. Su Yun Tao made up his knife. Old Jack almost didn't choke to death in one breath, and sighed. After sending Su Yun Tao away, old Jack made a special trip to send Tang Ju back home and complained to Tang Hao. You scruffy ghost, I blame you for not giving them a good martial spirit. What did you awaken? Tang Hao asked. Blue-silver grass. Tang Hao's body suddenly stiffened when he heard it, and a touch of bitterness appeared on his face. Old Jack snorted when he saw it. Look, you know you are ashamed, you can just wake up with a hammer. Tang Hao's face was so dark that he pointed to the door and said, get out. Really, I ruined a good seedling. Old Jack glared at Tang Hao, and then walked away slowly. Dad, I actually awakened a hammer. Tang San said. Tang Hao was even more ugly. He just wanted to reprimand him, but when he saw the martial spirit hammer on Tang San's left hand, he was stunned. It turned out to be a twin martial spirit. He hugged Tang San and said in tears, Son, my good son. Tang San finally felt that he was his own at this moment. But he didn't understand why his father would cry so sad. Dad, I have also awakened the twin spirits. Tang Ju said and immediately turned on the spirits. At least let the knowledgeable Haoshan Douluo see what it was. Is this an egg? Tang Hao looked a little speechless, then looked at Tang Ju and said, Xiaoju, where is the other martial spirit? Dad, can't you see it? It's on my right hand, it's a transparent aperture. Aperture. Tang Hao was even more dazed. He was a little bit mentally guessed at that egg, and he could still know a little bit, but what is this aperture? What exactly is this aperture, can you describe it? Tang Hao asked. I found that it looks exactly like the spirit ring, but it has no color. Do you think it is a spirit ring? Tang Ju asked expectantly. Wuhan, it is a spirit ring? How is this possible? Tang Hao was stunned by such speculation. If the spirit ring were a spirit ring, it would be too bad. You know, the spirit of the martial arts has functions. For example, the spirit of the martial arts can eat food, and the spirit of the sword can kill the enemy. Then the spirit ring martial spirit is more than others when it is placed on the body. Chapter 4, What a Spirit Ring. Go, Xiaoju, follow me to the house. Tang Hao instructed Tang San to guard the door outside, pulled Tang Ju into the bedroom, and solemnly said, You are right today. There are some things I can't do. That's because I don't have enough strength. It means that some things are really dead ends and can never be done. Dad, what do you mean? Tang Ju had a guess in his mind. For example, I want to fight against a powerful force, avenge Xiao San's mother, and even resurrect. Tang Hao said here, a fierce fighting spirit burst out all over his body, and the decadent and sloppy appearance disappeared, replaced by a touch of determination. Well, let's not talk about this for the time being, I'll still test your martial arts first. In fact, neither you nor Xiao San know that I am also a soul master. Tang Hao laughed at himself, and suddenly one with a spirit ring appeared on his body, 9 in total. I'm titled Douluo. Tang Hao had sharp eyes at the moment, unparalleled domineering. Although he had known it for a long time, Tang Ju was still shocked by Tang Hao's aura. This person was not the decadent old man waiting to die, but a peerless powerhouse standing at the top of this world, Haoshan Douluo. Come on, mobilize your soul power, just like throwing something, put your halo spirit on me. Tang Hao commanded. Okay. Under Tang Hao's guidance, Tang Ju put the light in his hand on Tang Hao's body. The next moment, among Tang Hao's 9 spirit rings, the lightest yellow one suddenly dimmed. It turned out to be whitish. Tang Hao's body trembled involuntarily. He had never been as surprised as he is now, but he hadn't been so gloomy when he knew that Yin was blue-silver grass. Because Tang Ju's martial spirit is really a spirit ring, it can limit his spirit ring. Tang Hao tried to use the first spirit ability, and he felt an extremely slow feeling, and his own spirit power seemed to be restricted. A feeling of restricting the spirit ring, restricting the spirit ability, and restricting the spirit power. Tang Ju's martial spirit is definitely a spirit ring. Dad, I can't hold it anymore. Tang Ju felt like he was using a rope to block a speeding truck, his whole body felt like he was about to be crushed. Hurry up and put it away. Tang Hao finished speaking, dispelling the spirit ring, then hugged Tang Ju again, and said excitedly, I can finally be worthy of your parents. Your martial soul is really a soul ring. My parents? Do you know who they are? Tang Ju asked. I don't know who they are, or even what your surname is. That's why I asked you to follow my surname. Your parents were killed by me. My child, if you become a great soul master, you want to be your parents. Revenge, I will tell you what happened back then. If you don't want to take on all of this, Xiaosan and I will avenge you and let you live your life without any worries. Tang Hao felt a sense of relief. The better Tang Ju was, the less guilt he felt. Dad, tell me. I think it's better to retaliate yourself. Tang Ju grinned, who is afraid of his talent? Lao Tzu's martial spirit is a spirit ring. How can such a powerful talent be worthy of this talent if it is not going to die? Back then, Xiaosan's mother and I were chased by Wuhan Hall. She was still pregnant with Xiaosan and couldn't fight the enemy. We hid in a mountain village. When Xiaosan was born, we left in a hurry, but the Wuhan Hall was unexpectedly fast. Killed, in that battle, I wounded the Pope, and he slaughtered your village in a rage. When I arrived, I found you alive from the pile of corpses, and the others were all dead. When Tang Hao talked about what happened back then, there was endless hatred on his face. It was during that battle that the woman he loved most died. It was in that battle that he was guilty of his heart, frustrated, and felt hopeless in this life, so he was decadent and prepared to kill his life, but Tang Ju's words inspired his fighting spirit, and even saw Tang San and Tang. With 9 terrible talents, only then has a person's will to fight with the Wuhan Palace. He can't do it in this life, his son Tang Hao must do it. When one day, 9 Haoshan Douluo with 100,000-year spirit ring appeared, it would surely be able to smash the martial soul palace. I will definitely level down the martial soul palace and kill those gangsters back then. Tang Ju clenched his fists. The parents who hadn't met gave him a second life. He must do something for them. Only to live up to this kind of flesh and blood. The trash in the Wuhan Palace couldn't beat Tang Hao, so he took some civilians to exasperate. It was nothing. Don't tell Xiao San about my titled Douluo for now, and don't rely on me. The improvement of the Soul Master's strength depends on yourself. Only those who are tempered in battle can be strong. Tang Hao said. Don't worry, Dad. Tang Ju didn't want to shrink under Tang Hao's wings. Besides, Tang Hao couldn't protect himself. When he appeared in public, he would be madly chased and killed by 1,000 souls. The death of the previous pope was a bad debt. Of course Jian Daoliu could not trouble Bibi Dong. This would only consume the strength of the spirit hall. He could only count the battle against Tang Hao and Hao Shenzong. Had it not been for Tang Hao for hurting his son, Bibi Dong would not have the strength to kill the Pope. After Tang Hao took Tang Ju out of the house, he became that decadent appearance again. Tang Ju couldn't help but secretly complain. If Tang Hao went to the live broadcast, his acting skills would surely become popular. Little 3, Little 9, the village chief said, there is only one work student in the Holy Spirit village, which means that only one of you can go to Notting College to go to school, and the remaining one must be self-study. You decide for yourself. I'm a big brother, give Xiaoju the opportunity. Although Tang San wanted to go, he had the Tang sect's unique knowledge and felt that self-study might not be bad. Besides, he really cherished the affection. He was an orphan in his previous life. Ju is not his own brother, but he is no different from his own. Tang Hao touched Tang San's head with satisfaction, very pleased. I will make money, and I can handle going to school by myself, so give this place to the third brother. By the way, I also want to pay respects to my biological parents. Tang Ju said. Xiaoju. I'm an older brother, so I should take care of you. Tang San was also very moved, this younger brother didn't hurt in vain. Okay, stop fighting, Xiao San goes to Notting School, Xiaoju solves it by himself. I will also think of a solution. Tang Hao waved his hand and made a decision. Then Tang Hao and Tang Ju looked at Tang San with big eyes and small eyes, making Tang San bewildered, what am I doing? Go cooking. Tang Hao and Tang Ju said in unison. Me. Tang San was moved just now, of course there is no such thing, it is an illusion that he is his own person. The reality is still cruel. Brother, put more rice, no meat to eat, and you can't search too much, white rice must make people full. Xiaoju, if you don't have meat, it's not that you have a big appetite, you can eat my meal for 10 days. Brother, this is wrong. Even if I don't have much appetite, our family can't afford that meat. Dad's daily income is not enough to buy a caddy of meat. Tang Hao couldn't hold his face anymore, he should be regarded as the poorest title Douluo, there was no one. Hurry up and eat, and I will teach you casting later. Chapter 5, Spirit Skills, Rage. After eating lunch, Tang Hao began to teach forging. Ding, ding, ding. Tang Hao lifted the casting hammer, and while waving it, he instructed. The human heart has 3, not 1. The muscles on the 2 calves of a person are the second and third hearts. If a person wants to exert all his strength, then it must be the result of 3 hearts working at the same time. Instead of starting with the waist, 3 hearts are the starting point. When the heart in your chest is beating rapidly, the force starts from the 2 lower legs, the force is transmitted to the thighs, through the waist, back, arms, and finally released. This is a full blow. What Tang Hao taught was the chaotic cloak hammer method. Tang Ju listened very seriously, and he picked up the hammer to figure out what Tang Hao said to exert force. Before, he used brute force. After Tang Hao's correction, he felt that the force he exerted had increased by at least 30%. The body is like a bow, and the counter shock of one blow is superimposed on the next hammer. Accumulation again and again, you can achieve an amazing increase in strength. Ding ding ding. After all, Tang San was a master in his previous life, and he was very good at using these skills to accumulate energy. He immediately followed Tang Hao's instructions, and he could accurately hit one place with the first swing, swinging 4 hammers in a row. Better than me, I can swing 3 hammers for the first time. Tang Hao nodded in satisfaction. But at this time, he heard a series of ding, 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 and Tang Ju waved his large casting hammer, hitting a piece of pig iron accurately and continuously. Every stretch of his body made people feel extremely comfortable. It was like a bow that pulled the limit down, and then swung a hammer heavily. Ding! The iron block was smashed into a deep dent. Then there are heavy hammers again and again, and each time is heavier than the last time, and the power is superimposed to the extreme. Swinging the 18th hammer without any muddles, it hit the side at the time of the 19th hammer. How did you do it? Tang San was too surprised. He was a master in his previous life. It's not as good as an ordinary person. Because I have great strength, I can perfectly control the power of the 18 hammers. I have no skills at all. This is called one force to break 10,000 magic. Tang Ju grinned. It's worthy of the food you ate. Tang San was completely speechless. Skills are for better control, but they are too powerful to control their power. They don't need skills at all, and they fail after using them only once. But this result was too difficult for people to accept. The casting hammer he wielded was only 50 jin, and Tang Ju was a 200 jin hammer. Xiaoju, the skills still need to be mastered. Your talent is good, don't waste it. Tang Hao slapped Tang Ju's shoulder fiercely, and Tang Ju felt that his bones were about to be crushed, and he gasped in pain. This old man is so bad. Let me chuckle, can't you? Sure enough, he is not his own. The next day, early morning, Tang San went up to the top of the mountain to practice the purple magic pupil, while Tang Ju was on the mountainside. He did not train, but was thinking about a problem. Since Wuhan is a spirit ring, can it be used as a real spirit ring? As soon as this idea emerged, it grew crazily, and Tang Ju rushed to use his spirit power without saying a word. An egg-shaped phantom appeared in his body, and there was a transparent spirit ring in his hand. According to Tang Hao's teaching, Tang Ju urged his spirit power to put the spirit ring martial spirit on himself. In an instant, a miracle happened. A white spirit ring appeared on Tang Ju's body. It was a 10-year spirit ring. But all this is not over yet. The spirit ring seems to be testing the limit that Tang Ju's body can accept again, and is slowly deepening the color. After a while, the color of the spirit ring slowly turns yellow, and finally it becomes a yellow century-old soul ring. It's not the limit yet. Tang Ju clearly felt that the color of the spirit ring continued to deepen, and his body felt that the increase in the spirit ring was getting stronger and stronger. When the spirit ring reached 200 years of age, Tang Ju's body felt tremendous pressure, as if he could not bear the spirit ring. As if it was about to explode, the spirit ring stopped at this time and continued to increase the year, floating quietly on Tang Ju's body. And soul power, at this moment, is like a flood that bursts a bank, breaking through the bottleneck of level 10, and reaching level 11. Successful, the spirit ring martial arts can actually be used as a spirit ring. Tang Ju was in ecstasy. After entering the 11th level, he obviously felt that his strength had increased significantly. Moreover, he actually has a spirit ability. Violent. An instant increase of 30% power can be added based on the spirit ring. For each additional link, the power of the rage skill will increase by 10%. If there is a second spirit ring, the increased power of the rage skill is 40%. The duration is 5 seconds. The increase in strength can be said to be against the sky, but the duration is a bit short, and the activation of a soul ability can only last for 5 seconds, which is a bit painful, obviously a violent explosive skill. Tang Juyu tested it. If he didn't put on the spirit ring and martial spirit, then the spirit ability and spirit ring would disappear together. However, the spirit power is still 11th level, and the growth of the spirit power is no longer restricted. In other words, he can now continue to practice and increase his spirit power level without a spirit ring. This discovery gave Tang Ju a morning aftertaste. When it was time to eat again, Tang Ju did not carry the pot, but gathered around the table, and said mysteriously, "Dad, third brother, do you think anyone has a spirit power that has broken through to 11 without a spirit ring? Level? Impossible." Tang San immediately denied, and Xian Gong's halting is an ironclad proof. Xiaoju, even though Dad is not a soul master, he also knows that this is absolutely impossible. Tang Hao gave Tang Ju angrily, thinking about the evil ways of the crooked door every day. Had it not been for Tang San to hide his identity, he would have used his spirit ring to teach Tang Ju a long time ago. But, Dad, I'm really at level 11. Tang Ju said with a smile, and then the surging spirit power pressed towards Tang Hao and Tang San. Pouch! As a titled Douluo, how could Tang Hao fail to experience this 11th level of spirit power? The mouthful of porridge I just drank spewed out, almost choking myself to death. Tang San was also astonished. He could feel that this spirit power was a little stronger than his own. It was unscientific. Xiaoju, what's going on? Tang Hao felt that this had directly subverted his worldview. You forgot, my spirit is a spirit ring. Tang Ju said that he opened his martial spirit directly, putting the spirit ring martial spirit on himself, the yellow spirit ring dazzling his eyes. Tang Ju pointed at himself conspicuously. I am the world's first level 0 and 11th level spirit master. Tang Hao's mouth twitched. He already thought of the horror of spirit ring martial arts, but he still underestimated it. This is nothing short of a pervert. I'm stuffed. Tang San has no appetite anymore. This is Chi Kuokuo's show-off, making him a master in his previous life feel even more shocked. He picked up the casting hammer depressed and began to forge his own hidden weapon. Fell shame. Seeing Tang Hao and Tang San's reaction, Tang Ju was happier than eating a roasted suckling pig. It is not too cool to be able to show off in front of Tang sect masters in Haoshan Douluo. Moreover, I still have soul skills. Third brother, are you envious? Tang Ju continued to show off. Tang San's face was even more ugly. He almost smashed himself when he swung the hammer. Slap! Tang Hao really couldn't stand it anymore, and slapped Tang Ju's shoulder fiercely. Xiaoju, you are so happy, then you will come to wash the dishes later. Look, even Tang Hao is starting to be jealous of my talent. Tang Ju grinned and picked up the big iron pan and ate frantically. Chapter 6, Furious Stinger. After devouring breakfast, Tang Ju felt hungry as he ate. He was sweating all over, and his spirit power was fluctuating. Tang Ju panicked and looked at Tang Hao asking for help. Dad, I seem to have a problem with my body. Tang Hao immediately instructed Tang San to boil the water. He put Tang Ju on the bed, and after turning over and asking, Tang Hao looked ugly and said, You are hungry. The increase in spirit power is too fast, and the physical fitness obviously can't follow on it. Soul Masters, especially Power Soul Masters, are also very important for food intake. The food your brothers have eaten in these years is not nutritious. I look like Xiaosan is fine, but you are obviously stunted. Tang Ju felt bitter in his heart. The internal strength of the third brother's cultivation, it is said that this thing can be practiced without eating at the end. He nourishes his body with his inner strength, of course it is no problem. And I was miserable, Dad, I'm really uncomfortable. Would you like to go to Notting City to rob a rich and unkind nobleman? Don't starve me to death. How can my dignified title Douluo be a robber? I can't afford to lose that person. Tang Hao said in an angry voice. But your dignified title Douluo is about to starve his son to death, is it shameful? Tang Ju asked. It's all like this, your mouth is still not idle. Tang Hao was so angry that he stared at Tang Ju fiercely. If it weren't for Tang Ju's illness now, he couldn't help but hammer this stinky boy. But after a while, his face turned stern, and he said bitterly, I didn't expect Tang Hao to be forced into this way by the Wuhan Hall, so that my son can't even eat meat. At this moment, he finally gave up some persistence in his heart, and solemnly said, Xiaoju, don't be afraid, I will find you something to eat. From today onwards, our family will have enough meat. Tang Hao got up and confessed that after Tang San took care of Tang Ju, he put on his cloak and disappeared into the forest, heading towards Notting City. After Tang Hao left, Tang Ju lay in bed for a whole day. It didn't matter how much food he ate, he was still panicking with hunger. Meat, how can you live without meat? At night, Tang Hao finally came back, directly carrying a huge wild boar-like soul beast, with a body that was more than 10 meters long. The fangs on his mouth were extremely fierce, the mane all over his body was like thorns, and there were blood-colored lines on his skin. Tang Ju and Tang San were both stunned. "Dad, what is this? It should be a violent stabbing pig," Tang Hao said. "Soul beast? Looks like this is still a very powerful spirit beast, father, where did you get it?" Tang San was surprised. "Wandering around, I accidentally picked it up." Tang Hao's face was not red and heartbeat. "I found it. How could it be?" Tang San twitched the corner of his mouth, and he could pick up the soul beast when he went out. This soul beast was not easy to provoke at first sight. Even if it is dead, if you lose your spirit ring, you can carry it back to eat pork. Isn't it fragrant? It is said that soul beast meat is a very advanced ingredient. The higher the level of the soul beast, the more expensive it is. Selling to a restaurant is also a huge income. Who would kill the soul beast and throw it away? In fact, this is what Tang Hao went to the Nodding City soul hunting forest to catch, the real 1000-year soul beast. Third brother, don't care about how it came, let's care about how to eat. Let's cook it quickly. Now I see the pig, and I want to go straight up and take a bite. Tang Ju quickly helped Tang Hao escape. Now he just wants to eat meat quickly. Tang Hao picked up the knife and began to violently cut the pork, threw the fattest ribs directly into the pot, added some salt and spices, and started to cook. After 3 hours, a whole pot of pork was cooked. Tang Hao directly picked up a huge spare ribs and stuffed it with Tang Ju. "Hurry up, this meat is nutritious." Tang Ju didn't talk nonsense, he started gnawing frantically while holding his spare ribs, not to mention, the meat of this soul beast was so fragrant. Not only Tang Ju, Tang San also ate this delicious pork. Since he came to this world, he hasn't eaten meat yet. 1000-year soul beast meat is rich in a lot of nutrients. With Tang Ju's continuous intake, the feeling of weakness in his body gradually eased, and he felt his body began to become warm. Tang San also felt that the soul beast flesh was rich in energy, and even though he couldn't make his mysterious power breakthrough, it was nourishing his body and continuously improving his physical fitness. Tang Ju and Tang San didn't do anything in the past 2 days. They just cut the pork and cooked it and hung it to air dry. Before the pig had finished eating, Tang Hao picked up a soul beast that resembled a cow one night, and Tang San didn't want to ask any more questions. After eating the 1000-year-old soul beast meat for 10 days, he was filled with a large amount, and Tang Ju finally had no symptoms of weakness, and he had taken a lot of nutrients when he fell asleep, and he felt that his previously thin body also felt full. Finally, on the 11th day, Tang Ju's spirit power, who was gnawing on the trotters, became unstable again. Tang Hao frowned and asked, "What's wrong? There's another problem with his body? It shouldn't be." "No, Dad, I feel that my spirit power seems to be breaking through to level 12. Tang Hao. Tang San. I'm going to hit the iron." Tang San was extremely speechless. Eating meat can increase his spirit power. This Xiaoju is simply abnormal. "Dad, what's going on?" Tang Ju looked at Tang Hao, seeking answers. Tang Hao looked at Tang Ju like a monster. He said with emotion, "I've heard people say that your body used to be too bad, but now you are slowly replenishing it. When your body is better, the speed of cultivating spirit power will be self-confessed. Natural improvement, this is not unusual." Not surprisingly, Tang Hao's mouth twitched. Tang Ju's system is too abnormal, and the most important thing is Tang Ju's beast spirit. Maybe soon, he will give himself a big shock. Tang Ju, whose body gradually recovered, began daily training. Carrying a sledgehammer, he began to leapfrog from the bottom of the mountain, jumping up the mountain step by step. When he jumped to a height of 100 meters, Tang Ju was out of breath. "Go on, I will continue to challenge my limits, and my body still has a lot of potential to be developed." Tang Ju gritted his teeth, carrying the large casting hammer and moving on to the mountain. With every step he took, he felt tremendous pressure on his body. But what followed was numbness. Tang Ju knew that it was the nutrients rich in soul beast meat that continued to nourish his body. 1,000-year soul beast meat, even if there is no soul ring, the rich energy is terribly powerful. After eating it, it absorbs part of it, but after all, the body has an absorption limit. Only by making the body stronger can it absorb more impact energy. To continuously temper the body. In the past, food could not keep up, Tang Ju did not dare to cultivate so desperately. Afraid of damaging the foundation of his body. Now that the soul beast is full of flesh, he also has to fight it out. He decided to use these 3 months to raise his body and soul power to the limit. When Tang Ju was holding a boiled pig calf and gnawing wildly at the end of the day's training, he suddenly felt a change in his body, and Wuhan automatically possessed his body. And that white egg martial arts spirit actually cracked a hole in it, as if something was about to hatch. Xiaoju, your Dan seems to be broken. Tang San felt extremely surprised. Tang Ju rolled his eyes. He didn't even have the energy to speak now, because his body was undergoing terrifying changes. Chapter 7, Second Wuhan, Bullet Ant. Click, click, click. With the sound, the egg martial spirit on Tang Ju's body became more and more dense. Then, a pair of insect jaws broke out. Tang Hao's gaze became sharp, and he couldn't help being shocked. As he guessed, Tang Ju's body could not bear the martial spirit before, so this beast martial spirit showed its most primitive state, the egg. When Tang Ju's body can bear it, the true form of this beast spirit will burst out of the egg. A pair of sharp jaws like iron tongs, then 6 long legs, and a dark body. The whole body is shiny and black, and the body is well proportioned and full of explosive power. This is an ant. Tang San immediately recognized that in the last world, such insects were everywhere, and even in some places, ants could swallow everything in groups. Tang sect had also raised those ants. No, this is not an ordinary ant. Tang Ju was surprised and had a clear answer, bullet ant. In the last life, this guy killed himself. The pain of being bitten still remains deep in his soul. After the bullet ant broke out of its shell, it swallowed the eggshell directly with a pair of sharp jaws, and then ate the eggshell. At this time, the bullet ant martial arts seemed to have grown up in a circle. At this moment, Tang Ju's spirit power grew at a terrifying speed. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. A full increase of 6 levels, then stopped. At this moment, Tang Ju's spirit power had directly reached the 18th level. After Wuhan possessed his body, Tang Ju felt that his body's strength had doubled. Reached 1,000 catties. What's going on? Tang Ju himself was dumbfounded. I don't know, maybe you have to ask the Soul Master. Tang Hao's eyes straightened, and the weapon spirit he knew that with the growth of his spirit power, the weapon spirit would also evolve, such as Tang San's current one. Clear Sky Hammer, a small hammer in time. As for Tang Hao's Clear Sky Hammer, it could be one person taller than Tang San, and it could be called a divine weapon. Beast martial arts souls will actually evolve continuously with the growth of soul power, becoming more and more powerful. And Tang Ju's martial soul is an insect. Many oviparous creatures will eat eggshells as the first energy supplement for body development. And Tang Ju's eggshell is actually energy, for the soul master, it is soul power. When the spirit of martial arts absorbs these energy, just like eating the genius treasures and immortal herbs, the spirit power will of course be greatly improved. However, he did not expect that Tang Ju would directly break through to the 18th level. There are only 2 levels left from the 20th level. In other words, without a spirit ring, Tang Ju may reach the 20th level directly, so how terrifying is the first spirit ring he obtained? Tang Ju actually thought of this question too. He looked at Tang Hao and asked, Dad, do you think it is possible that my first spirit ring is 1,000 years? Tang Hao glared at Tang Ju, and said angrily, Don't look for death. Although I am ignorant, I have never heard that the first spirit ring is 1,000 years old. Although Tang Hao is not as knowledgeable as a master, and can accurately know the maximum limit of each spirit ring, he is also born in the Haoshan school. The third spirit ring can reach the millennium, which is already the best spirit ring configuration. He walked the mainland, and even in the records of the Clear Sky School, he had never seen the first spirit ring that was 1,000 years old. My two spirits are so powerful. If you don't fight for it, you will be sorry for yourself. Dad, I have decided. My first spirit ring must be 1,000 years old. If I can't do it, I won't eat it for the rest of my life. Meat? Tang Ju vowed to say. At that time, you will know how ignorant you are. Tang Hao was too lazy to talk nonsense with Tang Ju, and went straight into the room to sleep. When Tang Ju arrived at Notting College and systematically studied martial arts knowledge, he would dispel this ridiculous idea. Brother, do you think I can do it? Tang Ju looked at Tang San, who was washing the pot again. Xiaoju, I think you have to be realistic. Tang San was in a very bad mood at the moment. This was definitely a show-off. Xiaoju was almost at level 20, and he was still stuck at level 10, and he couldn't make a deposit at all. Third brother, I know reality is cruel. But, I am reality. Tang Ju grinned. Tang San. Tang San didn't want to talk to this younger brother in an instant. Seeing the third brother seemed to be hit, Tang Ju felt helpless. Excellent people would always bring endless pressure to the surroundings and make them feel suspicious of life. Isn't this normal? Taking advantage of the night. Tang Ju came to the courtyard, thinking in his heart, how can he develop his martial spirit well? He can't ask the master about everything, he also has to delve into it. After all, he is the master of the martial spirit. Let's take a look first. As the spirit power increases, the spirit ring martial spirit is set to oneself. Will it change? Tang Ju immediately pulled out the spirit ring and put the spirit ring in his hand on him. When the colorless spirit ring became the body's spirit ring, Tang Ju suddenly discovered that the color of the spirit ring was slowly darkening. It seems that I guessed right. The spirit ring added to me by this spirit ring martial spirit increases as my strength increases. The limit it can improve is the limit that my body can withstand. The age of the spirit ring has gradually changed from the first 200 years to 300 years, and finally reached 500 years. The spirit ring was not changing, and it moved quietly on Tang Ju. Break through the limit of the first spirit ring. Tang Ju was overjoyed, but then frowned again. The limit of the first spirit ring was the limit absorbed when his spirit power reached the 10th level. Now his spirit power has reached the 18th level, which can absorb 500 years of spirit ring. Isn't that right? Tang Ju's heart suddenly brightened. If his body can withstand a 700-year spirit ring, wouldn't it be appropriate to reach level 20 and absorb another 1,000-year spirit ring? At this time, Tang Ju's confidence in absorbing the 1,000-year spirit ring soared. What needs to be done now is to cultivate soul power, and then continue to beat the body to increase the body's endurance. Let me see, is there any difference between the 500-year-old spirit ring and the 200-year-old spirit ring? Tang Ju was actually very curious about this in his heart. It is said that the higher the age of the spirit ring, the more powerful it is. Where is it specifically reflected? Isn't it a soul skill? He couldn't wait to check the spirit ability attached to this spirit ring. Violent. Instantly increase 35% strength, which can be increased according to the spirit ring. For each additional link, the power of the rage skill will increase by 10%. If there is a second spirit ring, the increased power of the rage skill is 40%. The duration is 5 seconds. Tang Ju clearly remembered the first spirit ability before, Fury, which instantly increased 30% of his power. Then every time a spirit ring is added, it will increase by 10% more. However, the duration has not changed, it is still 5 seconds. After washing the pot, Tang San saw the yellow spirit ring floating on Tang Ju in the yard. He felt very uncomfortable. He finally said, Xiaoju, you use the spirit ring martial spirit on me. Breakthrough to level 11. Chapter 8, The Horror of Spirit Ring Wuhan. It is not very possible to put the spirit ring martial spirit on you and turn it into your spirit ring. Tangju shook his head. Tang San looked at Tangju expectantly, try it, what if it's done? At this moment, his heart is also hot. If he has an extra soul ring, can Xian Gong continue to cultivate to the second level? However, putting my spirit ring on others should be a suppression and restriction. Tangju said. It's okay, give it a try, and you won't lose anything. You want to increase my strength and see if it can work. Tang San said. Well, third brother, I'm here. Seeing that Tangju couldn't be stunned by Tang San, he could only stimulate his spirit power, lift the spirit ring martial spirit from his body, and set it on Tang San's body. Ah! Tang San suddenly groaned, and almost fell on the ground under pressure. Fortunately, his perseverance was strong and he took a solid step directly to stabilize his figure. Brother, are you okay? Tangju hurriedly withdrew and summoned the spirit ring martial arts back to his hand. Tang San stood up in a cold sweat, looking exhausted as if he had experienced a battle. After a few breaths, Tang San said, the spirit ring of martial arts is too terrible, it directly suppressed all my spirit power, making me unable to use it. It is estimated that it directly limited the spirit power of level 10. Tangju was stunned as soon as he heard it, depriving him of level 10 spirit power. This is too terrifying. Wrong. Putting a spirit ring on Tang Hao at that time obviously didn't have much effect. Could it be that my spirit ring martial soul, the limitation on spirit power is determined by the eradication of my own strength? The weaker the ratio, the stronger the restriction. Think about it. Tang San felt very disappointed, his good wishes came to nothing. It seemed that Tangju's martial spirit couldn't control his mind. As long as he put it on someone else, he would restrict him. It turns out, I'm really a poisonous milk. Tangju was also underestimated for a while, and he would no longer be able to assist his teammates, he could only add a buff to the opponent. I just don't know how to use the spirit ring after the spirit ring is attached to the spirit ring. This makes him very curious. However, the only certainty is that the spirit abilities of the spirit ring martial arts must be very strange. Next, Tangju entered into a frenzied practice. Tangju has a deeper understanding of the importance of the body to the soul master in the past few days, and his bullet ant spirit is a domineering power-type beast spirit. He needs to fight his body even more to burst out even more powerful. The potential. The first 200 kg sledgehammer could no longer meet his load requirements. This time his strength increased too fast. He directly used the pig iron at home to forge himself an 800 kg warhammer. The style completely imitated the clear sky hammer. Tangju dug his neck full of air-dried cooked pork, and carried a sledgehammer to leap all the way. Starting from the village, walking towards the mountain, without a step, a deep trace was stamped in the soft soil. The weight has just reached the limit of the body's endurance. Tangju's eyes were firm, his leapfrog movements were meticulous, and the sweat gradually wetted his clothes. 1,000 leapfrogs just reached the foot of the mountain. Next, sprint up the mountain. Dragging the hammer with both hands, he rushed upward along the mountain road as fast as he could. He could feel that his thighs and calves were just like being filled with lead, and the whole person gradually began to float. When he rushed to the mountainside, Tangju felt that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Next, rest your legs and do 1,000 push-ups. Tangju carried the warhammer behind him, and began to do push-ups to exercise his arm strength. 1,000 punches. 1,000 kicks. He exercised every part of his body muscles to the limit, and his whole body felt extremely sore and numb, and then he took off the pork jerky hanging around his neck and chewed it with big mouthfuls. Tangju discovered that every time he broke the limit of his body, he would eat these soul beast meat again, and he would have energy to nourish his body more deeply, making his body stronger. Wuhan possessed. After Tang Ju practiced every day, he would use his martial spirit to put on himself a spirit ring. Then he felt the changes in the spirit ring. Every time he broke through his physical limit, the spirit ring became stronger. Tang Ju was immersed in it every day. In this kind of progress that can be truly experienced, I will never get tired of it. In a blink of an eye, the opening day of Notting College was approaching, and Tang Hao brought back 1,000-year soul master pig in the middle of the night. When Tang San was cutting the pork, Tang Hao brought Tang Ju to the room, and solemnly said, "Little Ju, don't be too far away. The first spirit ring absorbs a 500-year-old one, and the second spirit ring absorbs 1,000 years old very well." Tang Ju blinked and said, "But, Dad, after more than 2 months of cultivation, my spirit power has reached level 19. The most important thing is that my first spirit ring has been able to withstand it for 600 years. As Tang Ju said, he drove out his martial spirit and put a spirit ring on himself. The yellow spirit ring was extremely dazzling. Tang Hao's eyes widened, and his second spirit ring was only 700 years old. "Dad, or if you open the spirit ring, let me try my martial arts power." Tang Ju's eyes were extremely hot. "Okay." Tang Hao opened the spirit ring. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black and red, and the last spirit ring was red and black. Tang Ju urged his spirit power, and the spirit ring martial spirit flew out and set it on Tang Hao's body. Yep! Tang Hao's expression changed, and he suddenly realized that his first spirit ring had completely disappeared, and he could no longer feel it. There were spirit abilities as it disappeared. But the level of his spirit power was still there, but the spirit power was suppressed, and it looked like a first level. "Ah, 8 rings, don't miss 1 ring on the 9 rings." Tang Ju was really crazy at this moment, he just hummed on it, actually limiting one of Tang Hao's spirit ring. This meant that one of Tang Hao's soul skills was directly abolished. Moreover, Tang Ju felt that if his body could bear the limit of the spirit ring, it should be able to limit the opponent's maximum years. For example, if oneself can bear the 1,000-year spirit ring, then the current limit should be Tang Hao's second spirit ring, or the third spirit ring of the mistake. What a monster! Tang Hao was shocked. This martial spirit body without a spirit ring was so abnormal. So if the spirit ring was attached, how terrifying the spirit ability would be. However, after hearing Tang Ju hum's song, Tang Hao gave Tang Ju angrily, "When you go to Notting City, don't reveal the secret of your martial soul, don't let people know that you are my son, and don't follow the Wuhan temple as doing the right thing. Revenge, there is me." Tang Hao collected the martial arts directly, turned and left the room, in front of Tang Ju and Tang San, took out a purse, and handed it to Tang Ju. "The money in it is enough for your tuition. As for the junior 3, just be it a working student, study hard." Tang San was speechless, and once again suspected that he was not his own. Letting my son work study and leaving the money to his adopted son is so heart-wrenching. "Little San, Dad is good for you too. To suffer from hardship, he is a master." Tang Hao patted Tang San's shoulder vigorously. Tang Hao believes that Xiao San will understand his painstaking efforts and rely on himself for everything. To become the strongest. "Third brother, see how nice Dad is to you. I'm all jealous." Tang Ju blinked and smiled and secretly collected the money. "Why don't we change it?" Tang San said irritably. Tang Ju smiled, not speaking. "Little San, don't reveal the secrets of your twin martial arts. Xiaoju's twin martial arts are difficult for ordinary people to discover, you should pay special attention to yours. Remember, don't attach a spirit ring to the hammer martial arts." Tang Hao solemnly exhorted. "Yes, Dad." Tang San nodded solemnly, then looked at Tang Ju and said, "Then, what about Xiaoju? My martial soul is a spirit ring, so I can't treat it with common sense." Tang Ju smiled. Tang San. Chapter 9, Snob. 3 days later. Old Jack left the Holy Soul Village with Tang San and Tang Ju and rushed to Notting City. Tang San was light and simple, while Tang Ju was carrying a huge package, which was stuffed with dried pork. Holding a big hammer, Old Jack smiled, "Go to school and bring such meat. How expensive is the meat in the city? You can try it too, it's delicious." Tang Ju had now regarded the 1,000-year soul beast meat as a snack, and then handed it to Old Jack a piece. Old Jack ate the meat and asked, "Do you have your tuition?" "Yes, my father gave it." Old Jack choked, and said in disbelief, "You pay the tuition to go to school, and the junior will go to work as a student? This Tang Hao is really good. Who is the one who picked it up?" Tang San really wanted to say, "I am." Along the way, Old Jack told Tang Ju what he knew. The junior college teaches some basic things. It only accepts children who have just awakened spirits. At the age of 12, you can graduate with 1 spirit ring, and you can enter the intermediate level if you get 2 spirit rings. Soul Master Academy. Xiaosan, Xiaju, although you two are innately full of spirit power, but your martial arts, one is blue silver grass, the other is egg. Grandpa Jack doesn't ask you anything. If you can cultivate to level 20, you will get 2 spirit rings. Is to win glory for our Holy Soul Village. As for the Senior Soul Master Academy, it may be difficult for you to enter. After all, there are only 2 Senior Soul Master Academy in the entire continent, and the number of students enrolled each year does not add up to 100 people. Old Jack reminded, the first 2 spirit rings can be obtained through the help of other spirit masters, but for the third one, you have to rely on yourself. Be careful in doing things in the future and don't offend big people who can't afford it. Along the way, Old Jack taught his lecture. Soon, Tang Ju and the 3 people came to the entrance of Notting College. They were about to enter, but they were stopped by the man at the door. "What are you going to do? This place is not something your country folks can come to." The concierge dismissed the 3 of them, dressed in coarse linen clothes and full of patches. At first glance, he was from the countryside. The strangest thing was Tang Ju. He was not a good person with this big package and a warmer in his hand. Old Jack smiled politely, "We are from Shengun Village. This year, our village has a place for CO students, and there is one who has come to school." The concierge glanced at the 3 of them disgustingly, and sarcastically said, "There are still phoenixes out of the grass nest? A small village can produce 2 soul-powered people? You are not fakes, right? There is one more ridiculous, dressed like this, he looks like the son of a poor blacksmith. He also wants to come here to sign up. Do you know that the school's tuition for 1 year is enough for ordinary people to eat for 10 years? Hurry up." Listening to the concierge's constant contempt and sarcasm, although Old Jack was angry in his heart, he was from the countryside and had no status, so he could only greet him with a smile and handed the proof. "This is the proof issued by the Spirit Hall Master Su Yun Tao Battle Soul, you can take a look." The concierge immediately smiled after receiving the 2 certificates. "Lan Yunko, innately full of spirit power. And this, Wuhan is an egg. Ha 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 ha." The porter laughed loudly and mocked, "I have worked as a porter in the academy for 4 years. I have never heard of innate soul power. Especially, one of the martial arts is Lan Yunko, and the other is still egg. I think you forged the proof of this Wuhan palace. You." Old Jack, a face-saving person, was so humiliated by others that his angry face became pale, but he was still ready to bend down and pick up Zhang Ming from the ground. Tang Ju took a step forward and helped Old Jack up, looking at the doorman with an ugly expression, "You, pick up things for me. Cut, you're just so poor, you thought I was afraid of you with a sledgehammer? Big bags and small bags, just like a beggar, we and you just don't call the Holy Soul Village, call the Beggar Village." The concierge saw a child still clashed with the doorman of his Notting College, and his words became more and more destructive, poking into old Jack's heart. "What did you say?" Old Jack turned around abruptly. The words of the porter could be said to touch his greatest pride. Tang Hao was reprimanded by him for a long time because he said that the village was not good enough. At this time, the village was so despised by the porter and he immediately turned around to follow him. Theory. "Old guy, you dare to attack me?" The concierge would be afraid of old Jack. Seeing him rushing violently, he condemned old Jack with his mouth, and then unceremoniously started pushing old Jack staggering a few steps, if it weren't for Tang Ju's swift and quick hand. It is estimated that he will fall directly. "Grandpa Jack, you dare to fight, you are really looking for death." Tang Ju steadied the old Jack and slammed the doorman's belly with an unceremonious punch, causing him to break the door and fly out. The concierge who was knocked to the ground was not afraid. Instead, he said with a grim look, "Now I will kneel down immediately and compensate me for a golden soul coin, otherwise I will hand you over to the guards of the spirit hall and say you are here. Nodding College is making trouble and hurting the guard. I want you to walk around without eating." Tang Ju coldly snorted, "The martial soul palace is yours? What do they believe in what you say? I'm the concierge of Nodding College. The guards of Wuhan Hall, if you don't listen to me, will they listen to you civilians?" The concierge looked at Tang Ju angrily, thinking about how to rectify them. "Xiaoju, you are too impulsive," old Jack said anxiously with a cane. "Grandpa Jack, don't worry, the guards of the spirit hall will never listen to a watchdog," Tang Ju said. "You are still too young." Old Jack shook his head. "You know, you're scared. Now kowtow to me and apologize, I can save you a bit." The concierge sneered. "Really? Do you think what you say can have the weight of a soul master?" Tang Ju saw that old Jack was frightened by the other party, and he no longer hid it. He immediately put a spirit ring on himself, and the yellow spirit ring floated quietly on his body, making old Jack directly dumbfounded. Soul master. It's still a century-old soul ring." The concierge's eyes widened and his face was pale, he was shocked and trembling all over, he thought it was a commoner from the country who turned out to be a spirit master. Moreover, Wuhan is still a yellow century-old spirit ring. He knelt on the ground with a normal sound, and begged, "Master Soul Master, go around me, it's my dog's eyes that look down on people." Tang Ju coldly snorted, "I said, pick up the proof." "Yes, my lord." The concierge hurriedly crawled over, picked up the Wuhandian certificate he had thrown on the ground, wiped it carefully with his sleeves, and handed it to old Jack with a smile on his face. "Your lord has a large amount, so don't be familiar with me." "Hey!" Old Jack snorted and took the proof, and a sense of glory suddenly rose in his heart. "Look, this is the importance of the Soul Master, and who will look down on the Holy Soul Village in the future. Little Ju. Is there anything I can do with Grandpa?" Old Jack saw Tang Ju at the moment like his grandson. "When something is okay, urge my father more and ask him to make more money for me to send it." Tang Ju smiled. Tang San was in a cold sweat, and sure enough, the most painful son was often a white-eyed wolf. Old Jack agreed very much and happily patted his chest and said, "If your father dares to be lazy, I won't scold him to death if you look at Grandpa." "That's good." Tang Ju smiled, which was relieved. "Old sir, can you show me the proof of the Wuhan Hall? I belong to this academy." The master, who had been watching for a while, said at this time. In his eyes, Tang Ju's spirit ring was not an ordinary spirit ring. With his erudition, he instantly recognized that it was definitely the color of a spirit ring over 500. There was only one thought in his heart: how could it be possible? Chapter 10. The strongest martial soul in the eyes of the master. After the old Jack learned that the master was from Nodding College, he happily handed the proof in his hand to the master. Innately full of spirit power. Lan Yanko. Wuhan, egg. The master's gaze condensed, and he said to the old Jack, "Old sir, leave these two children to me, and I will take them to go through the formalities." "Okay, thank you teacher." Old Jack was very happy and asked Tang San and Tang Ju to take care of themselves and left. The master took Tang Ju and the two, instead of going to the academic affairs office to go through the formalities, he took them directly to his office. "Teacher, what do you teach at the college?" Tang San asked curiously. "I am not a teacher in this academy, others call me a master." The master said. "To be called a master by everyone, it seems that your identity must not be simple." Tang Ju sighed. His dream was to let the world know who he is, but he didn't do it at all. "Have you ever thought of worshipping me as a teacher?" The master finally showed a smile on the face like an ascetic monk, and looked at Tang Ju and the two. "Then it depends on what benefits you can give us." Tang Ju smiled. Tang San shut up, but his eyes also told the master, "Why should I worship you as a teacher? Really two clever children." The master smiled happily. He was talented and not stupid. He was a rare good seedling. After arriving at the office and closing the door, the master looked at Tang San with piercing eyes. "You are the third twin martial spirit in the mainland in the past 100 years. Tang San was startled. He didn't expect his secret to be discovered all at once. He just glanced at the proof of the spirit hall. It was too terrifying. The master immediately explained, "I have investigated 647 people with blue-silver grass with spirit power, only 16 have spirit power, and none of them have spirit power more than one level, but you are innately full of spirit power. According to one of the 10 core competencies of Wuhan that I have studied, the soul power is directly proportional to the quality of the Wuhan. High spirit power, it means that martial soul is also a powerful martial soul, but your martial soul is blue-silver grass, then it means that you must still have a martial soul, and it is an extremely powerful martial soul, which is proportional to the innate full soul power." Tang San was immediately impressed by the master's profound knowledge, and his face showed respect. The master was satisfied, and turned his head to look at Tang Ju. "Your egg martial arts soul is actually the initial form of the beast martial arts soul. It belongs to the oviparous creature, but your body is too weak. When the martial soul awakens, it uses this form appears, and only when your body and soul power reach a stage that can withstand it, it will break out of the shell. And, I'm sure, it is a power-type martial soul." "Why?" Tang Ju couldn't help but raised his eyebrows. To tell the truth, it was a power type by relying on an egg martial spirit, which was a bit scary. "Because, the hammer in your hand. If you weren't a power spirit master, you wouldn't have that much power at all. Moreover, your spirit ring is obviously more than 400 years old, so you must have a martial spirit to increase your physical fitness, and it is possible for you to withstand such a high-level spirit ring. You are also a twin martial soul," Master said firmly. Only then did Tang Ju discover that the master's observation and reasoning abilities are very powerful, and he deserves to be the most knowledgeable person in the Douluo continent. "Master, you said something wrong." Tang Ju smiled. "Oh? Come and listen, what's wrong with my judgment?" The master suddenly became interested. "My spirit ring did not come from hunting soul beasts, it is my other spirit ring, and my spirit ring is a spirit ring," Tang Ju said. "What?" The master's pupils suddenly shrank, and he muttered, "How is it possible? He has seen many strange martial arts, and he will not be surprised when he thinks that anything becomes a martial arts. But Wuhan is a spirit ring, which has never appeared in his mind. Open your martial arts soul, feel it yourself." Tang Judeo. "It is good." The master immediately pulled out the spirit ring. 2 yellow spirit rings were quietly suspended on him, and at this moment Tang Ju threw the spirit ring martial spirit out of his hand and put it on the master's body. In an instant, the second yellow spirit ring of the master, the spirit ring, disappeared. This is too enchanting." Tang San had never seen Tang Ju's spirit ring restricting Tang Hao. The first time he saw someone could take away someone else's spirit ring, he felt that the whole person was not good. Title Douluo also had 9 spirit rings. During the battle, 1 spirit ring disappeared. What a terrible disaster it was! It's a spirit ring, martial soul. Cut off my connection with the spirit ring directly. The spirit ring of this spirit ring can't be used, and I feel that the spirit power is limited to about 3 levels, and the spirit ring, spirit ability, and spirit power are all affected. Limits. It's terrible. Although he was prepared, after experiencing the spirit ring martial arts, the master was still deeply shocked by the test results. Xiaoju, do you know? Your martial spirit can be said to be a powerful martial spirit. I don't mean to be in the land spirit master, but to envelop the ocean spirit master. The master grabbed Tangju's shoulders with excitement and shook it hard. His heart felt like a volcano erupted. He really couldn't wait to let everyone know that although he Yu Xiaogang can't do it, he can teach the best. Strong student. Is it the strongest? Isn't this too absolute? Tangju didn't actually think like that. Aren't there still some gods in martial arts? The master was very determined, and he said solemnly. Xiaoju, you don't know the horror of your martial soul. Spirit ring martial arts can restrict opponents. The additional spirit ring, I guess, is to restrict the opponent's attributes, such as strength, speed, spirit power, physical strength, and even vitality. But this is not the most terrifying part of your Wuhan. Do you know what is the most terrifying function of this Wuhan? The master's eyes were shocked, as if thinking of some scenes that shocked him. Tang San couldn't help but slapped his tongue. Isn't this the most terrifying? If the 9 spirit ring skills are limited, the opponent's ability has been cut at least by half. Tang San really couldn't think of anything else. Even Tangju frowned and thought, what is it that is more terrifying than the ability of the spirit ring martial arts to restrict others? Do you know the martial soul fusion technique? The master took a deep breath. Tangju's eyes suddenly lit up. How could he forget this? There is a small probability that martial souls can fuse and produce martial soul fusion skills. This is simply a perverted existence. There was a touch of shock in the master's eyes, and he said leisurely, the soul ring martial soul, the most terrifying thing is not that it can limit the soul power, but the soul ring can merge with any martial soul, and it will definitely have the martial soul fusion skill. Chapter 11, What and number 039, really scary is the martial arts fusion technique. The spirit fusion skill is not 1 + 1 = 2. Even 2 identical spirits may not be able to possess the spirit fusion skill, because this requires a complementary and perfect match. When the spirit fusion skill is produced, that kind of the power embodies not only the level of the 2 soul masters, but the existence of transcendence. The master explained to Tangju the martial arts fusion skills, which shocked Tang San incomparably. Xiaoju was a monster. The master continued, Little San, although you are also twin spirits, the probability of your 2 spirits being able to fuse is basically 0. Because there are fewer martial spirits in this world, and even fewer are twin spirits. But Xiaoju's spirit ring martial soul can be fused with any martial soul. Therefore, his biggest trump card is actually the martial soul fusion skill brought by the fusion of his 2 martial souls. 2 martial spirits, 18 spirit rings, perfectly blended together, the power that can be brought. Think about what a terrible thing that would be. After the master finished speaking, he was even more shocked by the incredible scene in his mind. Tangju took a deep breath. The master is worthy of being a master. He has never thought about martial arts fusion, but this is definitely possible. The spirit ring can be fused with any martial soul, which is beyond doubt. Xiaoju, whether you will be my student or not, I want to warn you, don't use martial arts fusion skills indiscriminately. Because 2 soul masters use martial arts fusion skills to superimpose the power of the 2 people, but withstand there are 2 people with this force. And if you fuse 2 martial souls and use the martial soul fusion technique, then you alone have to bear all the energy added by the 2 martial souls. Although it can bring you incomparable power, it will also affect your body. Cause extremely serious damage. The master solemnly warned. I am willing to worship you as a teacher. Tang Ju realized at this moment that even if he had seen Douluo continent, he would still be crushed by the master in terms of Wuhan knowledge. He wanted to gain powerful strength and become the strongest. The soul master must have the guidance of the master. Tang San also worshipped the master. Okay. I didn't expect to receive 2 wizards as disciples all at once. Xiaoju, can you help the teacher? The master's expression at the moment was particularly excited. Teacher, you say? Tang Ju didn't know why, but he nodded. Teacher, my soul power is stuck at level 29, no matter how hard I can advance. Originally, I thought I would not be able to break through to level 30 for this life and become a soul lord, but seeing your soul ring martial arts, I know that one of my wishes in this life will be fulfilled. Now, only you can help me. Help you break through to level 30? How is this possible? My spirit ring martial spirit limits the opponent's spirit ring. How can I help you? Tang Ju felt that he couldn't keep up with the master's thinking, looking blank, and then looked at him. Tang San was also puzzled. The master knocked on the table excitedly. After sorting out his thoughts, he said excitedly, limit the spirit ring. I am at level 29 and have 2 spirit rings. If you limit me to 1 spirit ring, I will only have 1 spirit ring left. Then I can absorb another spirit ring. You know, the spirit ring has energy. After successfully absorbing the spirit ring, my spirit power will definitely increase. Wouldn't it be easy to break through to level 30 and directly own the 3rd spirit ring? Tang Ju and Tang San were stunned directly. This is the master. The first time he comes into contact with the spirit ring martial arts, he can be used to the extreme, and he deserves to be a theoretically invincible genius. The master deduced his own thoughts and found that it was so easy to realize it, and his whole body was overflowing with joy. The temperament of the ascetic monk on his body was immediately diluted a lot. Obviously, breaking through to level 30 was an obsession in his heart. Teacher, you think it's fine? What you want to do, when the time comes, you can tell me. Tang Ju originally thought that after the master had eaten the best immortal grass, it seemed that he had broken through to level 40, but for the master, still have to wait for 7 or 8, it is a painful torture for him. Moreover, after the breakthrough, the effect of eating fairy grass may be better. Therefore, Tang Ju did not insist anymore, but asked the master, Teacher, what is the direction of my spirit development? Your power type martial soul, I suggest you go through the extremely domineering burst flow. The soul abilities are the kind of huge increase in power in a short period of time. This is because your spirit ring martial spirit is a martial spirit that can limit the opponent's abilities, but the limitation must have time, so you have to burst out and try to kill with 1 blow. After the master said, he looked at Tang Ju and said, if you are a general twin martial soul, I would suggest that you major in 1 martial soul, and then don't attach a spirit ring to another martial soul, but you are too special. I will give you a choice. If you practice 2 spirit rings at the same time, you will definitely be extremely powerful in the early stage. Crushing the same level, and fighting at a higher level is not difficult, but when you reach title Douluo, your combat power may not reach the limit of theory. But if you only cultivate 1 martial soul, you can only be invincible at the same level in the early stage, and it is difficult to fight beyond the level. But you will reach the theoretical maximum combat power when titled Douluo. Which one to choose, you decide for yourself. Tang Ju didn't even think about it. I want to cultivate 2 spirits at the same time. It's not his style in the later stage of wretched development. Of course, it has to be crushed and cool. After the master pointed Tang Ju, he looked at Tang San and said, let me see your 2nd martial arts. Do you mind? Of course I don't mind. In the Tang sect's general outline, 1 day is the teacher and the whole life is the father. Master is the most trustworthy person, just like his parents. Tang San immediately activated his spirit power, a light blue light bloomed, and a small hammer appeared in his left hand. The master's pupils suddenly shrank, and he had thought that Tang San's second martial arts spirit would be extremely troublesome, but he didn't expect it would be the clear sky hammer. Your surname is Tang. I should have thought of it long ago. The master suppressed the excitement in his heart, and then said, your martial soul must not be seen by people, let alone attach a spirit ring. Master's words surprised Tang San. My father said the same. Master, why is this? The master is actually even more curious. Little San, what does your father do? My father is a blacksmith. Hearing this, the master knew clearly, it seems that Xiao San doesn't know the true identity of his father, so now I can't tell him the detailed reason. The master said, it's not time to tell you, you just need to know that my father and your father asked you like this for your own good. Tang San nodded, no longer asking. Okay, I will take you to enroll in school. After the opening ceremony tomorrow, I will take you to find a suitable spirit ring. Tonight, I will start to think about which spirit ring is more suitable for you, and also think about which spirit ring more suitable for me. The master clenched his fist. Tang San was a little excited. He would soon be able to obtain a spirit ring. Maybe Xian Tiangong would break through as he stepped into a spirit master, and he would definitely catch up with Xiaozhu. When the master finished speaking, he took the two of them to the academic affairs office to register. Normally he seldom went there because people like to chew their tongues too much. But today he accepted two good disciples and he was in a much better mood. Chapter 12, Help the Master. Tangju put the dried meat on his back in the master's office, and then followed the master to the academic affairs office with a hammer. The academic affairs office is on the first floor of the main teaching building. The person responsible for receiving freshmen is Director Su, who is in his 60s. There are two men who lay hands on him. It seems that he will not be more than 30 years old. The master put the certificate on the table and said to Director Su, this is a work-study student sent from Shengun village this year. There is another student who signed up from the fee. You can register. Director Su said with a smile on his face, Master, why are you here, rare guest? How about sitting there? The master shook his head and refused, then turned and left. Little 9, Little 3, you guys sign up first, I'll go first, and prepare some things. Okay, teacher. Tangju knew that the master at this moment should be all about choosing soul beasts, looking for a suitable 100-year soul ring for the third brother, and also choosing a 1000-year soul ring for the master himself. As soon as the master turned around, Director Su smiled and said, you are the master teacher? He is not a teacher at the academy. Tangju nodded, I know, we have already apprentices. Director Su and the two men were slightly startled, and there was that kind of unbearable sneer on their faces. Director Su reminded the two of Tangju, any soul master can only recognize one master, otherwise the world will not tolerate it. Would you like to think about it? Tangju seriously said, except for the master, no one can be qualified to be my teacher. The two men on the side couldn't help laughing, it seems that you were also fooled by the master's name. I tell you, that is all a lie. Ignorance. Tangju hummed. The expressions of the two men suddenly became uncomfortable. Director Su quickly coughed. Tangju came in for teaching fees, 60 gold soul coins, he was counting. This kind of stabbing students will have a chance to clean up in the future. It's really blind to the innate talent of full soul power. Actually, it's not white and blind. A blue silver grass and an egg are all waste martial arts. If you have a waste martial arts spirit, find a waste teacher, a perfect match. The two men began to ridicule the master and Tangju when they sang a harmony. Director Su was signing the formalities, and upon hearing the words, he reminded, the master is a friend of the dean and should not be arbitrarily evaluated. Although the master's theory has never been proven, no one can prove it wrong. In terms of Wuhan theory, the master is invincible. The two men had no scruples at all, they had become accustomed to taunting masters. It's not just the 10 core competencies of Wuhan. It's ridiculous. It has never been verified to be true. With such a teacher, you can only be a waste. The master just walked out of the window and heard them mocking himself so much. He was trembling with anger. His life was rough and others ridiculed him, he can accept it, but he can't let the people around him be implicated by him. The master suddenly turned around and opened the door, and said angrily, "Although I am not strong, my disciple will definitely be the strongest soul master in the mainland in the future." Haha, it's funny. The two men laughed even more when they heard the words. Director So coughed and reminded, "You two are enough. The master is in the spirit world, but he is a famous big man." One of the two men felt that the mockery of being a master was a bit too much, so he shut up, but the other arrogant man did not restrain himself. He was not afraid, his brother was the guard of the city lord. Seeing the master who had been forbearing, he dared to glare and sneered, "Director, what a famous person, I think it is a famous clown. You." The master's face was extremely ugly, his fists were tightly clenched, he really wanted to punch this in the face, but he really couldn't beat him. "Haha, I got it right." The arrogant man laughed. Snapped. At this moment, Tangju jumped up, slapped his face with a loud slap, deflected his head 90 degrees directly, and then drove his body to fly out, hitting the wall heavily, screaming again and again. "It's really a beating. I dare to insult my teacher." Tangju curled his lips in disdain. This slap was so cool, he wanted to beat him a long time ago. "How can you be a teacher at the school?" Director Su said with a rather bad tone, standing up and angrily. "He insulted my teacher, can't I, a disciple, beat him?" Tangju snorted coldly. "But you are a student of the school, he is the teacher of the school. You are the following crime." Director Su said angrily. "That's right." Tangju walked to Director Su, took the tuition fees he taught directly from him, put it in his pocket, and said, "Now, I am not a student of Notting College." Question. Director Su was stunned. "What is this operation? Boy, do you dare to beat me, I want to fight with you today." The arrogant man who just got up had an ugly face and was beaten by a child. How could he bear it? He didn't rush up to beat Tangju, but launched a soul-fighting challenge. Once the other party agreed, he would not be responsible for life or death. This is the rule of the mixed world. The fighting spirit is the fighting spirit. "I am afraid of you." Tangju hummed. The master's expression changed. "Xiaoju, the fighting spirit can be divided into wins and losses, but also life and death. You are only 6 years old, and the opponent is almost 30. Teacher, you haven't seen my Wuhan yet, just let you see how I clean up this waste today." Tangju held the warmer and took a step forward, facing the arrogant man. "Today, I want you to die." The arrogant man didn't talk nonsense, he immediately opened his martial spirit, and 2 spirit rings, one white and one yellow, rose, his body began to swell, his hair was exuberant, and a wolf shadow appeared behind him. Zhang Feng, the 27th level of the Storm Master, the Spirit Wolf. A touch of disdain leaked from the corner of Tangju's mouth. This Zhang Feng's wild wolf spirit is obviously not as high as Su Yuntao's lone wolf spirit. Although his spirit power is higher, he looks older than Su Yuntao. Several years old, to sum up, it is more wasteful than Su Yuntao. Wuhan possessed. When Tangju opened his martial arts spirit, a black ant appeared behind him, and a dazzling yellow spirit ring appeared on his body. Tangju, 19th level Assault Spirit Master, Spirit Bullet Ant. What? 6 years old, 19th level. There is also a yellow 100-year-old spirit ring. Director Su's eyes are almost waiting, this is almost unheard of. Isn't your martial soul an egg? A male teacher thought of a question, this bullet ant's martial soul does not seem to be a waste martial soul. So innately full of soul power, with such a martial soul, it is really a genius among geniuses. Zhang Feng was also taken aback in his heart, and then his eyes became colder. Boy, you are indeed too talented, but I have one more spirit ring than you, and you will never be able to defeat me. Now, you and your teacher kneel down for me. Apologies, I can just break your bones and save you for life. Tang Ju sneered, now you kneel down and apologize to my teacher, I can spare your life. To kill you, it only takes a hammer. Chapter 13, One Hammer Crush. What an arrogant kid. It seems that you have enough life, then I will give you a ride. When Zhang Feng heard Tang Ju's words, the killing intent in his eyes became more serious, and he asked him to kneel and apologize to the trash master. Then, isn't he more trash than trash? Wild Wolf Claws. Zhang Feng directly activated the first soul ability, and the palm of the spirit-possessed Cyan Claws immediately appeared, and his own momentum also increased at this moment. The skills of the spirit masters of the power attack system will additionally increase the attributes of the body. But Zhang Feng didn't care much, because after all, the other party was a yellow 100-year spirit ring, and his first spirit ability was a white 10-year spirit ring. He didn't dare to underestimate Tang Ju. Wild Wolf and Wild Beast change. Following Zhang Feng's soul curse, the second yellow 100-year soul ring lit up, his body swelled in a circle, and his aura rose again. Zhang Feng has done his best. Both of his skills can increase the strength and speed of the body, this time it is estimated that something big will happen. Director Soul looked at Tang Ju pityingly, shook his head gently, and the genius grew up. What a genius! It's a child who doesn't know that the sky is high and the earth is great. He thinks he has a good talent, so he tries to leapfrog the challenge. This is not courage but death. Tang San also felt immense pressure. He thought he was not Zhang Feng's opponent, but if he wanted to kill Zhang Feng, he could still be 50-50. He clasped the hidden weapon in one hand, and was ready to launch the hidden arrow with the other hand. As long as Xiaoju lost and the other party dared to make a heavy hand, he would rescue him as soon as possible. Go to hell! Zhang Feng exerted force with both feet, his body rushed like a wolf and jumped up, and his claws stuck out towards Tang Ju's head and took a picture. Tang Ju didn't dodge or dodge, gently lifted the hammer in his hand, and gently spit out 2 words in his mouth. Violent. The yellow spirit ring lit up, and Tang Ju felt the strength of his whole body explode. 2 months ago, at the 18th level of his spirit power, he possessed 1,000 caddies of power. In the past 2 months, he ate 1,000-year-old soul beast meat, beat his body, and constantly broke through the limit, plus his spirit power increased at the first level, his strength has reached 1,300 jin. The violent skill can increase his power by 35% in an instant, causing his power to surge to 1,700 kilograms directly. Lifting the hammer, the huge force produced a wind whistle. Tang Ju's favorite is to fight against a spirit master of the assault type, because the opponent has the same combat method as him, just being head-on. Tang Ju saw the trajectory of the opponent's attack, swiping the hammer, and the hammer collided with the opponent's claws without any suspense. Click! Bump! Zhang Feng let out a miserable cry. The moment he touched the hammer, his arm was broken, and the man was also hit by the hammer, and he spiraled out, hitting the wall heavily, shattering the glass of the window. How is this possible? Director So couldn't believe it. 1 ring wins 2 rings, but it is still a spike. With a gratified smile on the master's face, he said, although Zhang Feng's Spirit Wolf is a force attack system, the Spirit Ring's grade is too low, and it doesn't add up to 500 years. And his skill's spirit power has increased. It's not only strength, but also speed and physical fitness. The pure strength is no more than 800 kilograms. But Xiaoju is a pure strength martial soul. I think his basic strength is no less than 1,000 caddies, let alone an increase in spirit ring skills. Zhang Feng actually competed with a pure power spirit master, attacking the enemy with his shortcomings, isn't this looking for death? The words of the master made Director Suo immediately speak, and he couldn't help but be more convinced of the master's theory. But he was still amazed at Tangju's power, and couldn't help but ask, Tangju, what is your first spirit ability? Frenzy. Instantly increase 35% strength, and increase with the number of spirit rings. Tangju carried the hammer and laughed. What? How is it possible? The first spirit ability can increase the strength by 35%. And it can continue to improve. Wouldn't it be possible to double the strength by using the first spirit ability in the future? Director Suo said with a face. Such a shock, such a spirit ability can only be called a pervert. This is the first spirit ability. It is no less than the third spirit ability of other people. Director Suo. It's a big taboo to ask others about their spirit abilities without authorization. The master's expression was rather unkind, and he scolded coldly. Sorry, master, I'm so curious. Director Suo hurriedly apologized. Xiaoju, don't confide your secrets to others in the future to prevent being targeted. The master said solemnly. I see, teacher. Tangju nodded. In fact, he just wanted to show off, and this data would soon become inaccurate. He attached a 1,000-year spirit ring, and his violent skills would continue to improve. Zhang Feng, don't pretend to be dead. Kneel down and apologize to my teacher. Tangju carried a hammer and walked towards Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng is very miserable now, with his arms broken, a few broken ribs, and sweat on his painful face. Had it not been for the support of another male teacher, he would have been unable to stand still. Looking at the aggressive Tangju, he turned to Director Suo for help, and Director Suo hurriedly said as a peacemaker, Master, Zhang Feng is also a teacher at the school. Everyone is a colleague. I think it's fine to let him bow and apologize. No. I must kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, I will hammer him to death. Tangju said decisively. This kind of person must teach him a profound lesson before he knows to respect others. Zhang Feng watched Tangju's warmer sway over his head, scared him into a cold sweat, and finally knelt on the ground with a soft leg, and said to the master, Sorry, master, it is my mouth. The master saw the person who laughed at him every day and knelt in front of him to apologize. There was a sense of refreshment that the wicked person had a bad retribution, and his eyes became moist. Good boy. The master touched Tangju's head, his hands were shaking, he was really excited. I originally thought that it would take 10 years for these two disciples to grow faces for themselves, but I didn't expect to give myself such a great gift on the first day of apprenticeship. Master, let Zhang Feng go now. Director Suo hurriedly asked. Of course not. Before the master could speak, Tangju shook his head and said, Kneel down and apologize because he has a cheap mouth. But I can't get around his life, it depends on his performance. Performance? Director Suo was confused. Of course it is to buy life with money. Our souls do not care about life or death, if I let him go, of course it needs to be good. I don't want more, his life is worth 500 gold soul coins. Tangju had the final say, thinking that the other party should be able to afford this number. This. Director Suo looked at Zhang Feng. 500 gold soul coins are not a small amount. Okay, I'll give it. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth so that the male teacher who was supporting him took out the card and drew it to the master before he was helped to go out. After leaving the academic affairs office, he took a bitter look at Tangju's back and said to the male teacher, Send me to the city lord's mansion, I'm going to my eldest brother. At this moment, Tangju had gone through the enrollment procedures, carrying a hammer and heading to his dormitory. As soon as he walked in, the roommates lined up in 2 rows, clasping their chests, staring at Tangju with bad eyes, the only one sitting. The student on the chair said proudly. Which one of you will teach our younger brother? Let him know the rules of Nodding College. Chapter 14, Scared the Dorm Boss. Boss, I am coming. A 6th grade student stepped out, held his head up, and pointed to himself. My name is Zhu Feng, Wuhan Wild Boar, an 11th level assault warfare spirit master. Boy, come over and bow to our boss. The boss will ask you to bow. East, you can't go west. Zhu Feng, the pig is indeed crazy. I can't even eat pork. Tang Zhu wanted to make a complaint when he heard the name. If Tang Hao didn't send pork, he would really not be able to eat the 1000-year soul beast. At least 1 golden soul coin per catty. Boy, do you dare to scold me? It seems that you must set rules for you. Zhu is dying in style. His surname is Zhu, Wuhan is still a wild boar, and he is often ridiculed by people. He is not the most to associate him with a pig. He is not a pig, but a wild boar. Is the one with fangs good? He was not polite either, he directly possessed his martial spirit, the white spirit ring appeared, his body had grown manes and fangs, and he was just like a small wild boar. Boy, did you know that I have a deep resentment for pigs? I used to be poor and couldn't eat pork. Tang Zhu waved at Zhu Feng and motioned to the other party to do it quickly. Too arrogant. Teach him. Everyone in the dormitory has a mentality of watching a good show. After all, who has never been bullied by senior classmates in the dormitory? This is the rules of Notting College, let them adapt to the world of martial arts respected by the strong in advance. Savage charge. The white spirit ring lit up, increasing speed and strength. Zhu Feng really slammed into Tang Zhu like a wild boar. This new kid must be lying in bed for 3 days. The others in the dormitory shook their heads secretly, thinking of their own painful experience. Just when everyone thought that Tang Zhu was about to fall, Tang Zhu just lifted the warmer in his hand slightly, and then heard a bang. Zhu Feng slammed into the hammer's head, and then fainted when he rolled his eyes up. You are shameful. You actually use weapons. The other people in the dormitory were quite dissatisfied. They said that they had a good test. How could you get on the guy? Tang Zhu shrugged and said, since you are not allowed to use hammers, then I will put it down. When the warmer in his hand was let go, he heard a squeak, and a large stone brick on the ground was cracked in the shape of a cobweb. Everyone in the dormitory shivered with fright. How heavy is this hammer? Not much, only 800 catties. Tang Zhu smacked his mouth, and the 800 catties warmer would soon be out of hand. Next time, it is estimated to build about 1,500. Fortunately, the size of the pig iron has changed after being beaten. Smaller, the density increases, so no matter how heavy the hammer is, the volume of the hammer can still remain the same. 800 catties. Is that human being? At this moment, the people in the dormitory were amazed. They were stunned by Tang Zhu's hand, and they all turned their eyes to the boss of the dormitory. Are you a pure power type spirit master? Power has a fart, it's not for being controlled. The dormitory boss stood up proudly, and looked down at Tang Zhu from top to bottom. The power type soul master just happened to be controlled by the controlled type soul master. Restraint, unfortunately, I am a control spirit master. As he said, his hands opened, a cyan vine appeared, and a yellow spirit ring appeared on his body. Riant, Wuhan Qingteng, the 12th level control system spirit master. The soul ring is a yellow one. When Ryan reported his martial arts spirit, he deliberately exploded the spirit ring, just to show off, but the family spent a lot of money to hunt him in the soul hunting forest. The yellow spirit ring not only represents talent, but also represents identity. Without a strong family, with the teachers of the academy, how could there be a yellow first spirit ring? Boy, open the martial arts. You don't need to use martial soul, I'm afraid that if I use martial soul, I will scare you into tears. Tang Zhu shook his head and smiled. Boy, you are too arrogant. Ryan was so angry that he stretched out his hand, and the yellow spirit ring lit up, and the green vines grew rapidly, and the first soul ability was activated. and the thin vines with the thickness of the thumb entangled Tangju tightly. Boss is mighty. Many teachers' first spirit rings are still white for 10 years. When everyone saw Lion's 100-year spirit ring came out, they immediately entangled Tangju, so that he didn't even have time to react, and he was immediately flattered. Leone immediately went into a deliberate exaggeration. My vine was originally a non-low-grade existence in the plant martial arts spirit. When attaching the spirit ring, I also deliberately chose a century-old iron bamboo, just to increase its toughness. The green vines are entangled, and without 1,000 caddies of strength, they can't break free. Just when Leone was showing off his spirit and spirit ring, he heard a touch, and the green vines that were still bound to Tangju were all broken. Rian's triumphant face condensed in an instant, and everyone around him took a breath, and his strength exceeded 1,000 caddies. Rint, call the boss as soon as possible. Tangju said lazily. I haven't lost yet. You must have used milking power to break free of my vines, right, but I am a plant martial arts soul, which consumes little soul power. I don't believe you can break free from the next attack. After a brief shock, Leone immediately rekindled his fighting spirit, with an extra green vine in his hand, ready to fight a war of attrition. Hey, I didn't want to hit you at first, but if you have to find abuse by yourself, then I will fulfill you. Tangju smiled. I don't know who used the spirit ring martial spirit for the first time, who reacted. The spirit ring martial spirit in his hand moved towards Lion, and the next moment, he heard a miserable howl like a pig. Ah, my spirit ring is gone. At the moment when he was put on the martial arts, Lion found that his yellow spirit ring had completely disappeared. At first he didn't believe it, but when he activated the spirit ability, he didn't respond. At this time, his whole person was not good. He slumped on the ground, pinched his thigh with his hand, and cried when he realized that this was not a dream. My spirit ring, is gone, oh my god, what should I do? The spirit master lost the spirit ring, just like the height-adjusting athlete losing his legs. Lion's entire belief collapsed. After all, he is a child less than 12 years old. It is impossible to be as calm as Tang Hao and the master. When the spirit ring is lost, he can't find that his spirit power is suppressed. Even so, it also caused his young heartache to suffer. 100,000 points of critical damage. Leone was holding the chair and crying was heartbroken. You recognize me as the boss, and you will be responsible for running errands to buy food in the future, and I will return your spirit ring to you. Tangju really couldn't stand it anymore, which made him feel like bullying the children. Really? Boss. Rian quickly got up and saluted Tangju respectfully. Okay, not bad. Tangju nodded, and immediately retracted the spirit ring martial arts. Then Lion sensed the restricted spirit ring and immediately became more respectful of Tangju and more curious about Tangju's strength. Boss, what exactly is your martial soul? What level of soul power? Tangju raised the hammer on his shoulders, and said faintly, Tangju, Spirit Bullet Ant, 19th level Assault War Spirit Master. Strength, 1,300 kilograms. Gudong, everyone swallowed, a 19th level Soul Master, wouldn't he be able to graduate immediately? And this power is simply too abnormal. Boss. At this moment, the people in the dormitory lined up in a neat line and saluted Tangju in unison. Everyone's face was horrified and admired. In the future, who would dare to mess with their dormitory? Okay, Lion, you go and buy me 2 quilts. I'll give you the money in 2 days. Tangju ordered. He must send a quilt to the third brother, but can't let Xiaowu bully him. Brother. Chapter 15, Battle against Xiaowu. Boss, I'll take you to Kishi. Leone hugged a quilt and took Tangju to the 7th shelter. The door was open at the moment, and a competition was going on inside. Tangju raised his finger and gave Lion a silent motion, and then he hid. Looked with interest behind the door. It was Tang San and Xiaowu who were competing against each other. Don't look at Xiao Wu's cute appearance, but when he started his hands, it was unusually sharp. Within a few rounds, Xiao Wu grabbed his hands and kicked him in the air. Kick on the belly, face directly to the ground. Tang Ju couldn't help but think of a word: the rabbit kicks the eagle. Then, Tang Ju saw the poor third brother being constantly bullied by Xiao Wu, and instructed Tang San to close the two beds together and spread the quilt sent by the master in the middle. "Brother, I didn't expect you to be bullied so badly. Would you like my younger brother to help you find a place for you?" Tang Ju said and walked in with a smile. Tang San saw that Tang Ju was very depressed. He was beaten by a girl and let his younger brother see it. His eldest brother's face was a bit uncontrollable, and Tang Ju was obviously gloating. Xiao Wu looked very curious, and looked at Tang Ju. "Are you from Kishi too? Are you going to fight with me? Come on." Tang Ju couldn't help sweating profusely. Xiao Wu was really aggressive. He smiled and said, "Hello sister-in-law. What is my sister-in-law, can I eat it?" Xiao Wu blinked her eyes and was puzzled, but she seemed to understand everyone around her, but she didn't understand, so she stared at Tang San angrily. "Little San, speak up." Tang San said with a black thread on one end, "Sister-in-law, that's what the older sister meant. This is my younger brother Tang Ju." "Oh, it turned out to be like this. You don't need to call me sister-in-law, just call me Sister Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu thought Tang Ju was very cute, and she knew she was called her sister as soon as she came up. "That won't work, you have to call me Brother Ju." Tang Ju shook his head. "Humph." Xiao Wu stomped her feet and became very angry, and then her eyes turned. "Is it right? If I beat you, you are going to call me Sister Xiao Wu? If you can beat me, let me call it anything." Tang Ju nodded. "Come on then." Xiao Wu chuckled, and kicked Tang Ju's neck with her foot up, fast. Tang Ju crossed his hands to block this foot, then lifted it hard, and the huge force pushed Xiao Wu 3 or 4 meters into the air. "A lot of power, but you are far behind my arming, Xiao Ju." Xiao Wu smiled, her body tumbled a few times in the air, and she had already touched the wall, but Xiao Wu's body pushed hard against the wall, and she could use Tang Ju's power to jump over at a faster speed. The volley was another one. Foot, launched a more fierce offensive. "Little Ju is going to suffer." Tang San shook his head. None of his skills could take advantage of Xiao Wu's soft skills, and Tang Ju was even worse. Tang Ju was originally not good at technique, let alone Xiao Wu's speed. Basically, he could only defend passively, but Xiao Wu seemed to have no bones. As soon as he twisted his body, he escaped all Tang Ju's attacks, and then tightly locked Tang Ju's wrists, and kicked Tang Ju's stomach heavily, exactly the same as defeating Tang San. Tang San's younger brother is about to lose. Just now the boss defeated Tang San with this trick. All of the Kishes shook their fists, preparing to cheer for Xiao Wu. However, Tang Ju's body and strength were not comparable to Tang San. He withstood the blow abruptly. His body was not kicked like Tang San, but was as steady as Mount Tai and grabbed Xiao Wu. His wrists slammed forward with force. "No, Xiao Ju's strength is too great, Xiao Wu is about to be injured." Tang San immediately discovered that Xiao Wu's body had lost balance, and it was difficult to take advantage of it this time. He was about to be slammed against the wall. He had to rush to hug Xiao Wu and help her resolve the impulse. But Tang Ju's strength was so great that he could only become Xiao Wu's mat in the end, hitting the wall hard, and then the two fell together and rolled into a ball. "Wow, Tang San's younger brother is so powerful, he even defeated our boss." The others in Kishi were shocked. "Are all the monsters coming this year?" Xiao Wu pushed Tang San away and got up, stomped angrily, pointed at Tang Ju and hummed, "I'm not convinced. Let's fight again." "Stop playing, I would like to lose the bet." "Hurry up and call Brother Ju, don't be foolish." Tang Ju shook his head. "Humph." Xiao Wu's angry little mouth bulged. She hasn't lost a fight in the Stardow Forest. However, humans seem to have to talk about credit. However, she was always unconvinced in her heart. Suddenly she rolled her eyes, as if she was thinking of something, and smiled. You are the younger brother of Xiaosan, and I am the boss of Xiaosan again, then. Xiao Wu turned to look at Tang San and said, Little San, let your brother call me sister-in-law. Tang San. I don't know if I tell Xiao Wu what the sister-in-law really means, is it too late? With a snort, Tang Ju almost burst into laughter, and the other people in the dormitory also smirked and looked at Tang San jokingly. Is there any problem? Isn't the sister-in-law the elder sister? Xiao Wu asked puzzled. Yes, yes. Tang Ju Ninja smiled, you call me brother 9 first, and I will call you sister-in-law. We will talk about each other. Hey, Xiao Ju, brother. Xiao Wu yelled reluctantly, and then looked at Tang Ju with a smile, quick, it's time for you to call me. Tang San couldn't help it anymore, and looked at Tang Ju helplessly, you should call sister Xiao Wu. I also think it's too early to call my sister-in-law. Tang Ju smiled, and then called sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was very happy and patted Tang Ju on the shoulder happily, indicating that whoever bullies him in the future will look for you. Sister Wu. Brother, do you want this quilt? Tang Ju blinked teasingly at Tang San. Don't. I and Xiao San cover one is enough. Xiao Wu waved his hand, and Tang San's face was even redder at the moment. He always felt that Tang Ju came to see him making jokes. Hey, Xiao San, how much spirit power does your brother have? Xiao Wu was very curious. Before Tang San could answer, Leonie, who was holding the quilt, held his head up and said to the crowd, we are the boss of the three, the Spirit Bullet Ant, the 19th level Assault Soul Slasher. Wow, level 19. Xiaosan, your brother is much better than you. Xiao Wu exclaimed, shouldn't it be the older brother that is better than your younger brother? Xiao Wu was a little confused. Among the spirit beasts, the older the better, the human beings are really a strange species. 19th level, my goodness, that would not soon become a 2-ringed great spirit master. Wang Sheng's mouth grew in surprise. Compared with Tang Ju, Tang San's innate full spirit power seemed to be insufficient. Okay, I will invite Xiaohu's sister-in-law to have dinner, and the others will come together, and the food will be enough. Wow, great, I'm all hungry. Xiao San, is your brother still cute? Xiao Wu was very happy. The group of them came to the restaurant mightily. The group of people who had always liked to bully the work-study students saw that Lion was acting as a follower for others, and they shut up one by one, before daring to provoke Wang Sheng. Come on, Xiao Wu, the roast rabbit here is delicious, try it. Tang Ju tore off a piece of rabbit meat and handed it to Xiao Wu. Xiao Ju, Xiao Wu stomped angrily. And wanted to fight Tang Ju again. What's the matter? Xiao Wu. Tang San asked puzzledly. Humph, in the future, you are not allowed to eat rabbits. Little rabbits are so cute, how can you bear to eat them? Xiao Wu said angrily. If you don't eat it, don't eat it, why are you so angry? Tang San felt baffled. Just when everyone was eating happily, the master came over and said to Tang Ju, you will come to my office later, I will give you some guidance on the cultivation method of soul power. Teacher, is it the only one? Third brother doesn't need to go. Tang Ju asked suspiciously. No, he is a weapon spirit, and what I want to coach you is the best method of cultivating beast spirit power. Tang Ju's eyes lit up suddenly, is it the inheritance of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? Chapter 16, Soul Guidance Device. In the master's office, Tang Ju sat cross-legged on the ground, and the master patiently taught Tang Ju a set of self-made soul power cultivation methods. This is based on the spirit power cultivation technique of the blue lightning tyrannical dragon, combined with the cultivation techniques passed down by other beast martial spirit families to improve it, and summarized a set of soul power techniques. This set of exercises is not only fast at cultivating soul power, but most importantly, it can use soul power to nourish the body and improve the body's quality. It is especially helpful to increase the spirit master's endurance when absorbing the spirit ring. When the master taught Tangju, he still sighed. He thought that in order to allow his soul power to break through, he did not study these things much, but in the end he found that he couldn't use it at all. Afterwards, the master taught Tangju this upgraded version of the soul power practice technique of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family. Under the guidance of the master's spirit power, Tangju's spirit power began to circulate in his body according to a special path, constantly pulling energy into his body. Just after practicing, he felt his body warm and uncomfortable. Suddenly, the originally gentle soul power absorbed, but suddenly turned into a huge soul power tide, which fiercely poured into Tangju's body like a violent tsunami. The face of the master on the side changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Xiaoju!" Tangju heard the master's voice and immediately listened to it, and asked incomprehensibly, "Teacher, what's the matter?" The master looked ugly. "You were practicing too fast just now, maybe something went wrong. Maybe there is a huge loophole in my improved technique." Tangju thought for a while. There was no discomfort, so he shook his head and said, "Teacher, it's okay, I feel warm all over." "How is this possible?" "According to my inference, the speed of soul power cultivation shouldn't be so fast." The master solemnly said, "I'm afraid you have problems. After all, I haven't practiced this skill." "Law." Tangju scratched his head and said, "Teacher, could it be the first time I cultivated soul power that caused such a problem?" "What? You mean you have never actively practiced soul power?" The master looked astonished. Tangju nodded honestly, "No one taught me." "Then how did your spirit power reach the 19th level?" the master asked. "I usually exercise my body, then eat meat, no more." Tangju thought about it. Tang San can still practice Xian Tian Gong, he really relies on his talent. Fortunately he has a good talent. The corners of the master's mouth are twitching. He has exhausted his methods to break through level 30, but people just eat meat. The master took out a piece of jerky from Tangju's salute, depressed, and after smelling it, it seemed that it was not the pork he usually ate, so he asked, "What kind of pork is this?" "Furious stabbing pig. One is 7 or 8 meters long." Tangju recalled. It turned out to be the meat of a 1,000-year soul beast. The master couldn't help but feel another exclamation in his heart. It is indeed the vast sky Douluo. The meat for the child is all the 1,000-year soul beast. It is really proud. "Teacher, this soul power cultivation method is amazing. I feel that I will be able to break through to level 20 soon. When that happens, can I get my first soul ring for about 1,500 years? The spirit ring seems to be a waste of my talent." Tangju looked at the master seriously. The master just felt that his heart was pumping fiercely. People are more popular than others. His third spirit ring is actually no better than Xiaoju's first spirit ring. "Then we will set off tomorrow, go to the hunting forest, first hunt the spirit ring for Xiao San, and then wait for my helper there, and then hunt us the 1,000-year spirit ring." The master immediately decided to set off immediately. In the early morning of the next day, they didn't even attend the opening ceremony, so the master hired a carriage directly to take Tangju and Tang San to the soul hunting forest in Nodding City. "Teacher, didn't you say that my spirit ring has to kill at least 300-year-old spirit beasts? It's better to wait until a helper to go." Tang San asked, very puzzled. "The master has made it clear that he is not good at fighting at all. I have new research results on Xiaoju's martial arts. If my inference is correct, we can kill soul beasts less than 500 years old without any effort at all," said the master. "What research results?" Tang San was very curious. and Tangju also looked at the master. Xiaoju's martial arts can limit the spirit ring of a soul master, haven't you thought that it can also limit the cultivation base of a soul master? Limiting a 100-year spirit ring, corresponding to a soul beast, is not a 100-year cultivation base. And Xiaoju limits the limit of the spirit ring. If I guess it is correct, it should be the year of the largest spirit ring he can bear. For example, Xiaoju's body can withstand a spirit ring of 500 years, so he can limit the opponent to no more than 500. The spirit ring of the year, if the third spirit ring of some spirit masters is only 500 years old, then Xiaoju can directly restrict the opponent's third spirit ring. The master said the results of the research, and his eyes sparkled with confidence that did not match his temperament. I didn't expect my spirit to be so powerful, I don't even know it. Tangju was also shocked, so wouldn't it be as simple as killing a chicken to hunt soul beasts by himself in the future? Directly suppressing the cultivation base of the soul beast, this is simply unreasonable. Really abnormal. Tang San's mouth was a bit bitter, and he felt that the distance from Xiaoju was getting further and further. The master heard Tang San's tone, and seemed to be a little shocked, but with Tangju's talent, who could not be shocked? Little San, you are also very strong, and you will definitely become a great soul master in the future. The master touched Tang San's head encouragingly. Tang San's unbalanced mentality immediately improved a lot. After all, he is also a master in his previous life. There are still some, can't fight in the early stage, but also can't fight in the later stage? Tang San is also a twin martial soul. Third brother, don't be discouraged, you may still be able to draw a tie with me in the future. Tangju also comforted, and when Tang San was about to be humble, Tangju said, the premise is that I only open one martial soul. Tang San. At this moment, he really wanted to say, this is definitely not my brother. I really don't want to know him. The master was all laughed off by Tangju, as expected, since he was young, he likes to compete for the best. He took out 2 belts from his arms and said, the teacher gave you a soul guide. This was originally a belt with 24 gems on it. Each gem has a cubic meter of storage space. I divide it in 2, one for each of you. Give it a new name. The master immediately told them how to use the soul guidance device, and the items can be taken out and deposited by injecting soul power. Tangju finally saw the legendary storage belt and played with it happily. It was a must-have for survival in the wild, and he could bring a lot of things without appearing cumbersome. I'll just call it Jinling 12 hairpins. Tangju immediately gave the belt a name, and the 24-bridge Minjiui was thus divided. Chapter 17, Dual Sword Soul Sovereign. Wuhan Musket, able to resist, fight and assist, professional soul hunting for 11 years, as long as 10 gold soul coins, pass by, don't miss it. Sincerely recruiting healing soul masters, 7 gold soul coins. Enter the soul hunting forest when full, and the team is fully staffed and absolutely safe. When Tangju was addicted to the space soul guidance device, he was awakened by the noise outside the car. He immediately raised the curtain of the car and saw a lively market. This is the last supply station in front of the hunting forest. It is the gathering place for soul masters. Some people want to be hired to make money, and some want to invite people to organize groups to hunt soul beasts. Xiao San, Xiaoju, let's get off. Go buy something, and then prepare to enter the hunting forest. After the master explained something, he got out of the car and went to buy white radish. After buying more than 50 caddies of white radish, Tangju went directly to the grocery stall. Boss, give me a big iron pot and various aniseed ingredients. I have all the oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar. Tangju happily chose something. Okay. Wait a minute. The boss squinted his eyes happily. This is a great customer. Xiaoju, what do you buy these things for? The master asked puzzled. Picking. Teacher, we are going to hunt the 1000-year soul beast, don't we have to wait for help? We simply live in the soul-hunting forest. Kill the soul beast and stew meat directly. Tang Juyi thought of those strange creatures. The soul beast, greedy, stayed behind. Well, it makes sense. The master thought for a while and thought it seemed feasible, so he didn't stop it. There is a fart. I want to have a picnic in the hunting forest. The children are ignorant. Are you a teacher who is also a brain sick? It's strange that so many people die every year in the hunting forest. At this moment, a taunting voice came. Tang Ju looked up and saw that it was a two-person team. It was one of the arrogant men in his 30s who was speaking. Where is the dog barking here? No one cares about it. Tang Ju's good mood was destroyed in an instant, and he went back coldly. Boy, I think you are bored. The arrogant man's face sank, and when he saw Tang Ju daring to taunt him, he immediately walked over. The owner of the grocery store is also a soul master. He hurriedly acts as a peacemaker and stands in front of the arrogant man. Brother Kai, calm down, the child is not sensible. Then the boss turned back to the master and said, these two are the three-ringed soul masters, they are the most powerful soul masters here, and they often help people hunt down thousand-year soul beasts. The boss is called Chen Kai, the second is called Arthur, and the spirits are all swords. They are called the Soul Sovereign of Double Swords. Soul Lord. The master's heart sank suddenly, and his face was a bit ugly. If it was a Soul Sovereign, maybe he could win the other with Tang Ju's martial spirit, but it would be difficult for two. The arrogant man is the boss Chen Kai. When he heard the grocery store owner praise him, he proudly raised his head, swept the master with the corner of his eye and hummed. I kindly remind you, I didn't expect you, a blind student, to scold me. Students make mistakes, they should be teachers to apologize. You knelt down to apologize for us, and then accompany us 20 gold soul coins for reputation loss, I will let you go. When people around heard it, they immediately started talking. What? 20 golden soul coins? This is too much. We risked our lives to hunt down the soul beasts and only needed 7 golden soul coins. Yes, let the teacher kneel down, it's just bullying. It's clear to blackmail. There's no way, who calls someone the soul sovereign? I also blame the kid, why do you want to talk back? If you make a few curses, you won't die, and you have to cause trouble to the teacher. The master's face is very ugly at the moment. If Flanders were here, he would have slapped these two to death. But he could only suppress the anger in his heart, and said, you are too much. You were the first to speak out to hurt people. Excessive? Are you stupid? We are teaching you how to behave. Arthur curled his lips in disdain, then walked up to the master, unexpectedly hit the master with his strong body, and immediately knocked the master. Stumbled. What a waste! Arthur laughed triumphantly. Tang San raised his arm slightly, aimed at Arthur's throat, ready to take action at any time, but he was more insecure than last time. The last time Tang Ju provoked the two-ringed spirit master, this time it was the three-ringed soul master. He's not sure if Xiajian will work. Okay, old fellow, hurry up and apologize, and then lose money, otherwise we don't mind breaking your legs first. Chen Kai pointed to the master impatiently. You should kowtow to apologize, otherwise, I will break your legs. Tang Ju said coldly. After Tang Ju finished speaking, there was a dead silence around him, and he looked at Tang Ju with foolish eyes. Are you going to break our legs? Do you know who we are? Twin Sword Soul Sovereign. Chen Kai laughed angrily by Tang Ju, and said in his heart that this kid is indeed an idiot. Shuangjian Soul Sovereign, it's really cheap. Tang Ju raised his eyebrows. It's really looking for death. Kai Wuhan. It seems that we have to improve his memory today. Chen Kai's face became cold, his spirit power surged, and there was a long and narrow sword in his hand, and 3 spirit rings rose from his body, one white, one yellow and the other purple. Arthur also yelled, and there was an extra two-handed sword in his hand, and there were also 3 spirit rings on his body, 1 white, 1 yellow and 1 purple. Although it is not the best spirit ring configuration, as soon as the purple 1000-year spirit ring comes out, the oppressive force immediately changes the faces of the people around them, and they mourn for Tangju and his group one after another. 2. As soon as the master saw that the other party opened the martial arts, he immediately opened the martial arts. A cute creature appeared, looking like a dog, but fat like a pig, with big ears, short legs, twisted when walking, especially stupid and cute. Haha, it turned out to be a waste martial arts soul. Chen Kai laughed presumptuously. Beast martial arts spirits are possessed, and the more ferocious the beast martial arts soul grows, the more powerful it is, and this one has no attack power at first sight. Although they saw the 2 yellow spirit rings of the master, they didn't pay much attention to it. A person who was almost 50 years old had only 2 spirit rings. What is it that is not a waste? Xiaoju, you are too impulsive. As a soul master, sometimes you have to endure when you encounter invincible opponents. Now, I will cover you to escape. The master didn't mean to blame Tangju, he just taught his life experience. Run away? No, teacher, I'm going to beat them without even knowing his mother. Tangju shook his head, he didn't mean to run away at all. When the people around heard Tangju's words, they shook their heads for a while, and they all questioned whether Tangju's brain had a problem. Not to mention the people around, even the master frowned and scolded, Xiaoju. You are usually very smart, what happened today? Teacher, believe it or not, I can get these 2 in order without moving a finger. Little 9. As soon as the master was about to scold him, he saw Tangju take out a card from Tangju and said lightly, I hire all of your soul masters, regardless of their soul power level, 5 gold soul coins per person, as long as you can beat these 2 for you even if you don't even know his mother. There was a dead silence in the originally noisy market, and then there were bursts of cheers, and then one after another voice came out. Open Wahun! Open martial soul! Nearly 100 people collectively opened the martial arts. The scene was extremely gorgeous. The grocery store owner took the lead, raising the pan martial arts in his hand, and shouted, the first soul skill, shake the pot. I'm CAO. The face of Soul Sword Master was green. Chapter 18, Mandala Snake. Kill these 2 bastards. My brother was maimed by them. Go together, everyone has revenge. For a while, the eyes of nearly 100 spirit masters were red. These 2 guys relied on their high strength and often liked to bully others. Usually they dare not speak, but today so many people are ready to do it. What are they afraid of? The only thing I was afraid was that I didn't beat these 2 guys personally. The first spirit ability, Entanglement. The first spirit ability, Fire Bursts. The first spirit ability, Beast Trap. Although many people are first level spirit masters, nearly 100 first spirit abilities are attacking 2 people, and it is not possible for 2 souls to carry them down. At least they must be level 50 or higher. Besides, the 2 of them are not defensive spirit masters, they were directly injured in the first wave of skill attacks, vomiting blood, and fell to the ground. The 2 people hugged their heads, their bodies curled up, maintaining the best way to be beaten. 2 pairs of eyes stared at Tangju and his group from the gap in the crowd, like a beast ready to eat people. When the master saw the sudden reversal of the picture, he couldn't help but stunned, and then laughed blankly, Xiaoju, teacher, I put all my energy on how to deal with martial arts, but I forgot that you can still use the power of money. Your approach is very good. Like a friend of mine, he also likes money, and his personality is more like yours. However, Xiaoju, how do you know that these people will definitely take action? The master asked Tangju, touching his head. These 2 guys are high in strength, but no one likes to team up with them. It shows that their character is not very good. Coupled with their arrogant appearance, they must have offended people. I just need to make use of people's herd mentality. Tangju smiled, he often does things like rhythm. The master nodded in satisfaction, and then said with a cold face, then, the teacher will teach you one more thing, cut the grass en route. It will be a disaster for these two people to stay. Tangju wanted to kill these two guys a long time ago, so he wiped his neck at Tang San and said, brother, it's handed over to you. It is good. Tang San nodded, and he could kill these two souls without knowing it outside the crowd. Now, the two souls were dying from being beaten, and their soul power was exhausted. Tang San suddenly raised his hand and shook. Two flying needles flew into the gap in the crowd, accurately shot into the hearts of two people, and the eyes of the two swords' souls. Furious, then both died suddenly. Tangju pulled the grocery store owner and paid him 500 gold soul coins, asking him to distribute the money to others, and then rushed to the soul hunting forest before others responded. Stop, warrant! At the entrance of the hunting soul forest, there is a magnificent and tall gate, more than 20 meters long, with green vines wrapped around it, which looks quite magnificent. There are soldiers guarding the door, all in stainless steel armor, armed with spears, and the army has strict military discipline, giving people a sense of killing. The master explained to Tangju, this is a forest of spirit beasts in captivity in the country. You can't enter it casually. You need a warrant. It is not difficult to obtain a warrant. As long as you have the strength to hunt spirit beasts, you can apply for it at the spirit hall. The master took out the dark token and showed it to Tangju and Tang San. Tangju looked at the token in the master's hand. There were swords and hammers on it, and there was also a dragon-shaped mark on it. The master introduced, you remember this symbol, this is the exclusive symbol of Wuhan Hall. There are 6 types of symbols, namely, sword, hammer, dragon, ghost, star, and chrysanthemum. It represents the 6 top titles on the mainland. Douluo. The token has several marks, which represent the level and which level of rights it enjoys. I heard that the Wuhan temple seems to be divided into levels, is this also related to this? Tangju's eyes lit up. Yes, Wuhan Hall is divided into 6 levels, Wuhan Sub-Hall, Child Hall, Main Hall, Holy Temple, Pope Hall, and the Highest Worship Hall, so the token of Wuhan Hall is also divided into 6 levels. With the token of the corresponding level, you can obtain the privilege of the corresponding level. The master pointed to his token and said, my token is the 3rd class token. With this token, you can enter most of the spirit beast forest of the Heaven Do Empire, and after hunting the spirit beast, the token will not it needs to be like other low-level tokens, to be returned to the martial soul palace. I can hold this for life. Tangju nodded, no wonder he saw only one sword mark on the martial spirit hall of Nodding City before. It turned out that this represented the position of the martial spirit hall. The master handed the token to the guard, and the guard immediately returned it respectfully, and then opened the door to invite the master and others to enter. Teacher, with this token, wouldn't it be possible to come here all day to hunt down soul beasts? Tangju thought about it, this is a business opportunity. I just lost 500 gold soul coins, so I have to earn it back quickly. Xiaoju, Wuhandian does not allow people to hunt captive soul beasts wantonly. After all, one will be lost if one die. There is a law enforcement team in the spirit hunting forest, the master reminded. Then how is their strength? Tangju asked unwillingly. Nodding City is a small city, and the spirit hall here is only a sub-temple. The law enforcement group belongs to the sub-temple of martial spirit. The soul power of the members should not exceed level 40. The master recalled the information in his mind and speculated. Okay, don't talk about it, now that we have entered the hunting forest, we must be careful about everything next. As the master spoke, he directly summoned Luo Sanpao, the beast spirit. Tangju couldn't help but sigh as soon as the short-legged, big-eared, plump dog similar to Menki appeared, it was almost impossible for the master to be favored by the two top beauties of the Douluo mainland. It should be this martial spirit. The credit. This Luo Sanbao is simply a girl killer. Any girl who meets it probably can't help but want to hold it in his arms. It's so cute. 3 guns, explore the way ahead. Luo Sanbao ran very fast with short legs, and he was a dog with a very sensitive sense of smell. He kept giving back to the master the race and number of spirit beasts in front of him along the way. The master also took this opportunity to introduce to Tangju and the two of them how to distinguish the age, strength and attack methods of the spirit beast, as well as the spirit ring of that kind of spirit beast suitable for that type of martial spirit. Tangju and Tang San were once again impressed by the master's erudition. Along the way, all the soul beasts, the master knew, and could even tell the weakness of the soul beast. When it was dark, Tangju and his party entered the 100 Years Soul Beast area, but not long after they had marched, Luo Sanbao ran back quickly, making a hurried sound in his mouth. Hello, hello. The master's face tightened, knowing that a powerful soul beast appeared. In the distance, the sound of rustling continued, light green poisonous fog diffused, and a pair of flashing dark green diamond-shaped eyes rose high in the dark, making people shudder. The master lit the fire and took a deep breath. The erected giant triangular snake head was opening its fangs, treating Tangju and his party as prey, and preparing to hunt. The scarlet snake spit out and hissed. The snake's body is as thick as a python, and its scales are unusually strange. The master's face was extremely solemn. It's a mandala snake. This kind of snake venom is extremely strong. It not only has a paralyzing effect, but also destroys nerves. It is one of the most terrifying existence in the poison attribute. The most important thing is that it is extremely fast. Chapter 19, The Horror of Spirit Ring Wuhan. Teacher, I feel the aura of danger. Tang San has a strong ability to predict poison and danger, and he feels that this snake is difficult to deal with. The master faintly said, the mandala snake is judged by its body length. It can grow 1 meter in 100 years. This mandala snake has a body length of 4 meters and has reached 400 years. The 400-year-old soul beast, teacher, can you deal with it? Tang San asked. Of course I can't. If in the usual way, I can run as far as I can run, but we have Xiaoju here, the situation is different. This mandala snake happens to be the limit of your absorption. For you blue-silver grass also has a very strong increase, that's it. The master looked very relaxed, pointing to Luo Sanbao and said, Sanbao, go and lead it over. Hello. Luo Sanbao feels a bit dogged, walked up to the mandala snake, screamed provocatively, and twisted his humanely. The mandala snake is angry, just such a small thing, come to provoke it. The triangular snake's head was raised, and the snake Zinza hesitated, making a hissing sound towards the 3 guns. Whoosh! Suddenly, the mandala snake moved at an extremely fast speed, and the snake head fell towards Luo Sanbao and opened its mouth to bite. Little 9. Set of spirit ring. The master commanded calmly. Okay, teacher. Tangju threw out the spirit ring martial spirit in his hand without hesitation, and put it on the mandala snake. The next moment, the mandala snake's body seemed to be emptied, and it changed suddenly. It couldn't react at all, and fell to the ground with a chirp. 3 cannons, attack. Farting is like thunder, thundering 3 cannons. The master immediately launched an attack. With a thunderous fart sound like a thunderous sound, the powerful aura's range swept out. The timing was just right, and the mandala snake was slammed against the tree with 1 fart, and it hit it 7. Meat and 8 vegetables. Xiaoju, hit it in the abdomen with a hammer. Don't get close, be careful of poison, throw the hammer out, the master commanded. Tangju nodded, took the warhammer and threw it out fiercely, directly breaking the bones of the mandala, squashed it from the middle, and directly paralyzed the back half of its body. The master was very satisfied. The mandala snake had been seriously injured and basically had no ability to resist, so he took out a short sword and handed it to Tang San. Kill it. Absorb the spirit ring. Hello. Luo Sanbao walked up to the mandala snake with his short legs, wailing, but the mandala snake could only look at it angrily. There was no way, his mouth was open. Feeling gone, and finally stabbed to death by Tang Sanyi's sword. Teacher, this is too simple. Tang San couldn't help but shook his head. Nothing happened to him the whole time. The master nodded. The battle of a soul master is sometimes as simple as that. Use your own strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses, and life and death are in an instant. However, this requires a lot of judgment, and the reason it looks easy is because we cooperate well. Xiaoju takes control first, and the 3 cannon attacks can cause maximum damage. Follow Xiaoju to output with all his strength and use every skill to the extreme. This is the essence of the control system Spirit Master, and it is the way you will go in the future. Tang San nodded thoughtfully, and then began to absorb the spirit ring according to the master's teaching. As soon as he pulled it with his spirit power, the yellow spirit ring that appeared on the mandala snake's body immediately flew into his body. When Tang San was absorbing the spirit ring, the master asked, "Little Ju, how long can you suppress the spirit beast?" "Teacher, I can control it for at least 3 minutes." Tang Ju was very excited. Don't think that 3 minutes is not long, but every second in the battle is extremely precious. Yes. Through the observation just now, you completely suppressed it, which is equivalent to depriving it of its ability, not only speed and defense, but also special skills. Your spirit ring martial soul is simply the nemesis of the spirit beast. Amazed. Tang Ju was also very excited, and then he took out the cauldron numbly and began to boil the water. "What are you doing?" "Xiaoju, although most soul beasts are afraid of fire, there are some powerful soul beasts who like flame." The master frowned. "Boil the snake meat and eat it. Besides, this is the century-old soul beast area, and it won't attract many powerful soul beasts." Tang Ju drew the short sword from the mandala's mouth and began to cut the mandala snake. Meat, then tossed piece by piece into the cauldron. Put the aniseed in, add salt, and simmer over high heat. After a while, the scent of meat diffused, and the master suddenly felt that the dry food in his mouth was hard to swallow. "Come on, teacher, craft." Tang Ju took out the bowl, made a piece of snake meat, sprinkled a handful of coriander and shallots, poured the hot snake soup, and handed it to the master. The master couldn't help but move his index finger. At this moment, he didn't say anything about the problem of not being able to make fire in the wild. In the 100 Years Soul Beast area, there is Tang Ju's spirit ring martial spirit. What is he afraid of? Besides, the dead mandala snake is also a deterrent. Many soul beasts will deter and leave after seeing it. He discovered for the first time that he can actually live so comfortably in the wild, drinking a sip of hot soup, warming people's hearts and spleen, and having another mouthful of snake meat, leaving his mouth full of fragrance. "Xiao Gang. That's what you said, hunting soul beasts is dangerous. I want to help. I really can't see that there is any danger in your place. Still stewing meat here, you can really do it." Suddenly, a voice of dissatisfaction came from the forest, and a figure appeared on the branch of a big tree. With brown eyes and a tuxedo, he stood on the tree and looked like a falcon. It was Flanders, the flying horn in the golden triangle. "Isn't it because I have a good student?" The master ate for himself, without even raising his eyes. "Xiao Gang, don't you know how to let me do it? I flew over from Shrek Academy all the way with my spirit ability." Flander was very unhappy. He fell lightly from the tree like a feather. After pushing his glasses, he grabbed the table and chopsticks directly from the master, gave himself a piece of snake meat, took a bite slowly, and then squinted. Glasses said, "Yes, this tastes really good. If you sell it in Soto City, you will definitely make a lot of money." "Boy, this is your secret recipe?" Would you like us to work together to make some money? Let's divide the bill for 19. Flender patted Tangju on the shoulder. I'm 9 and you 1. Tangju asked. How is it possible? I am a dignified soul saint. There are many people begging to cooperate with me. Why don't you cherish it at all? Flender said dissatisfied. The master couldn't listen anymore, and pointed to Feeland and said, This is the helper I got, Flender, the 78th level agility type soul sage, Wuhan Maoying. The master pointed at Tangju again, Tangju, 6 years old, Wuhan bullet ant, 19th level strong attack type spirit master. Puff. Feeland directly sprayed out the snake soup. Level 19, 6 years old. Is this a monster? The corner of the master's mouth raised a smile. This surprised you? Then you will see even more incredible things. What else surprised me more than this? Farron didn't believe it. For example, I'm less than level 30, but I can directly absorb the third spirit ring. Become a soul lord. In fact, the main reason for you this time is to hunt for the 1000-year spirit ring for me. Xiao Gang, are you crazy? What do you mean? The master's eyes were deep, and it was more serious than ever before. Then I'm crazy. Is it because I'm dreaming? Feeland felt that his brain was completely insufficient. Chapter 20, Red Fire Scorpion. Soon after Tang San had absorbed the spirit ring, Flender hurriedly asked, I just heard your teacher say that you are also a little monster. Let me see how good you are. Tang San stood up and said to the crowd, the first spirit ability, entanglement. Please advise. As he said, the blue-silver grass in his hand grew out, entangled a small tree, pulled hard, the small tree was bent, and where the blue-silver grass entangled the bark, the color of the bark was the speed visible to the naked eye becomes deeper. Full of resilience and poisonous. Flender pushed his glasses, and couldn't help but exclaimed, It's really a little monster, such a weird blue-silver grass, this is the first time I have seen you. Xiao Gang's eyesight is really good. Brother, you taste the snake meat I made, and we will go to the 1000-year spirit beast area after regaining our strength. Tangju was a little impatient to verify the master's theory. Tang San didn't waste time either. After eating meat and soup numbly, the four of them moved towards the 1000-year spirit beast area. Flender didn't run with them on the ground, but turned on Wuhan flying in the sky to detect, which was more efficient. Xiao Gang, what kind of soul beast are you looking for? My martial arts can only use auxiliary control directions, so it is best to add field control skills. Since Luo Sankan's attack can only be fart, my main consideration is elemental and poison. Ice, fire, poison, 3000-year spirit beasts with this attribute are fine, and spirit beasts should not exceed 1100 years. This is the maximum limit I can absorb. The master had already determined his direction. Ice, fire, poison. Luo Sanbao fart is extraordinary. Flender couldn't help but smile, thinking about that fat Luo Sanbao fart can have this effect, regardless of the effect of the field control. This picture alone is very happy. When Tangju heard Flander's ridicule, he couldn't help laughing. The master gave Flander a fierce look, and said angrily, Don't talk nonsense, be serious. What are you doing so serious? Know how to enjoy life. Flender was very concerned when he saw the master, and seemed to find it more interesting. He talked endlessly along the way, and the master didn't bother to talk to him in the end. Suddenly, Flender exclaimed and said, Xiao Gang, you are lucky and found a red fire scorpion. It is 1 meter long. Tangju's field of vision in front of him suddenly widened, and the forest seemed to be missing. There was an open space of more than 200 meters in front of him. The ground was not moist soil, but rocks and sand, and the surrounding temperature seemed to be a few degrees higher. In the center of the sand, a scorpion with a carapace like a fire suddenly got up. It was 1 meter long. Its pliers were waving angrily, and its tail thorns rose high, shining with scarlet light, and the whole body was like a ruby made. Magnificent and exceptional. Red fire scorpion, it happened to be 1,000 years. The master's gaze was extremely hot. Xiao Gang, let me seriously wound it first. Flander landed and laughed. Okay. The scarlet fire scorpion is a soul beast with 2 attributes, fire and poison, and its carapace is also abnormally hard. You really need to take action. The master nodded. Flander stepped forward and was about to take action, but Tangju suddenly stood in front and said, "Teacher, I want to try it alone first." You? Don't make fun of your own life. This is a 1,000-year spirit beast, a level 30 spirit master. To hunt this one must attack, and defend against the defensive red fire scorpion. Then there must be a team of 5 people. Row. Flander snorted coldly, thinking Tangju was too arrogant. Xiaoju, do you really want to try? This is very dangerous. The master looked solemn. With the teacher's guidance, there is a soul saint who is standing in for me, so I dare not fight for my life, so how dare I be called invincible? Tangju directly took out the warhammer and held it in his hand. Tier level invincible? Let's talk about it first. To be invincible in the same class. Boy, don't kill yourself, no matter how talented it is, it will be useless. Flander felt it necessary to beat Tangju. Would you like to make a bet? I can kill this scarlet fire scorpion alone. I have 1,000 gold soul coins in my hand, and I have nowhere to spend it. Tangju smiled at Flanders. 1,000 gold soul coins. Your grown-up is really willing to waste it for you, it's better to let me keep it for you. Flanders' eyes lit up, and he immediately happily patted Tangju on the shoulder, and said, "Boy, I'm actually very optimistic about you, go." Young people should be brazen, only then can they be vigorous. Miser. The master rolled his eyes, but there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. He glanced at Flander pityingly, and then pointed Tangju. The scarlet fire scorpion, just like the human spirit masters of the assault system, is the worst at speed. You have to be careful of its tail spurs and pincers. Especially the tail spurs, which can emit flames and contain neurotoxins. If you are stabbed by the tail thorn, you can only wait to die. Understood? Tangju immediately understood, that is to say, as long as he finds a way to break the tail thorn of the scarlet fire scorpion, the scarlet fire scorpion will become a tortoise that has always been toothless. Tangju immediately turned on his martial spirit, his body's strength increased sharply, and he rushed towards the scarlet fire scorpion carrying the warhammer. I'm not mistaken. Didn't I have a soul ring? Flander took off his eyes in surprise, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, only to see the bullet ants possessed by Wuhan, but did not look. To a spirit ring? Yes. Strictly speaking, Xiaoju is a level 0 soul master. There was a smile at the corner of the master's mouth. When he learned this information, he was not much better than Flanders, and he almost doubted life. Flanders swallowed hard, but he couldn't understand how he could reach the 11th level without a spirit ring. The corners of Tang San's mouth twitched, his heart finally balanced a lot. Looking at the 78th level soul sage, he wasn't much better than himself. At this time, a sharp worm sounded, and the scarlet fire scorpion was very angry. Although it was afraid of Flanders' huge soul power, it could not tolerate a small Tangju daring to rush into its territory. The big ruby-like tongs swung towards Tangju. Tangju didn't rush to use the spirit ring martial arts, but pulled the warhammer and hit the tongs of the red fire scorpion, trying to try the opponent's strength. Be yelling. The hammer collided with the pliers, and there was a sound of gold and iron. Tangju was also lifted 3 or 4 meters away by the huge force of the scarlet fire scorpion. Only after a beautiful somersault did he gain a foothold. Tangju probably calculated the strength of the scarlet fire scorpion, at around 2,000 kilograms, he couldn't crush himself. The scarlet fire scorpion didn't think so. A pair of tongs lifted Tangju into the air, and its confidence immediately rose, because it was not known for its strength, but fire and poison. The scarlet fire scorpion saw success with one blow, and immediately marched towards Tangju at full speed, with its tail spurs swaying high, ready to give Tangju a fatal blow at any time. "Can you do it, kid? Just say it if you can't stand it. Don't feel bad about the 1,000 gold soul coins." Flander laughed. He had never seen such a gift, although he was surprised by Tangju's power. "I really can't see where Tangju has a chance to win. It should be you don't care about money." Seeing the scarlet fire scorpion attack at full speed, Tangju didn't retreat but instead moved forward. The spirit ring martial spirit in his hand was set on the flying scarlet fire scorpion. Chapter 21, Show Off Wantonly, Never Low-Key. A sharp insect scream sounded, and the galloping red fire scorpion was suppressed for 600 years, and its body almost fell, which made it extremely restless and irritable. "What's the matter? The red fire scorpion's aura has dropped so much all at once? It feels like a 400-year-old soul beast." Flender was taken aback. "Is this the hell?" The master smiled without saying a word, but he was slightly surprised. It seemed that the 500 years he estimated was not yet Tangju's ultimate endurance. It was at least 600 years. Tangju felt that the scarlet fire scorpion was struggling, and wanted to break free from the shackles of the spirit ring martial soul. It was estimated that within 2 minutes, his spirit ring martial spirit would not be able to suppress the scarlet fire scorpion. He had to fight quickly. Tangju swung the warhammer and smashed it towards the head of the scarlet fire scorpion. The scarlet fire scorpion immediately swung its pliers. It remembered that it hit Tangju with the pliers just now, but it was like a crystal ruby pliers hitting Tangju's. After the warhammer, it felt like it was lifted off by a strong force. Bang bang bang! The red fire scorpion rolled on the ground, raising countless grains of sand, and finally stabilized. His body bent slightly, his tail spurs raised high, the fiery red energy flowing throughout his body, and finally converged to the tail with a scorching heat. The high-temperature flames sprayed out towards Tangju. Tangju had been guarding against the tail spurs long ago. When he saw the flame jet skills, he quickly ran around the red fire scorpion. The flames of the red fire scorpion followed the rotation of the tail spur, just like a compass, drawn on the sand. A scorched circle. But it didn't last long. The flame of the scarlet fire scorpion stopped. Just like a torch without gas, it went out. That's possible? The 1,000-year-old red fire scorpion's spirit power is released at this level of flame, and it takes at least twice as long before it can be insufficient. Flander opened his mouth wide, his face was unbelievable. No matter how he felt that God was helping Tangju, he was a little wondering if this scarlet fire scorpion had a cold. "Just wait to pay," the master snorted. "Even if there is no flame, its power and carapace's defenses are not so easy to deal with." Flender curled his lips, still calm. Tangju saw that the scarlet fire scorpion became dumb, and he immediately raised the warhammer and smashed it towards the scarlet fire scorpion. However, the scarlet fire scorpion was obviously not stupid. After being smashed into the air, it obviously felt threatened, so he stopped talking to Tangju. Rugged head-on, but raised his tail and stabbed at Tangju fiercely. The tail stab is poisonous. As long as one stabbing, the red fire scorpion can instantly make Tangju lose the ability to resist. Fortunately, the red fire scorpion's various attributes were suppressed. Its attack movement, which was originally not good at speed, was stiff and slow at this moment. This allowed Tangju to easily avoid the continuous stabbing of the tail stab. No. This tail spur must be solved first. Tangju knew that he couldn't be consumed like this with the scarlet fire scorpion. When the scarlet fire scorpion stabbed him again, Tangju grabbed the tail thorn, and then threw the scarlet fire scorpion like a meteor hammer, and placed it on the ground. Frantically. Bang bang bang! Shashi flew up, and the scarlet fire scorpion wanted to turn around and attack Tangju with pliers, but it was not a snake after all. After trying it several times without success, Tangju fell into disarray. Tangju looked at a neutral position, stepped on the tail spur, then lifted the hammer to the middle of the scorpion tail and gave a full blow. With a click, the slender scorpion tail was smashed to the bone from the middle, as if it had been broken. Tugging like a tree branch, Tangju pulled it off with his hand. Scarlet blood sprayed out, the red fire scorpion neighed frantically, and the big tongs were digging the sand frantically, trying to bury their body in the sand. Come out! Tangju is not at all afraid of the scarlet fire scorpion without a tail stab. It has lost the ability to threaten Tangju's fire and poison. Tangju dragged its tail directly and dragged it out, placing the warhammer on the ground, long. The handle of the hammer stands upright like an iron rod. He lifted the scarlet fire scorpion and slammed it towards the hammer handle, and with a snorted sound, the hammer handle pierced into the scarlet fire scorpion's abdomen like a needle. It's really a fantastic idea to break the defense like this. It perfectly avoided the hard carapace of the scarlet fire scorpion. The master's eyes lit up, and the hammer handle was no less than a spear under the impact of huge force, although it was still unable to. It penetrates the carapace, but is more than enough to penetrate the relatively soft abdomen. At this moment, the red fire scorpion had its tail stab pulled out, its abdomen stabbed, and a lot of blood was lost. It was dying. Under the suppression of the spirit ring martial spirit, it could not even lift the pliers. It became weaker and weaker, and even blew itself up. The strength is gone. Well, this one. Flender opened his mouth wide and lost his eyes. Not only was he surprised at Tangju's horror, he was heartbroken for his 1,000 gold soul coins. How is this possible? Xiao Gang, this scarlet fire scorpion must be 100-year-old soul beast, right? You are a joint student who pits me. Flender absolutely does not believe that a 1,000-year-old soul beast is just as capable, and was ranked 19th. Tangju, who has no spirit ring, pressed and beat. The master did not answer, but looked at Tangju, because it was Tangju's secret. Tangju smiled. His martial soul is not like the third brother, cultivating one to hide the other. Since he decided to practice both, he would always be guessed with the frequent use of martial soul. He didn't even think about concealing it, because he couldn't hide it at all. Then he said to Flander, "This is the 1,000-year soul beast. The reason you think his strength is so weak is because my Wuhan suppressed his cultivation level. Martial soul suppression cultivation base? Although your bullet ant martial soul is very strange, it will never have this effect. Even if it is a dragon-type martial soul, it will not exert such a powerful suppression power on the soul beast." Shook his head. "Actually, it's not a big deal. It's not because I am a twin spirit, but my other spirit is a spirit ring. It's not a big deal. Who told us to be talented?" Tangju said modestly. Hearing Tangju's tone, Tang Sanyi could only secretly lose a thumbs up. This show-off ability was definitely higher than Tangju's talent. "What do you mean by just Wuhan?" Tang San only felt panic in his heart. There was one he really wanted to punch Tangju to shut him up. "What? Twin martial spirit? Martial spirit is a spirit ring? How could a spirit ring be a martial spirit?" Flanders thought this was a fantasy. He can accept anything from Wuhan, but he cannot accept that Wuhan is a spirit ring, because this is impossible. If my spirit is not a spirit ring, how can I suppress the spirit beast's cultivation base? Tangju smiled and put the spirit on himself, and a yellow spirit ring appeared in an instant. "Look, put one more ring on yourself, and one less ring thrown at the enemy. This spirit ring martial arts can not only limit the cultivation base of the soul beast, but most importantly, it can limit the soul ring and soul skills of the soul master, as well as the soul power." Gudong. Flender swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on Tangju's yellow spirit ring, and he muttered, "Really, it's a spirit ring martial spirit. I'm pretty knowledgeable today. Could it be that this is the secret of your zero-ring breakthrough to level 19? Not bad. This little ability is actually not a big deal, it's just a basic function. Tang Ju said nonchalantly. Basic skills. That's it. Flanders looked at Tang Ju's cries, really wanted to pinch his neck and roar, do you know how enchanting you are? Do you want to show off so blatantly? Why did all the good things fall to Tang Ju, this little rabbit? A spirit ring martial spirit is abnormal enough, it turns out to be a twin martial spirit. At this moment, Flanders had the urge to strangle Tang Ju. Seeing how Flander was hit, Tang Ju was very happy, showing off in front of the Soul Sage, it was simply too cool. Chapter 22, Master End Number 039, S Millennium Spirit Ring. Smelly boy. Flender cursed inwardly, and when he turned his head he saw the master piercing the dagger into the Scarlet Fire Scorpion's mouthparts, and then shattered the Scarlet Fire Scorpion's brain forcefully, and a purple spirit ring floated from the Scarlet Fire Scorpion. But the master actually sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbing the spirit ring. Xiao Gang, you are useless like this. Flender reminded. Flander, let you open your eyes today. The master smiled confidently and shouted, Little Nine, start. Come on, teacher. Tang Juyi waved his hand, and the yellow spirit ring on his body disappeared, and then the master's body seemed to be covered in something, the master's spirit power quickly decreased, and then the two yellow spirit rings on his body, the second one disappeared. Really one less link. Flender rubbed his eyes and twitched the corners of his mouth. Hearing and seeing them were two different things. Then, he saw the most incredible scene, the purple spirit ring that could not be absorbed by the master, instantly entered the master's body. This is against common sense. It is obvious that it is less than 30th level, and it can directly absorb the third spirit ring. Flender was shocked. He was shocked not only by the spirit ring martial arts, but also by the master who thought of this method. This is how deep the understanding of Wu Hun has to be able to come up with the idea of capturing the good fortune of heaven and earth like this. Yes, it can only be described by taking the good fortune of heaven and earth. Teacher, hurry up. Tang Ju was not feeling well at the moment. The continuous battles had caused him to wear too much spirit power. To limit the master's spirit ring was also a drain on him. But he couldn't stop. Once he stopped, the master might encounter unpredictable danger, and no one knew whether the spirit ring sucked into the body would be repelled by the body again, and it would explode and die. As time passed by, the master was struggling to absorb the 1000-year spirit ring, and Tang Ju was also holding it up. Now his spirit power is consumed hugely. Fortunately, he has a 1000-year-old soul beast meat that can be eaten non-stop, otherwise it would have been long ago. Was exhausted. When the body is exhausted to a limit, the dried meat quickly turns into energy to nourish his body, causing his body to hit the limit again and again. Slowly, the replenishment and consumption of energy in Tang Ju's body leveled off, forming a delicate balance. The warm energy was constantly widening his body's meridians, allowing him to hold more soul power and burst out stronger power. After a long time, the master suddenly opened his eyes and shouted in a deep voice, Little Ju, take in the martial soul. After Tang Ju heard it, his expression was immediately happy. It seemed that the master had already absorbed it, and he immediately took back his spirit ring martial arts, looking at the master with expectation and tension. When Tang Ju let go of the restrictions on the master, he saw that the master's body suddenly increased in spirit power, as if it was about to break through the master's flesh and blood. The master's body bulged in a circle, and then slowly changed back to its original appearance. Master Wow, he spit out a mouthful of blood, which calmed the spirit power of the riot. Xiao Gang. Flender's face changed drastically and hurriedly supported the master, hating the master without informing himself that he would do this in advance, otherwise he would bring a food soul master to assist the master in the treatment. The master pushed Flanders away, his face was ecstatic, and the blood on the corners of his face and mouth was not wiped. He opened his arms and shouted, "I finally broke through to level 30, I succeeded. Haha, people can conquer the sky." The master laughed freely. He smiled and tears flowed down. Then he grabbed Tangju's shoulder and said repeatedly, "I accepted a good disciple, Xiaoju, do you know? You let me untie my heart. A dead knot in the world. The teacher passed the award, I actually didn't do anything, just a little bit better with my talent." Tangju also smiled, the master's theory succeeded. "Xiao Gang, how much spirit power do you have?" Flender asked excitedly. "After absorbing the 1000-year spirit ring, I feel the spirit power jumped directly from level 29 to level 31. The master's eyes were full of joy, not just his soul power breakthrough. But he found a way to break through the bottleneck. Can the spirit ring martial arts still be used like this? This is simply cheating. Flender also instantly thought of the terrible operation of breaking through the bottleneck. It is not obvious at a low level, but at a high level? How about Contra breaking through title Douluo? Or, title Douluo broke through level 99. That's why it's called surpassing heaven and earth. Xiaoju's martial arts soul is definitely the strongest, there is no one. The master's tone was extremely positive. Tangju happily said, "I think this is just the basic function of spirit ring martial arts, and it is not worth making a fuss about." Flender's mouth twitched. Why did you listen to Tangju's words and wanted to beat him so much? He pushed Tangju away and said to the master, "Let me see your spirit ring and spirit ability." The master immediately possessed the spirit and summoned Luo Sanbao. At this moment, the appearance of Luo Sanbao had changed a little. There was a red mark on its body. And 3 spirit rings appeared on the master's body, yellow, yellow and purple. 1000-year spirit ring. "Xiao Gang, I'm so happy for you." Flender's face was ecstatic, and the master had one more spirit ring, which was a qualitative leap for the golden iron triangle combination. The Trinity martial spirit fusion skill will take it to the next level. Quickly, release your spirit skills. Flander urged. "Okay, fart like a flame, Fenjiang cooks Halo 3 cannons." The corners of Tangju's mouth twitched. Master Luo Sanbao was not good, but this soul curse was more domineering. The sky is smashing and the river is boiling the sea, but it's horrible to hear. Luo Sanbao leaped high, and then farted out a scorching flame, which immediately formed a sea of fire, which turned out to be another area attack skill. Great! After that, our martial and soul fusion skills, the golden sacred dragon, can we breathe fire, this is the real dragon. Flander's eyes flashed, and the master's soul power shortcoming came, and he had it. Confidence and title Douluo just hit. Let's take a break, and then return. This time it is really rich. Flander laughed. Did you forget something? Tangju kindly reminded. Forgot what? Flander pretended to be foolish. Money, 1,000 gold soul coins. Give it to me quickly. Tangju stretched out his hand. Child, what do you want that much money for? I'll keep it for you first. Flander, you're so promising, you owe all children's money, the master snorted. I really have no money. Flander turned his pocket directly out and said, you can find a gold soul coin, even if I lose. The master shook his head. Flanders did not change as expected. There is no money, and no death. As soon as the cat-eagle martial spirit is opened, it runs faster than anyone else. That's how you became the principal? Do you want to admit students? As soon as the master reminded, Flender woke up immediately. Yes, Tangju's enchanting talent would be a huge loss if he didn't recruit into Shrek Academy. Flender immediately said, Little 9, this way. When you reach level 20, I will give you the money. Not only will I give you 1,000 gold soul coins, but also give you 10 extra gold soul coins as a gift. Phelan thought to himself, at level 20, it would be strange if you could find me. Really? Tangju said with a joking smile at the corner of his mouth, I will break through to level 20 soon. How fast is it soon? Flanders looked dissatisfied. From level 19 to level 20, how fast is that? 10, 9, 8, 7. What is the countdown doing? Flanders didn't know, so his pupils suddenly shrank. Could it be 0? It's now. Sorry, I just broke through to level 20, give me money. Tangju smiled, fighting continuously, and his body broke through the limit once again, and his spirit power just broke through. Flanders did not choke to death. Chapter 23, The Horror of the Violent Stinging Pig. Of course Flender would not give Tang Juqian, let alone 1,000 gold soul coins, he didn't even plan to give it even 10 gold soul coins. Boy, you are level 20, do you want me to hunt down the spirit ring for you? Look at you, at least you need an 800-year-old spirit ring. Tangju he said, how can 800 years be enough? My spirit power has increased, my body has broken through the limit, and the spirit ring I set on myself has exceeded 700 years. The first spirit ring is 1,500 years old. The first spirit ring is 1,500 years old, you are not afraid to die. Flender grunted angrily, Xiao Gang, quickly tell him some common sense of spirit ring absorption. The master calculated and said, Xiaoju's first spirit ring can withstand the limit of 700 years, so the limit of the second spirit ring should be similar to the limit of the ordinary third spirit ring. Around 1,700, the person without common sense is you. Come on, Flanders. The corner of Flanders' mouth twitched, and the first spirit ring had absorbed the spirit ring of more than 1,000 years, which was absolutely abnormal. Then he laughed happily again, the spirit beast of 1,500, you kid can't deal with it. I'll help you hunt the spirit beast, friendly price, 1,000 gold soul coins, how about it? Tangju rolled his eyes, why don't you grab it? Flender wasn't in a hurry, anyway, he was the only one who could hunt down the 1,500-year-old soul beast, and this kid had to beg himself for a while. Xiao Gang, what kind of soul beast this kid needs, I will help him find it. Flender looked very enthusiastic. Strength type, explosive spirit beasts, such as violent stabbing pigs, mad blood bulls, and evil demon apes. The master had already thought about Tangju. Okay, let's go. Flemish spirit possessed his body and flew in the sky, moving toward the deeper part of the forest. He soon discovered these 3,000-year spirit beasts, but he also kept his mind, choosing the most difficult one to deal with. Yes, leave it to Tangju, so that this kid begs himself. I found the violent stinging pig. Flander rushed over with everyone. Flander, did you do it on purpose? Of the 3 spirit beasts I'm talking about, only the violent stabbing pig has ranged killing skills. The master's complexion is not very good looking, the hair on the violent stinging pig's body is the same as that of the thorns. It is extremely sharp and has barbs. It can use its soul power to spray these thorns out, just like the porcupines. I haven't seen anyone else, this one will be there, brat, come on. Flander leaned against the tree with his hands in his arms, looking at the excitement. The moment Tangju saw the violent stabbing pig, he felt very familiar. With a body length of more than 8 meters, like Xia Raoshan, the black and white stings were all over his body, and the huge wild boar fangs turned out of his mouth. Coming out, a pair of volleyball-like eyes flashed with violent and vicious light. According to the master's judgment, it was at least a violent stinging pig from 1,600. Ang. The moment when the violent stabbing pig saw Tangju, he suddenly howled, and rushed towards Tangju with 4 hoofs. Tangju quickly dodged to the side. The violent stinging pig didn't break at all. He slammed his head against a large tree with a diameter of 1 meter. With a click, the tree fell down. Then it shook its head, eyes slightly flushing, staring at Tangju fiercely, opening his fang's huge mouth and howling at Tangju frantically, he started to charge frantically again. Boy, it seems to know you. What a grudge you have. Flender watched the show with interest. The master suddenly realized, Xiaoju, you just ate a lot of air-dried pork. It is probably its partner, it smells the smell. Tangju suddenly understood that Tang Hao had slaughtered the other half of the pig. Eating the 1,000-year soul beast meat as dry food, you are really a prodigal. Now I have time to beg me, don't be swayed by the pigs later, I will give you a discount, 1,200 gold soul coins. 9 Tai must beg of himself, this pig recognized Tangju, this was for revenge. I can kill this pig without you. Tangju rolled his eyes, and Flender really sat on the floor and raised the price, too greedy for money. Then what you want? Flender spread his hands. Third brother, teacher help. Tangju shouted loudly, then turned on the spirit, putting the spirit ring in his hand on the violent stabbing pig. The cultivation base of the violent stinging pig was immediately restricted to 900 years, and his aura was much weaker. What a perverted martial soul! Flender twitched his mouth, but he was not worried. The violent stinging pig was not a scarlet fire scorpion. It still has 900 years of cultivation base left, which is simply not something a master can deal with. More importantly, the violent stab pig will be mad, the power speed will increase sharply, it can completely make up for the suppressed repair base, and the violent stab pig will have a range of killing skills. This is the most terrifying part of the violent stinging pig. Ang! The violent stinging pig let out a stern howl, his eyes were blood red, and his body swelled again, apparently directly turning on the madness. Its speed suddenly increased, and Tang San instantly felt that he was using his martial soul to stop a high-impact truck. He didn't hesitate to take back the spirit ring martial arts, because if this goes on, his spirit power will be consumed too much, but as soon as he let go of the suppression of the violent thorn pig, the speed of the violent thorn pig nearly doubled. 3 brothers. Displacement. Tangju knew that he couldn't avoid it, and immediately asked for help. The first spirit ability, Entanglement. At this moment, Tang San finally moved, his blue-silver grass tied Tangju's waist, and then violently pulled. Tangju easily avoided the impact of the violent stinging pig. Boom! Another big tree was directly hit by the violent stinger. The violent stinger looked extremely angry, turned the pig's head and aimed at Tangju, preparing to launch an attack. At this time, Tangju took out a piece of air-dried pork and threw it directly on Philand, which was dozens of times richer than the pork he ate. The violent stinging pig looked even more crazy when he smelled this familiar smell. Rushed towards Philand. Smelly boy, you play in with me. Philand was so depressed, he kicked the violent stinging pig's head and kicked it directly, then he threw the jerky at Tangju again, and he himself it was Kai Wuhan who flew directly onto the tree. Brother 3. It's up to you. Tangju winked at Tang San. Tang San immediately understood, and with a flick of the blue-silver grass in his hand, he drew it on the jerky. The jerky was used by Tang San as a hidden weapon and flew to Flander again. Ang! The violent stinging pig is furious, obviously it will not go up the tree, but it will arch the tree. After violently speeding up, he knocked down the big tree where Philand was. Philand's angry teeth tickled and stared at Tang San fiercely before flying into the sky helplessly. Smelly boy, see how else you can shame me. Enough is enough, thanks for your help. There was a smile at the corner of Tangju's mouth, just using Philand to delay the violent stabbing pig for almost a minute. There is absolutely a time limit for the madness skills of the violent stinging pig. It is impossible to increase the strength and speed of the body so violently. The master nodded in satisfaction. Tangju and Tang San's wisdom really made him look at him. He also wanted to see what else Tangju could do to deal with the violent stinging pig, and then said, Little Ju, you will command next. Chapter 24, Upgraded version of the first spirit ability. He was not polite when Tang Ju heard the master let himself command. The command team could exercise his various abilities. He actually had a plan in his mind long ago and said to the two of them, "Brother, you go to the rear, and you will help me and my teacher move later. Teacher, you use your soul power to burn out a sea of fire, and force the violent thorn pig's range attack skills. As long as the violent thorn pig has no thorns, then he can be tough with the opponent." The master immediately released the third spirit ability, Fart Like a Flame, Fenjiang Cook's Halo 3 cannons. Luo Sanbao leaped high, and smashed toward the violent stinging pig, and immediately burning hot flames all around. The high-temperature flames quickly ignited the trees under the blessing of spirit power, and the violent stinging pig was more than 20 meters in radius. The scope formed a sea of flames. When the master released the third spirit ability, Tang San quickly pulled the master and Tang Ju down to the tree with the help of Lan Yinko, standing in the distance to admire the battlefield. At this moment, the black smoke billowed, the violent stinger was smoked and the direction was unclear, and there was a burning smell everywhere, so that the violent stinger could not locate Tang Ju and others by its sense of smell. It was like a headless fly in the sea of fire. Rampage. Fortunately its leather armor is thick enough, otherwise it would have been burned into a roast pig. Tang Ju saw that the violent stinging pig had not sprayed the bristles, and immediately took out the dried pork from the soul guide belt and threw it into the sea of fire. The smell of air-dried pork was smoked and roasted by the flames, and it was immediately diffused around. Under this intense stimulus, the violent stinging pig raged and issued its final skill, Spurjet. I saw that the violent stinging pig hit the ground with its fangs, his body surged, his muscles swelled, and the thorny bristles exploded, and then sprayed indiscriminately toward the surroundings. Chi-chi! The hard thorns shot all around and pierced the three big trees so that their strength was exhausted, and they pierced into the tree trunk with a dull thumping sound. What a perverted ability! On the tree, Tang Ju was secretly speechless. If such a skill was shot on a person, he would definitely be shot into a hedgehog. When the flame was gradually extinguished without the blessing of the master's spirit power, Tang Ju discovered that the violent stinging pig was bare and there was no hair, and then he took the hammer and jumped off the tree. Boy, although you force the hard thorn of the violent thorn pig, you still don't have the ability to kill it. Even if you use the spirit ring to restrain the violent thorn pig, you will use the hammer to kill the rough and fleshy violent thorn pig. Your strength is not enough. After Flander was surprised, he still pointed out Tang Ju's shortcomings. Really? Then open your eyes and see. Tang Ju didn't throw the spirit ring martial arts to the violent stinger, but directly set it on himself. At this moment, he swung his hammer and began to hit the trees, hammer after hammer, his body like a bow, and he began to add his power crazily. This is a chaotic cloak. The master's eyes lit up. The chaotic cloak is useless. This stinky boy can stack up to about 20 hammers, and his power is no better than the violent stinging pig. Flender curled his lips. To kill the soul beast is to rely on your brain. Tang Ju waved the hammer confidently, still superimposing his strength, 19 hammers, 23 hammers, 31 hammers. Ang! After the flame was extinguished, the violent sting pig finally saw Tang Ju, who was 40 meters away, with his eyesight. It let out a miserable howl, and its eyes were blood-red like demons, exploding all the body's spirit power and muscle power. Like a car, the chariot arched towards Tang Ju. At this time, Tang Ju had already stacked up to 36 hammers, which was already the limit at which his power and skills could be stacked. Tang Ju pulled out a cruel smile, and the 700-year spirit ring on his body lit up. The first spirit ability, Violent. His power surged by 35% in an instant, and Tang Ju aimed at the violent stinger and threw out the warhammer in his hand. With such a terrifying power, the speed of the warhammer's flight directly surpassed the sharp wind whistling sound of the three-ring agile power spirit master. Boom! A huge collision sounded, and then Flanders was shocked to find that the violent stinging pig's head was tilted, deviating from the charging route, and smashed into 6 1-meter-thick trees before stopping. What made him most unbelievable was that Tangju's warhammer was embedded in the violent stinger's head, the handle of the hammer was twisted, and the hammer head blasted into the violent stinger's skull. Obviously, the violent stinger was dead and couldn't die anymore. How is this possible? Even if your first spirit ability has a powerful boost, you can't smash the skull of a violent stinging pig with a single hammer. This is its hardest part. Flender didn't believe what he saw before him. Don't you know that pigs are stupid? Tangju laughed. Yes, he couldn't deal with the violent sting pig, but he could kill the sting pig himself. I learned physics in high school. Mass multiplied by speed equals kinetic energy. It's like a high-speed passenger plane that will be hit and destroyed by an oncoming bird. When the speed reaches a certain stage, it will produce horrible destructive power. In order to maximize the speed of the violent thorn pig and his flying hammer, he chose not to use the spirit ring to suppress the violent thorn pig's cultivation base, but to increase his strength. Only then did Tangju truly feel that knowledge is power. Seeing the warhammer embedded in the violent stabbing pig's skull, he also had a palpitating heart. Fortunately, he didn't hit it with a hammer stupidly, but chose to throw the hammer. Otherwise, the strength of the counter shock alone could crush the bones of his body. Tangju didn't talk nonsense, and quickly sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the spirit ring. With the 700-year-old yellow spirit ring of the spirit ring Wuhan as a base, it is actually not that difficult to absorb the 1600-year-old purple spirit ring. The terrifying power in the spirit ring was constantly washing Tangju's body, but it couldn't cause him any substantial harm. Instead, it beat Tangju's body again and again in the washing, making his body repeatedly break the limit. Tangju felt that the various qualities of his body were continuously enhanced under the nourishment of soul power, especially his strength was growing crazily. However, in addition to the violent spirit power, a violent, angry, and bloodthirsty spirit power is also invading Tangju's spirit. This is the deep resentment of the violent stinging pig. No. This resentment is so heavy, will you get me an external spirit bone? Oh my god, I don't want it. Tangju remembered that when Tang San obtained the 8 spider lances with external spirit bones, it was because he leapfrogged and killed the human-faced demon spider, causing it to have a huge resentment, and then he obtained the external spirit bones when he absorbed the spirit ring. It wasn't that Tangju didn't want to attach a spirit bone, but what kind of ghost would the spirit bone produced by a pig be? Fangs? Pig hair? More pigtails? If these things appeared on him, wouldn't it be a pig? Thinking about it, I feel a chill. When he kept praying that he had attached a spirit bone elsewhere, his first spirit ring had also been absorbed, and his spirit ability was still violent unsurprisingly. But the spirit beast of 1600 had an upgrade of this violent skill. The instant increase in the power of the violent spirit ability, from the original 35%, suddenly increased to 45%. But it still has a duration of 5 seconds. And the most terrifying thing was the increase in strength. After all, this was the first spirit ring he had obtained. What it brought to Tangju was a permanent increase, not a temporary spirit ring martial spirit. Just when Tangju wanted to roughly calculate how much his strength had increased, Flender yelled, almost frightening him to death. Spirit bone! This is too unreasonable. Chapter 25, Soul Bone Skills, Crazy. I don't want to attach a spirit bone. Tangju was so frightened that he jumped up, and hurriedly checked his body to see if there were too many parts belonging to pigs that shouldn't be added. Great, don't you kid, give me the spirit bone. When Flander heard the words, he stretched out his hand and picked up a shining soul bone from the ground, ready to hold it in his arms. Flander! The master glared, put down the soul bone for me. That's Xiaoju's, hunting the soul beast, you didn't even move a finger, are you embarrassed to take the trophy? Isn't this stinky kid who said he didn't want it? Flander murmured, now his intestines are all regretful, and the probability of falling of the soul bone is only 1 in 10,000. He did not expect that this violent stinging pig was irritated and dropped a soul bone directly. When he shot, Tangju took the spirit ring, he took the spirit bone, and the master had nothing to say. But now he is really embarrassed to take this thing. He really wants to slap himself twice. He lost a soul bone for 1,000 gold soul coins, and he has lost a lot this time. It turns out to be a soul bone. Tangju realized at this time that it turned out to be a spirit bone dropped by a violent stabbing pig, not an external spirit bone. He snatched the spirit bone from Flander's hand in a hand, and took a serious look at it. It was a leg bone. Flander was quite unhappy, and hummed, "Smelly boy, the spirit ring has been absorbed? What is a spirit ability? Is it a useless spirit ability?" Tangju heard the sourness in the Flemish air, cleared his throat and said, "It's just a normal skill, violent." In an instant, 45% of the power can be increased according to the spirit ring. Each additional ring will increase the power of the rage skill by 10%. If there is a second spirit ring, the increased power of the rage skill will be 55%. Continue. Time 5 seconds. The corners of Flender's mouth twitched, and the magnitude of this increase was almost the same as that of his third spirit ring. However, he still pouted his lips in disdain. 5 seconds. It's a bit shorter. Tangju's face turned black, and he hummed, "Although the duration of the soul ability is short, I can use it continuously. It's just a waste of soul power. Cut. Tired to death you." Flander snorted disdainfully, "If soul power can be used infinitely, then soul abilities are actually not that precious. For example, a teleporting soul ability can be released one by one if it has enough soul power to support it. It is simply invincible." The master did not entangle this question. The spirit ability still depends on who uses it. Just now, Tangju first used the chaotic cloak to superimpose the power, and then finally released the spirit ability and then increased it. The hand that threw the hammer out, it can be said that the explosive spirit ability has been used. A limit. Xiaoju, now that you have absorbed 1,000-year spirit ring, your strength should have been permanently increased. How much is your strength? Cut, how much can there be? Originally, his basic strength was 1,300 jin, but it would be the limit to grow to 2,000 jin. Flender hummed. This is almost a 50% increase, and he feels that he has overestimated it as outrageous. Tangju smiled and said, "Sorry, my strength has increased to 3,000 jin." What? This is equivalent to a 2.3 times increase. Flender took a deep breath. When did he hear that the attributes of the body's speed, strength, and defensive power can increase exponentially? Tangju's power was not in his eyes. He was surprised at Tangju's growth. If every time he acquires a spirit ring, he will increase his strength exponentially, which is simply terrifying. Don't believe it. Tangju pulled out the severely deformed warhammer from the violent stabbing pig's skull, and then roared. The first spirit ability, violent. As soon as the purple spirit ring lighted up, Tangju's strength immediately increased to 4,300 jin. He shook the hammer in the book and only heard a touch. The hammer directly pierced the 1-meter-thick trunk of the tree, and it was embedded in the back like a nail. In the big tree. Flender was completely stunned. This is an irregular hammer, not a spear that is more conducive to piercing objects. Tang San also opened his mouth, and finally shook his head with a wry smile. His first spirit ring was only 400 years old, how does it compare with the 1,600 spirit ring skills? Only the master smiled, this is not the limit. What? Tang San looked at the master in surprise, isn't this Tangju's limit? The master pointed to the soul bone in Tangju's hand and said, this soul bone is also of power type. After fusion, it will increase the body's strength, and it will be accompanied by a terrifying soul ability. I hope it can retain the most valuable of the violent stinging pig. That skill. Tang San just understood that, yes, there is still a soul bone. Brother, it's okay, I hammered the next soul beast and dropped its soul bone, so I must give it to you first. Tang Ju said with a grin. Tang San rolled his eyes, this Xiaoju was deliberately showing off. Do you really think that every time you hunt a soul beast, you can have a soul bone? Isn't this a heartbreak? This soul bone is the left leg bone. According to the instructions of the master, Tang Ju used his soul power to pull the soul bone to fuse with his body. As the soul bone entered his left leg, he felt another mighty force transforming his body. Not only that, the bones of the left leg seemed to become stronger. When Tang Ju was fused and opened his eyes, the master looked at Tang Ju nervously and asked, "How is it?" Tang Ju smiled and said, "It's not bad, the strength has been directly increased by 30%, reaching 4000 kg. It's a percentage increase again. Your kid is out of shit." Flender twitched. Percentage increase. Tang San was puzzled. The master explained, "Spirit ring, soul bone, there are two types of increase in physical attributes, one is fixed increase, the other is percentage increase. The difference between the two is that the fixed increase is constant and will not change due to the growth of the soul master. However, the percentage increase varies with the growth of the soul master. Now the 30% increase of the Xiaoju soul bone is 1000 catties of power, but when his basic power reaches 10,000 catties, then this soul bone will give his strength increase as 3000 jin. Therefore, the percentage increase is the growth method that soul masters dream of. However, Xiaoju's spirit ability is a percentage increase, and the spirit bone brings him also a percentage increase. After the two are superimposed, it is not as simple as 1 plus 1, and the growth rate can be called abnormal. Only when Tang Sanyi heard this did he understand why Flender was so gaff. If Tang Ju's spirit ability and soul bone were increased in this way, it would be even more enchanting than enchanting. "President Flender, do you want to know what skill my spirit bone is?" Tang Ju smiled at Flender. "Don't tell me, you can get the most suitable skill for you to be mad." Flender snorted unhappily, "The spirit bone of the madness skill, but the most coveted thing of the spirit master of the attack system, I don't believe your luck is so good." "Then let you down, it's crazy." Tang Ju squeezed his eyes. Feeland clutched his heart and wanted to walk away. "I need to be quiet." "You are not going to listen, what exactly is my crazy skill?" Tang Ju shouted. "I don't want to listen." Feeland walked away quickly, depressed. He was afraid that he would be hit again. This originally belonged to his soul bone. 1000-year spirit bones, crazy skills, how much money can be sold in the auction house? 500,000? Or 1 million? Frenzy, instantly increase your body's speed and strength by 30%. It lasts for 1 minute. Sorry, it's another percentage increase skill. How do you say my tone is good? Fortunately, you didn't make a move just now, otherwise this soul bone it's definitely yours, I feel sorry for you. Tang Ju shouted at Flanders. Puff. Flender felt like a mouthful of his old blood was gushing out. This soul bone is worth 2 million gold soul coins. Boy, I'm going to strangle you to death. Flender wanted to dig out the soul bone from Tang Ju's body, this kid was so annoying. Lao Tzu is a soul sage, which makes your heart ache. Chapter 26, Spirit Ring Martial Soul, 1 ring and 2 skills. Seeing Master Feeland's questioning, Tang Ju immediately said, "I still need a spirit ring. You can hunt it for me. The fallen spirit bones belong to you, and the spirit ring belongs to me." Feeland's nose was crooked. "Your soul bone is Chinese cabbage. If you say you have it, you have it." Tang Ju he smiled, "Don't you think my luck is against the sky? I have encountered all the good things today. If you drop another soul bone, if you don't get it, will you vomit blood with anger?" Feeland doesn't have to think about it, he definitely will, his heart is bleeding now. With 2 million gold soul coins, he can instantly solve the financial crisis of Shrek Academy. Shrek's funding is too tight now, and his dignified dean worries about money every day. It is really sad. Okay, let's do it. Phelan thought for a while, and finally agreed. Tangju's luck today is really evil, maybe he really made another soul bone. What spirit ring does this kid need? Phelan looked at the master. The master smiled and said, about 2,000 sensitive attack-type soul beasts, phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, white feather wind swallow, gold-winged mantis. Sensitive offense. Isn't he from the strong offense? Phelan frowned. Not to attach to his bullet ant martial soul, but to attach to his spirit ring martial soul. He has power, and what he lacks most now is speed and agility. The master explained. Flender was taken aback. Aren't twin martial souls supposed to concentrate on cultivating one martial soul to the limit? Why did our martial soul be a spirit ring? I just don't take the usual path. Tangju smiled. Phelan turned black and showed off again. I shouldn't ask, he just abolished Wuhan cultivation. Phelan didn't talk nonsense either. He started his martial arts and searched in the forest. There were really not many soul beasts for 2,000 years. After all, this was not the Stardew forest, but just a forest where humans raised soul beasts. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake really didn't find it, but I found the Biofengian. Its body length is 2 meters and it is exactly 2,000 years. This is a pure speed soul beast. The white feathers have no trace of impurities. The bird's beak is extremely sharp. The speed can penetrate the body of the prey in an instant, and it can cut off the prey in a few back and forth strokes. In terms of flight speed, it is faster than phoenix-tailed coxcomb and gold-winged praying mantis. After all, it is a flying soul beast. That's it, I hope I can get a soul bone. Flander nodded in excitement, flapped his wings and rushed towards Biofengian's back with a fierce claw. A sharp bird chirping sounded. Biofengian's blue eyes showed a touch of fear, and the wings curled up, and a tornado blew towards Flanders. Flander crushed the tornado with a claw of disdain. He did not rush to kill Biofengian, but wanted Biofengian to feel extreme fear, so as to increase the probability of falling soul bones, just like Tangju. Enraged and violently stabbed like a pig. Flander is just like a cat catching a mouse. Every attack does not seriously injure Biofengian, but it keeps increasing wounds and reducing its speed. 10 minutes later, Biofengian's wing was seriously injured, and his speed was less than 1/10 of the initial speed. Flanders shouted at Tangju, "It's up to you next, fight for the soul bone." Tangju knew that it was when he made the move. He waved his hand and put the spirit ring martial spirit on Biofengian's body. Because he absorbed the spirit ring and spirit bone, the spirit ring he can bear the most now is close to 2,000 years old. Putting it on, Biofengian let out a mournful cry and fell diagonally from the sky to the depths of the forest. Holding the deformed hammer, Tangju rushed towards the place where Biofengian fell. Flender followed and hovered in the sky. When Tangju found the fallen Biofengian and hit it with a hammer, Flender murmured, "Explosive soul bones, explosions, explosions." Boom! Biofengian's head was squashed, and her blue eyes were unwilling. "Where is the soul bone?" Flander hurriedly mentioned Biofengian, but he didn't see the shining soul bone, only a spot of feathers, and his face suddenly became extremely ugly. "Smelly boy, what's your luck?" Flender looked at Tangju. "My luck is good, but who called your luck back? Since the soul bone is yours, it naturally can't fall." Tangju still didn't forget to fight. "Next time, I can't hunt soul beasts with you. In your life, have you never dropped soul bones from hunting soul beasts? I can't be your bad luck." Infected. "Smelly boy, believe it or not, I'll kill you." Flanders jumped angrily. This is too hurt and likes to pierce people's hearts. Didn't he just never drop a soul bone? Most importantly, this time seems to be a free help. It's a big loss. Tangju didn't care about Flanders either. The master is here, can he go to heaven or not? He did it cross-legged, and quickly used his spirit power to pull Biofengian's purple spirit ring into his body. This time he retracted the bullet ant's martial arts spirit, but instead opened the spirit ring martial arts spirit. The spirit ring of 2000 didn't put any pressure on Tangju. He had absorbed a spirit ring of 1600 years. With the addition of a 1000-year spirit ring, his body could bear it long ago. After the spirit ring energy improved Tangju's body again, he obviously felt that his body's agility had increased substantially. 3 minutes later, after the spirit ring had been absorbed, a purple spirit ring appeared on Tangju's body. Boy, don't tell me, this time you have a spirit ability with a percentage increase again. Flender hummed angrily. Tangju looked weird and said, my spirit ability this time is very special. Is it particularly useless? Flender looked a lot better, but seeing the look in the master's murderous eyes, he could only touch his nose angrily and stopped talking, but the pleasure in his eyes still showed. The first spirit ability, the Ring of Speed. Tangju used his soul abilities as he spoke, and a wind seemed to entangle his body, and his speed had increased to a certain extent. The Ring of Speed, an instant increase of 10% speed, can be based on the bonus of the Spirit Ring. Every time you add a ring, the speed will increase by 5%. The duration is 1 minute. With a chuckle, Flander laughed, patted Tangju on the shoulder and said, it deserves it. It looks like the sky has eyes. Your 1000-year spirit skills are the most useless I have ever seen, not bad, not bad. Keep on maintaining. Flander. The master's face was blue, and if his eyes could kill people, Flander would be stabbed by 1,000 swords. Compared with Tang San's bullet ant martial spirit's first spirit ability Violent, this speed ring is really wasteful, although it is also a percentage increase, but the increase is too small, and the growth is not good. Such a 1000-year spirit ability is not as good as a 100-year spirit ability. I hope you can see the second use of my spirit ability, you can still laugh. Tangju's face was even more weird. The second usage? How to use it? Flender was dumb. My spirit ring martial arts can be set on myself, and the same can be set on enemies. Tangju smiled triumphantly, and put the spirit ring in his hand directly on Flander. The first spirit ability, the Evil Speed Ring. Flender suddenly lit up with a strange purple color, and then he felt that his speed seemed to be drawn a little, and then his pupils suddenly shrank, because at this moment Tangju's speed increased sharply, and his body was pulled out while walking. After image. Tangju laughed loudly. My spirit ring martial spirit, but 1 ring and 2 skills. I put it on myself, the Ring of Speed, blessing the speed. It is set on others, Speed Evil Ring, swallow speed, take it for your own use. Flander's eyes widened, 1 ring and 2 skills. Isn't this something that only 100,000 spirit rings can have? The sky is unfair. Chapter 27, the first spirit ability, the Evil Ring of Speed. The master also has a look of astonishment, swallowing speed and taking it for his own use, so when facing the enemy, isn't it using the enemy's ability to deal with the enemy? Xiaoju, your Evil Speed Ring, how much speed can you swallow, and how much does it add to yourself? Not only the master cares about this issue, but Tang San and Flander are also concerned about this issue. Tangju grinned, and said with a smile, vicious circle of speed. Instantly swallows 5% of the enemy's speed, and the swallowed speed can all deny me. The same can be added according to the number of spirit rings. For each additional ring, the swallowing speed increases by 5%. Duration is 1 minute. With a grunt, the master couldn't help swallowing. The Evil Ring of Speed is simply a god-defying skill. Swallowing 5% of the enemy's speed, but also denying himself at the same speed, this is terrible. The stronger the enemy, the stronger Tangju's use of spirit abilities will increase. Although it was only 5%, when it came to title Douluo, it directly swallowed 45% of the opponent's speed. If every spirit ring skill is like this, then it would directly steal nearly half of the enemy's strength. Who is Tangju's opponent? 1 ring and 2 skills, the Ring of Speed, the Evil Ring of Speed. This ability is not much worse than the 100,000-year spirit ring. The corners of Phelan's eyes were twitching. This kind of talent was too bad for the sky and shouldn't exist. He lived to fight people. He had the urge to think about destroying Tangju humanely. Smelly boy, no matter how good your spirit skills are, your spirit power is low and you can't grow up. It's very useful. You're only a level 20 Great Spirit Master. Flender pointed to his spirit ring. Yellow yellow purple purple black black black. He hummed twice, looking for a sense of superiority, in an attempt to hit Tangju. This kid was so desperate. Tangju blinked and said honestly, after absorbing 2,000-year spirit rings just now, I found that my spirit power seems to have broken through. Breakthrough? How much is it? Level 21 or level 22? It's not too high, it's only level 26, and it's level 30 soon. Tangju said modestly. Flander was so hung up and not choked to death. Too impossible. How is it possible? You wouldn't be fooling me. At this time, the master said, the 20th level should have absorbed a 100-year spirit ring, but Xiaoju has absorbed 2,000-year spirit rings, and they are all over 1,500 years old. A spirit ring adds at least 2 levels to him. Soul power. Xiao San absorbs 400 years of spirit ring. I think it will also increase the spirit power of 2 to 3 levels. That's level 24 at most, so why is it level 26? Flender's eyes widened. Isn't there still a 1,000-year spirit bone? The master reminded. The sky is unfair. Flanders beat his chest angrily. That soul bone should have belonged to Lao Tzu. The more he looked at Tangju now, the more angry he got. Teacher, then I don't have to worry about attaching spirit rings to my martial soul. I can add them after reaching level 30. I might be able to absorb the 10,000 years spirit ring directly. That's more than a 10,000-year spirit ring. Years, seems to be a lot better. Tangju smacked his mouth and smiled. Smelly boy, just scream, the second ring, 10,000 years, can't support you. I have something to do in my college, I will leave first. Flander was hurt by his anger. This stinky boy, who was only a 26th level spirit master, would dare to look down upon his 78th level soul sage? How crazy is this? Such people should go out and be beaten to death. Well, Big Owl, do you still owe me 1,000 gold soul coins? Tangju hurriedly called for the account. Big Owl. Flender only felt his head buzzing, and that fellow Zhao Waoqi didn't dare to call him that. Yet, aren't you a cat-eagle martial arts soul? I don't call you a big owl, what do you call you? I'm a creditor. Tangju is confident, and I dare to call you old man Tang Hao. The one who owes the debt is the uncle's set, which is not feasible for me. I am a creditor, who am I afraid of? The 1,000 gold soul coins are gone. Bratty boy, if it wasn't for your teacher's presence, believe it or not, I would break your leg. Flender's hair was going to stand up furiously. Haha, if you break my leg, someone will be able to break your neck. Tangju rolled his eyes. You are a big owl screaming, Tang Hao will smash you with a hammer. Do you dare to try a finger on me? I still don't believe it. Flender rolled up his sleeves and decided to teach Tangju a bit of a sigh. Flander, Xiaoju is right. The master is also a black line, a big profiteer and a bear kid who don't know anything about it. It's really unbearable. Immediately, he said 4 words softly in Flender's ear, Vast Sky Douluo. Tang, Tang, Tangju. Flender's pupils shrank suddenly. No wonder the pork that this kid ate was a 1,000-year-old soul beast, it seemed that he really couldn't afford it. Flender then put on a smile, nodded and said, Smelly boy, my lord does not care about the villain, so I won't care about you, the little great soul master. It's too detrimental to my soul sage identity. Look. Since your talents are not bad, congratulations on being admitted to Shrek Academy. 1,000 gold soul coins will be used as tuition. In addition, I will give you a 50% discount on board and lodging. You can come to the school to report at any time. When Tangju becomes a student of his college, and then uses the guise of teaching to clean up him, then vast Sky Douluo has to boast that he is serious and responsible, right? Damn kid, fight with me, you're still a little tender. Thinking of this, Flender smiled more brilliantly, gave a few false orders, and then flew away. Tangju's face turned black, and he looked at the master and asked, "Teacher, I seem to have heard people say that Shrek Academy's board and lodging are free, and the tuition fee can't be so high, right?" The master shook his head and said, "Flander did not lie to you. This should be charged according to the wealth of the students. The more money you have, the higher the charge." Talent. Tangju had to admire that if Flanders traveled to the earth, he might be the richest man, he should be the soul master with the least serious work. Well, we should go back, this time we have all gained a lot. The master laughed, and he finally broke through to level 30 and became a 3-ringed soul sovereign. And even one disciple is better than one. Especially Tangju, who started directly with a 1,000-year spirit ring and obtained a soul bone. The most terrifying thing was the spirit ability of the spirit ring martial soul, which could be called sky-defying. After Tangju cut the flesh of Biofengian and loaded it into the 12 golden hairpins, he followed the master back to Notting City. Passing by the Wuhan branch, the master said, "The soul master needs to register, so that you can study and walk on the mainland. There is a subsidy every month." Hearing so many benefits, Tang San wanted to take Tangju with him. Tangju shook his head and said, "Third brother, I won't go. I'm 6-year-old and level 26. I will definitely be arrested for research." His spirit power growth was too dazzling, and he didn't want to attract the attention of the spirit hall. "Very well, Xiaoju, I didn't expect you to know the severity too." The master nodded. Tangju really wanted to go, and he would stop him. "The spirit hall is not a good place. Then I will go to the blacksmith's shop to build a new warhammer for me, and I will go back to school by myself." Tangju greeted the master and went to the largest blacksmith's shop. The warhammer needs to be replaced with a heavier one. Chapter 28, Daily Pit Brother. "Brother, are you going to forge something?" When Tangju came to the biggest blacksmith's shop, the ironsmith greeted him. "These people who worked hard to work are all refreshing people, not as marketable as other businessmen. I want to build a warhammer with a length of 80 centimeters and a weight." Tangju had the final say. After absorbing the spirit ring and spirit bone of the violent stabbing pig, his power reached 4,000 jin. Although Biofengian's spirit ring was a speed bonus, it also strengthened his body to a certain extent. The upper spirit power broke through from level 20 to level 26, and he increased his power by 500 kilograms. In other words, Tangju's basic strength reached 4,500 jin. The weight of the warhammer, I want 3,500 jin. Boom! The Iron Master shook his hand and almost threw the hammer out. 3,500 jin, can this be handled? Of course I can, I'm a power spirit master. Tangju laughed. With the admiration of the master, the soul master is amazing. Immediately his brows frowned. The length is 80 centimeters and the weight is 3,500 kilograms. This is difficult. All iron mothers will be overweight, but without iron mothers, the weight is not enough. It is better to use ordinary iron to join the iron. How about mother? Tangju shook his head and denied, with the iron mother and the common iron ginseng together, the density of the hammer is uneven and easy to break. What I want is to use the common iron to repeatedly forge to increase the density of the warhammer until it meets my requirements. Wait. Experts. Little brother. The master immediately lost a thumbs up when he heard it. and then thought about it. According to your requirements, 10 gold soul coins, completed in half a month. In fact, the materials are not expensive, but the expensive ones are labor. This is all made with one hammer and one hammer. When the master offered this price, he was afraid that Tangju thought he was asking for a price, so he explained it specifically. Of course Tangju knew how hard it was, and said proudly, "Money is not a problem, all I want is fast. The sooner the better." The master glanced at the other blacksmiths, probably forgot about the labor, gritted his teeth and said, 100 gold soul coins, I will mobilize everyone to forge them together, and I can give it to you tomorrow. Tangju nodded in satisfaction, then drew the blueprint of the clear sky hammer, and saved his severely deformed hammer as a reference. Then he took out the master's card and directly transferred it to the other party for 100 gold soul coin. Xiaoju, you are really not merciful at all when you spend money. Tang San, who had just registered a soul master, thought that he would only receive a subsidy of 1 gold soul coin a month, and Tangju directly spent 100 for the hammer. The gold soul coin suddenly felt uncomfortable. He thought to himself, "Your brother, I'm still cleaning the playground at school, you really don't know that you feel sorry for me. With this money, you might as well give me teaching fees. Anyway, the money is not mine, I don't feel sorry for spending it." Tangju laughed. "That's mine." The master was speechless. Even if he was not as greedy for money as Flander, Tang Juki's face was blackened. "I don't know if I'm asking the stinky boy to get his card back. Will this boy sever the relationship between the teacher and the apprentice directly?" Before the three of them entered Notting College, they heard a group of people discussing. "I heard that the 6th grade boss Xiao and a group of people are preparing to teach work-study students in the back mountain." "Why teach? Let working students know the rules of this college. It should be because that Xiao Wu in Kishi is pretty good looking." Tang San was anxious as soon as he heard it. Brother, you care about Xiao Wu so much, is she really my sister-in-law?" Tang Ju quipped. "Little Ju, don't talk nonsense." Tang San gave Tang Ju angrily, then greeted the master, and hurried to Hushan. The back mountain of Notting Junior College is actually a small mountain bag. When Tang Ju and Tang San arrived, Elder Xiao led more than 30 people, who was arrogantly provoking work-study students. Wang Sheng, the former head of the 7 houses, was directly knocked to the ground by Lu Long, the other's subordinate. Elder Xiao's name was Xiao Chenaiu, and he looked at Xiao Wu with contempt and disdain when he watched the work-study student so vulnerable. "Little girl, are you going to be my pet, right? Your martial spirit is a rabbit." Xiao Yuki wanted to beat someone, and suddenly she saw Tang San and Tang Ju, and her eyes lit up. "Xiao San, Xiao Ju, you are here. Xiao Wu, call me brother 9th. You lost, do you want to play tricks? I even brought you a gift from the hunting forest." Tang Ju snorted dissatisfiedly. "Hey! Xiao Ju, brother." Xiao Wu pursed her mouth very reluctantly, and then said dissatisfied, "I said before, I call you brother Xiao Ju, you want to call my sister-in-law. This is not so good." Tang Ju suffocated a smile. "Little San, let your brother call me sister-in-law." Xiao Wu hummed. Tang San was instantly embarrassed, so how could he say it? "It seems that I must take some time to explain to Xiao Wu the difference between sister-in-law and sister-in-law." Seeing Tang San's refusal to respond to her, Xiao Wu angrily said, "Little San, you also broke down with Xiao Ju, so you dare not call me my sister-in-law." Tang San underestimated, "Let him call you, that's really bad learning. I feel so difficult." "Hey!" The two sides who were still very serious in the fight, suddenly there were a lot of them and they laughed directly. "Xiao Wu, don't worry about the address, but I caught a very cute rabbit and I want to give it to you." Tang Ju laughed. "Where?" Xiao Wu was also very happy. "When I came back, it was not so good, I just roasted it, and I specially saved a little for you. Yet. Xiao Wu stomped her feet straight when she heard her anger, and then angrily pointed at Tangju, "Little San, just take care of your brother. He is always mad at me." Tang San was puzzled, "Isn't it a rabbit? Just roast it. Don't you like steaming it?" "Little San," Xiao Wu was going crazy, stomping her feet, waving her fists, "I really want to eat your blue silver grass. Your martial spirit is a rabbit, and you are not a rabbit, why do you want to eat my blue silver grass?" Tang San scratched his head, really puzzled. "Ah, I'm so angry." Xiao Wu flushed with anger, and hummed at Tang San, "Tonight, I won't cover the quilt for you. I want to separate the bed with you." Tang San was embarrassed for a moment, then looked at Tang Ju and sighed, "Little Ju, I feel you are cheating me, but I really can't find evidence." Seeing the blank face of the third brother, Tang Ju couldn't laugh long ago. "I don't know how Xiao Wu would bully Tang San after a while. I'm really worried for the third brother. But we don't dare to care, we don't dare to ask, after all, it is the sister-in-law who wants to clean up the third brother. Can only watch the excitement." "Third brother, should I keep your quilt for you? Shall I wait for someone to send it to you? Be careful of catching a cold at night." Tang Ju asked the third brother. Tang Ju's face was speechless, should he want this quilt or not? "I always feel that this is a pit. Asshole! Do you think I don't exist?" Xiao Yu dusty teeth, when did he become transparent? "Lu Long, come on, teach this kid." Chapter 29, One Player Fights All. Just now Lu Long, who beat Wang Sheng violently, walked proudly from behind Xiao Chenyu, hooked his hand towards Tangju, and hummed, "Boy, come over, let me beat you up so you know the rules." Tangju smiled and said, "Okay, then I will let you know my rules too." "Your rules?" Lu Long was taken aback. "Yes, since you like to bully work-study students, you will have all the cleaning work for work-study students in the future. Then you have to win us first." Lu Long snorted coldly, thinking that Tangju was too mad, not even the head of the 7th house, so he dared to fight. Tangju is Tang San's brother, Tang San is a work student, and Lu Long takes it for granted that Tangju is a work student, and his logical reasoning ability is quite strong. Spirit power surged in Lu Long's body, and a 5-meter silver long stick appeared in his hand, and a white spirit ring appeared on his body. Martial Spirit Silver Cudgel, an 11th level assault weapon spirit master. Tangju almost smiled, "It's really a silver stick. Damn it." Lu Long turned black and said angrily, "Quickly open the martial soul, I will beat you into a pig's head." Tangju smiled and shook his head, "Do I still use martial spirit to deal with your trash? Come on." Tangju's attitude made Lu Long angry, and he rushed over with his stick. The first soul ability, the broken sky and a stick. On the silver-white long stick, a faint pattern appeared, like a tiger, the stick fell down, and the force sank, and there was a faint sound of breaking through the air. Soul skills. It was useless when I was fighting against the King Sage just now. Brother 9 seems to suffer. The people on the Kishi side suddenly looked ugly. When Wang Sheng was fighting with someone just now, Lu Long didn't use his soul skills at all and was smashed to the ground by 3 sticks. Let him entrust him, and if his martial soul is not open, he deserves to be beaten by Brother Liu. That is, Brother Liu's first spirit ability, but he hunted and killed a 70-year-old tiger. The power of this spirit ability is terrifying. Last time, Brother Liu broke the thick-mouthed tree with a stick. If it is drawn on a person, the bones will be determined. Xiao Chenyu didn't open Tangju's martial arts spirit, and knew that this time it was okay. Lu Long would have to do his best to deal with a young man, but he was really steady. You use spirit skills, then I will use spirit skills. The Zeroth spirit ability, normal attack. Tangju smiled and slammed his fist at the silver stick. Boom! The dull collision sounded, Lu Long's face changed drastically, and he saw that the spirit silver stick in his hand was smashed by Tangju's punch and dissipated into primitive spirit power. And Tangju's fist didn't stop. A punch hit Lu Long's nose. Lu Long's nosebleeds and tears were immediately left behind, and he squatted on the ground holding his nose and cried. Everyone was stunned at once, seeing the one who defeated the person, but there was no one who beat the weapon with a punch. How powerful is this? Haha, I really cried and turned into a ruined willow. Xiao Wu bounced happily, watching a 12-year-old man was beaten and crying. It felt so fun, so she casually gave Lu Long a nickname. Brother 9 is so powerful, with the Zeroth spirit ability, you can defeat the opponent. Are you stupid? The Zeroth spirit ability, doesn't it mean that it is useless? Brother 9 is mocking them. The people in Kishi immediately began to chatter, taunting their opponents. Asshole! Ling Feng, you go! Xiao Chenai's face was blank. Tangju shook his wrist, shook his head and said, don't go one by one, let's go together. I'm still in a hurry to eat. Xiaoju! Can you do it alone? Don't be ashamed of your sister-in-law. Xiao Wu reminded Tangju with such arrogance and dissatisfaction. But when she spoke, the faces of the people around her suddenly became weird. Xiao Chenai's face is even more ugly. Xiao Wu is such a beautiful girl, he still wants to be a girlfriend. Since this kid is looking for a beating, everyone don't stay behind and start martial arts to beat him together. More than 30 people heard that Boss Xiao had said so, so they started Wuhan one after another. Beast spirits are mainly pigs, cows, and donkeys, and the best is Xiao Chenai's wolf. The weapon spirits are mostly sticks and vines, and there are not many good spirits. However, the scene of more than 30 people opening martial arts was quite shocking, and Tangju felt like he had entered a zoo. Grey Donkey, help everyone! After Xiao Chenai's green wolf possessed his body, he turned around and shouted at the Wuhan Grey Donkey student. Donkey, can you help? Tangju was very puzzled. Xiao Wu also opened his eyes wide, with a curious look on his face. The Grey Donkey Wuhan student's face flushed and was a bit embarrassed, but he still activated his spirit ability. The first spirit ability, Screaming Donkey. Then, he opened his donkey mouth and made a few high-pitched donkey calls, ang ang ang. When the sound wave spread out, it was discovered that Xiao Chenai and others were full of fighting spirit, and the battle was boiling. Does this make everyone become a donkey? Haha, no, I'm going to laugh to death. Xiao Wu understood the role of this spirit ability, which is to increase fighting spirit and become like a donkey. Are you stupid? Xiao Wu laughed so hard that she couldn't help herself. The Grey Donkey Soul Master was flushed at the moment, knowing that Wuhan used this kind of effect. It's embarrassing. Charge. The first spirit ability Entanglement. The first spirit ability, Bull Clash. The first spirit ability, the Wild Boar Tramples. People with spirit skills use spirit skills, and those without spirit skills directly use martial arts to amplify their bodies, assist or attack. For a time, the brilliant light flickered, and more than 30 people rushed towards Tangju. Tangju disdainfully put on a martial arts fist posture, hitting the Blue Bull Soul Master who rushed first, and directly smashed him 3 or 4 meters away. Then he kicked the running Wild Pig Soul Master 2 meters away. At this time, 5 or 6 vines had firmly entangled his hands and feet, and Tangju's 4,500 Jin of power exploded, pulling up the vines and turning people around, smashing them at others as a meteor hammer. Suddenly, the voice of whoops was endless, and a dozen people were put in this one, and they rolled into a ball. Xiao Chenai was hiding behind the crowd, waiting for an opportunity to make a surprise attack. At this moment, Tangju had just broken free from the entanglement of the vines. It was a good time for him to make a surprise attack. The first soul ability, Blood Wolf Claw. His hands were blood red, and he turned into a wolf and grabbed Tangju's neck fiercely. Xiaoju, be careful! Tang San reminded. Without turning his head back, Tangju raised his arm and swiped his fist towards the back. He only heard a click, and Xiao Chinayu screamed, holding his arm and howling on the ground. Tangju didn't keep his hands at all. This guy dared to surprise himself, and he deserved to be interrupted. There were more than 30 people, and only 5 people could stand now, including the Grey Donkey Soul Master. They all looked at Tangju in horror, shaking with fright. More than 30 pairs of one, even being crushed by Tangju. The most important thing is that the opponent's martial arts are not activated. Relying purely on physical strength, they all let them go. Boss Xiao was interrupted in the sneak attack, and they all lost the courage. Ang, boss! The Grey Donkey Spirit Master was actually not stubborn, and the first one slapped Tangju's flattery. Boss! The others immediately formed a line and saluted Tangju. They were convinced by Tangju. Don't call me the boss, just call me Brother 9. Tangju said faintly, remember, in the future, Nodding College is not allowed to bully new students, especially working students. Who dares to bully the weak by force, I will fight first, break his leg. Also, you are fine to help work-study students clean up for a year. The faces of these senior students were ugly, but no one dared to refute. Tangju asked Xiao Chinayu to be carried back to school for treatment, and he rushed to school with Xiao Wu and others. Xiaoju, you have to pay attention, but someone is looking for you these past 2 days, I heard that you will be abolished. Xiao Wu gloated. Who? Tangju frowned. School teacher, Zhang Feng. Didn't you enter the school? Tangju really didn't enter school, but he seemed to remember. Zhang Fengting said that he had an older brother. Is this seeking revenge for yourself? Chapter 30, Battle against the 35th level War Soul. Tangju was still walking slowly on the road, and the lion in his dormitory ran over in a panic. Brother 9, it's not good. Master is going to be beaten to death. What's the matter? Tangju was surprised and asked quickly. Zhang Feng's brother, Zhang Hong, the guard commander of the city lord's mansion, came to the school to make trouble for you, so he blocked the master and wants to fight with the master. Lion then explained the situation. It turned out that after Zhang Feng's injury was cured, he brought his brother Zhang Hong to find Tangju to settle the accounts. Tangju didn't return to school, so they directly asked the master for trouble. The opponent is the 35th level power attack type Battle Spirit Venerable. The master originally didn't want to fight, but Zhang Hong said too ugly, saying that the master is a trash, and said that if the master doesn't dare to fight, he will go under his hips, and he is not worthy of it. Man, when the master got angry, he promised to fight against each other. Lion said. Hurry up, the teacher's spirit can only launch 3 attacks, even if it is a 1000-year spirit ability, it won't last long. As soon as Tang heard this, he maddened his spirit bone skills and ran towards the school. Nodding College, on the square. The master took a fighting pose, and Luo Sanbao was by his side, screaming at the opponent. Opposite him, a middle-aged man with a spirit blue wolf showed a fierce look. He had 3 spirit rings on his body, 2 yellow and 1 purple. It was Zhang Feng's brother Zhang Hong. Unexpectedly, your trash has a 1000-year spirit ring. After Zhang Hong's spirit was possessed, his muscles bulged and looked like a werewolf. His speed increased a lot. He didn't use soul skills to deal with trash souls like masters. Teacher, he can rely on speed alone. The body accelerated suddenly, and a paw hit the master's head. The master didn't dare to let the opponent get close and directly activate the 1000-year spirit ability. The 3rd spirit ability, Fart, is like breathing fire. Fenjiang cooks Halo 3 cannons. Luo Sanbao leaped high and leaped a fart towards Zhang Hong. The hot flames burned into a sea of flames. Zhang Hong's body suddenly changed direction and escaped the attack in this range. Then he walked around behind the master and attacked again, this time still without using spirit abilities. As the master had no choice but to use the 3rd spirit ability again, Luo Sanbao jumped out a fart behind the master and burned out a sea of flames. It's a waste. 1,000-year spirit ring is wasted on you. Zhang Hong sneered, and then the first spirit ring on his body lit up. He didn't want to waste time with the master. The first spirit ability, Spirit Wolf Bloodline. Zhang Hong's body became wolf again, and he almost became a real green wolf. His speed and strength directly increased by 30%. Before the master could attack for the third time, he teetered behind the master again with his claws. Slapped the master the back. With a tear, the master's clothes were directly cut open, and there were claw marks on the back like a knife, and bones were deeply visible. Theory invincibility has a fart, it's like a weak chicken when fighting souls. Zhang Hong stepped the master's chest, mocking condescendingly. Stop it! Tang Ju finally arrived. His face was pale when he saw this scene. If he hadn't just gone to join in the fun with the third brother, the teacher would not have been humiliated. Let me stop! The soul has lost, life or death. A trace of cruelty flashed in Zhang Hong's eyes, and he slammed his foot on the master's neck. If this foot is stepped firmly, the master will die. The guards of these city lords' mansion are more arrogant than the other. Usually only they bully people, so anyone dares to provoke them? Tang Ju's eyes were cold, and he flew and kicked towards Zhang Hong's crotch. Zhang Hong heard the faint sound of Tang Ju's legs breaking through the air, and he screamed shamelessly, and quickly drew back. Tang Ju helped up the master and asked, "Teacher, how can you agree to fight against him? You are not from the combat department." The master smiled sadly, "I know he will definitely trouble you. I want to see his spirit ability so that you can be on guard." Unfortunately, the teacher is too useless and only forced him to use a century-old spirit ability. The master resisted the pain, but gave an introduction to Zhang Hong's situation. The 35th level of the Assault System War Soul Sovereign, the Martial Soul Green Wolf, has strong strength and speed, and the first soul ability can increase speed and strength. Although these were of no use to Tang Ju was very touched by the master's heart. Also, the master is so tolerant. How many people mocked him and didn't see who he worked with? This time he clearly knew that it was not someone else's. Opponents have to fight against each other. He was afraid that Tang Ju was not the opponent's opponent. Although Tang Ju is very strong, the master still believes that only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be sure of victory. Tang Ju was really touched by this intention. Tang Ju stood up, looked at Zhang Hong coldly, and drank, "Today, you must die." His brother was hurt by himself, so he should come to him if he finds it, but he has to be bullying. Zhang Hong also wished to kill Tang Ju. It was a trivial matter that his brother was beaten, but he knelt his head to a trash, which made his brothers the laughingstock of the city lord's mansion. He grinned and said, "My brother Zhang Hong, you dare to fight, today, no matter who you are, anyone who offends the city lord's mansion will have to die. You can use martial spirit." If he were in the wild, Zhang Hong would never let Tang Ju use his martial arts, but now in Notting College, in full view, the fighting spirit would not allow the opponent to use his martial arts, so he would attack the Black Hand directly. This would be a violation of the rules, and troubles would continue in the future. In his opinion, it is the same whether Tang Ju can open a martial arts soul. Wuhan possessed. With a gloomy face, Tang Ju directly activated the bullet ant martial spirit. A purple 1,000-year-old spirit ring beautifully appeared on his body. Compared to Zhang Hong's yellow spirit ring, it was so dazzling. "What, the first ring of the millennium?" Director Suo exclaimed, his eyes widening. At this moment, other students also looked dull. In the small Notting College, the first link in a century can be called a genius, the first link in 1,000 years, they have never heard of it. "Xiaoju, it's so amazing." Xiao Wu was also shocked. This was completely beyond her understanding, she couldn't even reach the first ring of the millennium. Zhang Hong's expression is even more ugly. Tang Ju's first ring is actually 1,000 years old. What a talent this is, no wonder he can beat his younger brother. However, since he has been offended, he will really kill him this time. Sooner or later it will be a disaster for such a person to stay behind. Taking advantage of the amplification effect of the first spirit ability had not disappeared, Zhang Hong immediately launched an attack at Tangju. And his hand like a wolf's claw slammed into Tangju's heart fiercely. The first spirit ability, violent. Tangju didn't even think about hiding the clumsy. After all, the opponent had 3 spirit rings, a 35th level battle spirit sovereign, so he wanted to make a quick battle and try not to expose the spirit ring. I don't want people to know that his spirit power reaches level 26. The violent skill instantly increased the strength by 45%, and the original base strength of 4,500 was directly increased to 6,500 kilograms. Tangju used military fist moves, head-on, and banged directly at Zhang Hong's claws. Chapter 31, Reveal Identity. The onlookers held their breath and watched with wide-eyed eyes, not wanting to miss any detail. A trace of mockery flashed in Zhang Hong's eyes. He was tempting Tangju to use the 1000-year spirit ability. Tangju was so small that his spirit power was only a dozen levels to death. Although he didn't understand how he obtained the 1000-year spirit ability, as long as this soul as soon as the technique is used, don't you just wait to be crushed by yourself? With his beast spirit plus the first spirit ability, and the tempering of the body with the level 35 spirit power, he didn't believe that he couldn't stop a child's spirit ability. However, when the fists collided, he regretted it. A terrifying force came, even stronger than his full strength. Just hearing a click, his arm was directly smashed, and the severe pain was transmitted from the arm to the brain. He roared with pain, and his whole body was also smashed. The smashed one flew out. The people around were stunned, and knocked the 35th level War Soul Venerable into the air with one punch. How terrifying is Tangju, even if he has a 1000-year spirit ring, Zhang Hong also has it. And there are 2 more spirit rings than Tangju. The same is true for the 35th level Battle Soul Venerable. Didn't you eat? Tangju interrupted Zhang Hong's arm, not forgetting to throw some salt, taunting. But he didn't keep his hands. If his bones were broken, he could find a healing spirit master to treat him and he could recover. Now Zhang Hong could continue to fight as long as he gritted his teeth. Spirit masters are not martial artists, they rely more on spirit rings and spirit abilities. Tangju smashed Zhang Hong with one fist, and at the same time he sprinted. A death whip slammed into Zhang Hong's stomach, not because he didn't want to kick in the face, but because he was too short, and Tangju didn't want to jump into the air. The third spirit ability, the Ghost Wolf Golden Light Cover. Zhang Hong didn't dare to be careless this time, the 1000-year spirit ring lit up, and a cyan energy shield appeared on his body. As long as he blocked Tangju's blow, he would immediately launch a second soul to tear Tangju into pieces. Now Tangju will suffer. With the defensive ability of the 1000-year spirit ability, and the level of 35 spirit power, it is impossible for him to break the shield. Director Su shook his head. Tangju sneered at the corner of his mouth, and his soul bone skill was activated, mad. What he wants is violence, that is, a spike, and if he has the skills, he doesn't need to overturn the ship in the gutter. He will definitely not do it. He didn't even think about whether he could break the shield with the first spirit ability Violent Blessing. In battle, he would have to be violent, that is, he would have to be violent output. The speed and strength of the body increased by 30% at the same time. The strength increased from 6,500 kilograms to 8,400 kilograms again. The whistling sound of death whips. Bump. The whip leg was pulled on the Ghost Wolf Golden Light Shield, the shield was immediately broken, and then this leg was firmly pulled on Zhang Hong's stomach. Zhang Hong's body flew more than 10 meters in the air, and directly hit the teaching building. After falling on the wall, he vomited a mouthful of blood, and after struggling for a few times, he couldn't get up. From the beginning to the present, Tangju's first spirit ability Violent 5-second amplification effect has just disappeared, which means that it only takes 5 seconds to defeat a 35-level War Soul Sovereign. At this moment, there was a sound of cold air around him. Tangju was too stubborn. With one punch and kick, the War Soul veteran that hits directly can't get up. You wait, the City Lord's mansion won't let you go. Let's go. Zhang Hong felt that his internal organs were cracked, gave Tangju a sinister look, and beckoned his brother Zhang Feng to quickly take him away to find a spiritual healing master. Go? It's impossible. I said, today you must die. Tangju walked towards Zhang Hong step by step. If this kind of person was let go, he would definitely wait for an opportunity to kill himself like a poisonous snake. The villain takes revenge from morning till night, and he doesn't want to always guard against others. Tangju, this is the Nodding School, which was jointly established by City Lord Nodding and Wuhan Hall. You can't kill the people from the City Lord's mansion here. Director Su saw Tangju's reluctance, so he immediately stood in front of Zhang Hong and said roundly, or, let him accompany you with some money. Director Su knew that Tangju loved money, and he stretched out his hand and said, how about letting him accompany you with 2,000 gold soul coins? Tangju laughed. He loves money, but he wants money for better cultivation and to buy more resources. Compared to love money, Tangju loves life. Kill him, his money is mine. Tangju grinned and kept walking towards Zhang Hong. Tangju, if you are an enemy of the City Lord's mansion, I will fire you. Director Su said angrily. I'm expelled as soon as I am expelled. I just went to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Tangju doesn't matter, he fired me and went to report to Big Owl. Will he stay here to accompany these children? Director Su was completely helpless. He had said everything that should be said, and he also gave an explanation from the City Lord's mansion, so he simply let go. Zhang Hong, I know you can't wait to kill me, but unfortunately, I won't give you a chance. Tangju lifted his leg and stomped Zhang Hong's chest, then he heard a click, Zhang Hong's breastbone shattered and died directly. Tangju smiled at Zhang Feng and said, would you like to avenge your brother? 1,000-year spirit ability has exhausted my spirit power. Do you want to take the opportunity to kill me? There is no shop after passing this village. Zhang Feng actually already had this idea. This fierce and domineering 1,000-year spirit ability would definitely consume a lot of spirit power once, and he really wanted to take this opportunity to kill Tangju. But Tangju's crippling elder brother in 5 seconds was simply not a human being. After all, he was still afraid of death in his heart. The body shrank back. Tangju secretly said a pity, although his spirit ability lasted for a short time, it could consume as much spirit power but not that much, and it was no problem to use it 10 more times. He wanted to tidy up Zhang Feng and remove the roots. But this one is too scary. Bent down, took out a card on Zhang Hong, entered his soul power and checked it, 2,300 gold soul coins. Happy to put it in his own pocket. Zhang Feng didn't even care about his brother's corpse, so he ran away in fright and ran towards the City Lord's mansion all the way. At this time, the surrounding students looked at Tangju with fear. Have they ever seen a murder before? Tangju, you are no longer a student of the school, leave the school immediately. Director Su hummed. Okay. After refunding my tuition, I haven't spent more than a day in school. Tangju stretched out his hand. You Director Su almost vomited blood. This just took away all of Zhang Hong's belongings. Now these dozens of gold soul coins have to care about, too stingy. He took out the money bag and refunded the tuition to Tangju immediately, so as to draw a clear line between him. Tangju took the golden soul coin and took out the master's card and said to Tang San, brother, you can find a soul healer for the teacher. I think I will leave Nodding City right away. Although he didn't think that the city owner would lead a guard. Tangju also had to guard against it. Besides, Nodding College really had no need to stay. Tangju found a hotel to stay, and when he got his warmer tomorrow, he rushed directly to Shrek Academy. The Lord Nodding also received the news at this moment. Listening to the report at hand, he whispered an idiot secretly. Although not many people know the identity of the master, he is the lord of the city, and he knows a little bit. Although the relationship between the master and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family is not harmonious, if anyone dares to kill the master, he must bear the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Anger. As for Tangju, he actually wanted to solicit the first ring of the millennium. This is a genius. If he could solicit under his command, he might have the opportunity to change from a city lord to a duke and own his own duchy. But when he heard Zhang Feng's cry, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. You said Tangju might be a twin spirit. The other spirit is a hammer? What kind of hammer? Zhang Feng immediately took out the pen and paper, and drew the appearance and pattern of Tangju's warmer. The city lord's pupils suddenly shrank. Clear sky hammer. The highest level reward of the spirit hall in my mind immediately appeared in my mind. Those who provided Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao, or his son's information, would appreciate a soul bone. Kill anyone and grant one of the principality, or the position of Archbishop of Wuhan Hall. Reward for the publisher, the Great Elder of Wuhan Hall, Qian Douluo. Chapter 32, Besieged. Socks. The city lord yelled, and a man in his 40s walked in immediately outside the door and saluted. The subordinate is here. Zhang Feng was overjoyed. Suox, 38th level War Soul Sovereign, Martial Soul Mad Bear. He is the commander of the guards of Nodding City, more powerful than his brother Zhang Hong, and he is the confidant of the city lord. You said, is it possible that Tangju is Tang Hao's son? The city lord handed the clear sky hammer painted by Zhang Feng to Suox. His eyes flashed, and he pondered for a moment. Twin spirits, the first link in the millennium, the subordinates can be sure, it must be. Oh! The city lord's eyes brightened. He just suspected that Suox actually said it was certain. This Suox is his right-hand man. He is a good player in leading soldiers in battle, and he is also very strong. He wants to hear Suox's inference and beckon him to talk about his views. Suox talked freely. According to Zhang Feng's description, Tangju is a twin martial soul, and his beast martial soul bullet ant should also be a top martial soul, and it is also a power type. The clear sky hammer was originally the top martial arts spirit, and with this beast martial arts spirit, Tangju's body was already very powerful. Then, after attaching a spirit ring to the clear sky hammer spirit, and then attaching a spirit ring to the bullet ant with the second spirit ring, it is not surprising that it can reach 1,000 years. After all, those are from the clear sky school. Suox said surely. As soon as the city lord heard that, Suox was worthy of being the commander of the guards, and his brain was so useful that he immediately cracked the first ring of the millennium that had puzzled him. Then, what do you say we should do? The city lord asked. Then it depends on what the city lord means. If you want to be stable, the subordinates suggest that you inform the spirit hall. We can win the favor of the spirit hall and get a soul bone. Suox said. The city lord stroked the seat, feeling a little unwilling. Wuhan Palace had not found Tang Hao and his son for 6 years. Now Tang Hao's son has appeared in Nodding City. Isn't this a godsend opportunity? I want to be a duke and have my own duchy. A trace of greed flashed in the eyes of the city lord's mansion. The subordinate will take someone to kill Tangju. Suox said flatly. There was no accident in his eyes. People died for money and birds died for food. The status of the city lord and the duke are very different, and his status will also rise. Okay. Go now. Don't let this kid run away. The city lord suddenly got up and said. Suox shook his head and said, My lord, what we should do now is to monitor closely, and then send this kid out of Nodding City in peace. He must not have an accident in Nodding City. Why? Is the city lord still afraid that a 6-year-old child will fail? Zhang Feng asked puzzledly. Suox glanced at Zhang Feng coldly, then sneered, Idiot! If you kill someone's son, aren't you afraid that he will come to avenge him? Tang Hao is here, who can stop the city lord's mansion? After we killed people, we said that it was the hands of the Wuhan Hall, making a fortune with a muffled voice, don't you understand? The city lord was in a cold sweat when he heard it. Tang Hao dared to hammer to death even the Pope of the Spirit Hall. If he suspected that his son was killed by himself, wouldn't he wait to be hammered to death? He took a look at Xiaox appreciatively. It was the people who led the war thinking too much, but then he worried again. Tangju, this kid, is very powerful. Are you sure? Xiaox laughed and said, City Lord, you were also deceived by Tangju's record. Zhang Hong's death was because he was stupid. He was stronger than the people of the Clear Sky School, and used 100 years of soul abilities to fight for 1,000 years. Soul skills, it's strange not to die. When dealing with a power-type spirit master, how can it be possible to compete with the opponent for power? His current spirit power does not exceed 20 levels at most. He does not have a soul ability to lock a person. A sensitive skill-type spirit master can completely abuse him. I bring Kasha, that's it. The city lord's eyes lit up. Kasha, the 33rd level Mingong system battle soul venerable, Wuhan Shadow Yan, Xiaox's wife. The lord laughed, this time the dukedom is stable. The next day, early morning. Tangju woke up in the hotel and started a morning jog around Notting City. After the weight was gone, I felt that the exercise was not enough. After practicing a set of fighting that I learned from the special forces, I rushed to the forge. He saw the hammer that was exactly the same shape as the Clear Sky hammer at a glance, and immediately lifted it up and shook it a few times. The 3500 Jin warmer felt very smooth. This size just fits into the 12 golden hairpins. Little brother, you are the main customer, we have repaired the original hammer for you. The master pointed to the hammer on the other side. Then thank you. Tangju was very happy, and thought of a very yin person's way, that is, flying hammer. He was holding one in his hand, and he took out another one from the 12 golden hairpins, just like the third brother's hidden weapon, and smashed it out. The 800 Jin hammer flew out, and the power was no less than a century-old spirit ability. Tangju put the warmer in the 12 golden hairpins, and walked out of Notting City with a 3500 Jin of warmer. He bought a map of the continent and drew a straight line from Notting City to Soto City on the map. He started a rapid march along this straight line. Carrying a hammer is like running wildly all the way, which is equivalent to exercising. In one day, Tangju found a bird in the sky and seemed to be following him all the time, and he didn't care. But after getting out of Notting City's sphere of influence, Tangju found that the bird suddenly landed and blocked him. This was a blonde woman in her 30s. She smiled and said, "Little guy, why are you running so fast?" Tangju was shocked. Was he being followed? Looking back, two figures are coming quickly. One of them is Zhang Feng. He didn't know the two people, but the whole person felt very dangerous to Tangju. It was Xiaox. The three of Xiaox surrounded Tangju, and said coldly, "Are you Tang Hao's son?" Tangju hurriedly shook his head. "You admit the wrong person?" "I am not." "No." Xiaox frowned. "Yet. Are you looking for Tang Hao's son? I can show you the way." "You don't know, I was abused by Tang Hao since I was a child, and I almost starved to death by him." Tangju vomited bitterness. Xiaox's face turned dark, and he pointed to the warmer in Tangju's hand and said, "Do you think I'm stupid? Clear Sky Hammer, I won't recognize it." "You can recognize a hammer." Tangju couldn't help rolling his eyes. "If you want someone to get revenge, go to the third brother. He is his own, I picked it up." "Little guy, you are very unbehaved." Kasha snorted. "Master Xiaox, don't talk nonsense to him, let's just do it." Zhang Feng immediately opened the martial arts, and two spirit rings appeared on his body, one white and one yellow. "Moron!" Sox yelled angrily, this actually called his real name. They are here to assassinate, not to duel. This kind of with a 0 IQ will be killed directly later. So as not to be involved. Socks, the 38th level of the assault system War Spirit Exalted, the Spirit Mad Bear. Since Zhang Feng had broken his name, he was not hiding it either. The Mad Bear possessed his martial spirit, and 3 spirit rings appeared on his body, yellow, yellow and purple. Kasha, the 33rd level Agile Power System War Soul Exalted, the martial soul Shadow Swallow. Kasha narrowed his eyes, and Wuhan once again possessed his body, with 3 spirit rings on his body, yellow, yellow and purple. Tangju narrowed his eyes, and it seemed that he was going to die today. Then, he could finally report his martial soul. Tangju, the 26th level of the Assault System Great Spirit Master, Wuhan Bullet Ant. Chapter 33, Beautiful Anti-Kill. After Tangju exploded his spirit power level, he set the spirit ring martial arts spirit to himself, and 2 purple spirit rings appeared on his body. At this moment, the opponent's eyes flashed directly. What? Great Soul Master! Both Suox and Kasha stayed for a while. How could this be possible? Yesterday it was still a spirit ring, but today it has become 2 spirit rings. How did this come out? Did you go to the hunting forest last night? Shouldn't it? Keep watching. Zhang Feng's head is even more dizzy, and he is in a state of loss. The 6-year-old Great Soul Master, there is no reason for this. Tangju narrowed his eyes. What he wanted was this shocking effect. Don't think he was playing handsome, he was actually creating a psychological gap for the other party. Taking advantage of the effort of all 3 of them in a daze, Tangju immediately used his soul bone skills and became frenzied. The so-called take advantage of his illness, kill him. More so-called, it is better to break 1 finger than to hurt his 10 fingers. He rushed towards Zhang Feng, the weakest one, and smashed out violently with a hammer. Hurry up! When Suox saw Tangju's sudden attack, he also realized the problem and immediately shouted at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng turned around and ran away instinctively. He almost cried. Why was it always me who was injured? His brother was beaten to death with 1 punch, and he certainly wouldn't consider himself an opponent. Unfortunately, his physical fitness was not as good as Tangju, and his speed was even worse. Tangju also turned on madness, increasing his speed by 30%. Just when he just turned around, Tangju's hammer was already hitting him heavily. The back. With a click, Zhang Feng's entire spine was smashed and died on the spot. Damn it, the first spirit ability, Shadow Raid. As a spirit master of the Agile Power System, Kasha was much faster than Suox, immediately activated 100 years of spirit ability, her body turned into a shadow, and rushed towards Tangju's. Dad, are you here? Great! Tangju suddenly cried out in surprise. Just as Kasha rushed to Tangju's body just like an electric shock, he turned back at a faster speed, looked around vigilantly, his face turned green in fright. She hovered high in the sky, without daring to come down, searching for Tang Hao's figure. But at this look, she was almost off, so who was there? At this moment, Tangju had already rushed several tens of meters forward, and he didn't forget to mock when he turned around. Did you scare you to death? Are you so courageous? Do you dare to kill me? Damn it, bastard, I'll skin you cramps later. Kasha Yinfeng bit her secretly, and her anger almost burned her senses. They came to assassinate Tangju, and as soon as they met, she was immediately killed by a spike, and she was scared back by a word. This made her face completely lost. Chasing. If he doesn't die today, we will die. Suox roared, madly chasing Tangju. I'm a genius whose destiny belongs to me. Killing me is to create a scourge. Tangju didn't forget his mouth while running away. Heaven's scourge? If it is true, then try it. Kasha Fei was getting closer and closer behind Tangju. Is it? Tangju smiled and said, I pray that you will be condemned by the heavens, so that you will have one less soul ring than others. Fart, how could my old mother's soul ring be less? Kasha was talking, suddenly her pupil shrank, and she stayed in the air again, so Suok's behind was unknown, so she hurriedly asked, Kasha, chase. My 1,000-year spirit ring is gone. Nor are my spirit abilities. Kasha's face was pale. Was it really condemned by God? This is too evil. What's more terrifying is that her spirit power was eliminated by level 3 and dropped directly to level 30. If it weren't for the good quality of her heart, she would now collapse. Suoks took a closer look, and sure enough, there were only 2 spirit rings left on Kasha's body. He was shocked, but immediately comforted, baby, don't be afraid, it is probably a special spirit ring skill. This kid suddenly appeared. The 1,000-year spirit ring is strange. Kasha immediately agreed with this statement. If he didn't agree, it wouldn't work. Do you want to believe that he was really deprived of a spirit ring? The first spirit ability, Shadow Raid. Kasha's speed suddenly increased, and her body flew towards Tangju like a shadow. This time, even if the sky fell, she would not stop anymore. She had to entangle Tangju for anything, and wait until Suoks came to kill Tangju. Go to hell! Look at my soul bone skill, Meteor Flying Hammer. Tangju had taken out an 800 Jin hammer from the 12 golden hairpins long ago, confused the enemy with a slap in his mouth, and turned his head towards Kasha to be a flying hammer. You have a soul bone? It's ridiculous. You can't lie to me this time. Kasha's gritted teeth roar did not slow down at all, but suddenly a hammer appeared in front of her eyes, her face changed drastically, and when she was about to change direction, she found that the suppressed spirit power and spirit ring had returned. This directly caused her speed to be much faster than before, and it also made her seriously distracted. Not good. When Kasha reacted, the Warhammer had already flown in front of him, and it was too late to escape. She gritted her teeth and tried to poke the hammer away so as not to be hit in the chest, but as soon as she touched, she felt a huge force directly crush her arm. Kasha screamed and fell straight down from the air. She suffered a comminuted fracture of her arm, which is not something ordinary people can bear. Stupid! I told you I'm going to throw a Warhammer, you don't believe it. Tangju laughed and lied to her twice, and the third time she told the truth, she really didn't believe it. Kasha was so angry that he almost vomited blood, and his eyes were blood red. I'm about to activate the spirit bone skill again, look at the meteor flying hammer. Tangju yelled and turned his head back to throw the hammer again. Kasha was so scared to see Tangju's movements that she was hit by a hammer again this time, she might be smashed to death. The third spirit ability, Shadow Shift. Kasha immediately activated the 1,000-year soul skill, and if there was a shadow on his body, it landed directly on the ground, but at this time there was a hammer. Tangju was nothing more than a vain move. You are fooled again. I really threw a flying hammer this time. Tangju unceremoniously threw the hammer out of his hand and smashed it towards Kasha, and at the same time the spirit ring martial arts set Kasha, distracting her again and suppressing her speed. The truth and the false made Kasha confused. Although she was highly concentrated, the distance between the two of them was too close at the moment. They were only 10 meters apart. It was too late to use spirit skills. Looking at the flying Warhammer, she couldn't avoid it. Avoid, you can only use the other hand to block. This time, she miscalculated again, thinking that the weight of the two hammers was about the same, but only one arm was broken. At least she can still fight, but this one weighs 3,500 Jin. She struggled to pick it up, let alone being increased by Tangju's violent power and speed. The Warhammer broke her arm without any suspense, and struck her ribs unabatedly. Kasha screamed and fell to the ground with a few broken ribs, completely losing her combat effectiveness. If the hammer predicts a little bit more accurately, this one can immediately stop her. Tangju secretly said a pity, then looked back at the stupid bear who ran over. A triumphant smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The three beseeched themselves, killed and maimed, just to send this last one on the road. Chapter 34, Leapfrog Kill. Suox is indeed a man accustomed to life and death. He didn't check his wife's tragic situation, but comforted him, "Don't worry, when I kill this little beast, I will take you back for treatment. Nothing will happen. And be careful, he is too slippery." Kasha's delicate face was full of cold sweat, and her sore lips were shaking at the moment. Tangju smiled and said, "Are you going to prepare your last words? I can ask you to talk for a while, don't say I don't give you a chance. I want to smash your head." Suox had red eyes and his beautiful and glamorous blonde wife was almost beaten to death by Tangju. How could he still want to talk nonsense with Tangju? With a roar, the yellow spirit ring gleamed, the first spirit ability, Strong Bear Paw. This is the spirit ability from the 200-year spirit beast Black Bear, which can increase its power by 35%, but it can't be the same as Tangju, it can be increased with the number of spirit rings. But in this way, the power increase provided is also very terrifying. The waving arm turned up, with the whistling wind. "Then let you see the fear of my second martial arts soul ring restrictions." Tangju immediately put the spirit ring martial spirit on Suox. At this moment, Suox's spirit power dropped by 3 levels, and the 1000-year spirit ring disappeared. How can it be? Suox's face changed wildly. There is something even more impossible, the first spirit ability, the evil speed ring. Tangju immediately activated the first spirit ability of the spirit ring martial arts. Purple light gleamed on Suox's body, his speed immediately dropped a bit, but Tangju's speed increased by a bit. Tangju's Biofengian's spirit ring originally had a speed bonus, and with the addition of the speed drawn from Suox, his current speed was already a lot higher than Suox. With a light dodge, he dodges Sax's attack, put his foot on Sax's thigh, and kicked Sax with a single kick. "Your martial spirit, is it a spirit ring?" Suox was suddenly shocked at this moment, restricting spirit ring, restricting spirit power, restricting spirit ability, and also restricting physical attributes. This is simply not something that a spirit ring skill can achieve. Moreover, Tangju had only one spirit ring at this moment. Combining all the weird phenomena, Suox can only think of this possibility. It's a good brain. But, it's too late. If the Mingong system spirit master is not injured, you can still force my trick. It's a pity, now you can only be played by me. The first spirit ability of my spirit ring martial soul is to extract your speed and replenish it to me. My current speed is about the same as that of the Mingong system, and I still have 1000-year spirit ability. You only have 200-year-old spirits. Skills, no matter how you count, you are at an absolute disadvantage. At this moment, there were only 3 of them here, and Tangju no longer concealed it. After an addiction, he felt extremely relieved to see the shocked expressions of Suox and Kasha. "I was at level 26, but I defeated the siege of 3 people, and also killed the other side. The most important thing is that the other party has 2 souls. This is simply not too cool. The real leapfrog fight." After Tangju's mouth shot was finished, he raised his leg and kicked it towards the opponent. His current spirit ring martial arts limit is higher than his own for only 2 minutes at most. When Yin Kasha just now, he had already used more than 1 point. Bell. In other words, the time that can limit soak is only 30 seconds. The first spirit ability, Violent. Soul Bone skills, go crazy. Tangju's unceremonious firepower fully fired, his power surged, and his speed instantly increased by 30%. The power of kicking this kick showed a geometric increase. The second spirit ability, Crazy Bear King Kong Transformation. Suox no longer retains his strength, his firepower is full, and his body becomes even more mighty under the increase of his spirit ability, just like a bursting bear. The strong bare paw slapped Tangju's attacking leg fiercely. Boom! Suox felt a distance hit, and the bones of his bare paw were almost kicked to pieces. The opponent's strength was too great. The most important thing is that without the 1000-year-old spirit ability increase, he would suffer too much. Tangju succeeded with a single blow, his body accelerated forward, and he slammed into Suox's stomach with a punch. Suox had quite a wealth of combat experience. His stomach shrank, and two bare paws patted Tangju's head as if he was about to pat a watermelon same. But Tangju wouldn't be so stupid to die with him. Now his speed is much faster than Sox with the increase of his madness skill. A shattered step sideways to avoid the opponent's attack, he uses the most brutal fighting skill in the military fist come out. Anti-joint technique. With the help of speed, he grabbed Suox's wrist, twisted hard, and with a click, he broke Suox's forearm directly. Then a whip leg was drawn to Sox's waist. A strength of 8,400 kilograms, with a terrifying speed, sturdy kick on the waist of Suox. Even though his beast spirit possessed the body, the damage was far beyond his endurance. Suox's body flew up to 7 or 8 meters in the air, hitting the ground heavily, vomiting blood. Obviously his internal organs were shattered, and he wouldn't be able to live long. The 26th level Great Soul Master faced the 38th level Soul Master, and the victory was complete. It takes 3 seconds. Tangju admired himself deeply. When Kasia saw the tragic situation of Suox, he was extremely frightened, gritted his teeth and looked at Tangju pleadingly, "Spare me. I will tell you everything. Do you want to tell me that you are from the City Lord's mansion? Or are you being instructed by the City Lord?" Nodding. The moment I saw Zhang Feng, I had already guessed it. Tangju walked to the distance and built his own hammer, saying sarcastically. Kasia was visibly taken aback. She didn't expect Tangju to even guess this, and then hurriedly said, "Do you want to take revenge? I can take you there and help you deal with the City Lord. The City Lord is a level 42 soul sect. You can't deal with it alone. Moreover, he has a very good relationship with the Wuhan Hall, and the law enforcement team in the hunting forest lives in the City Lord's mansion." Kasia revealed the information of the City Lord's mansion, constantly increasing his life-saving bargaining chips. Suox was dead, she wanted Tangju to die, thinking about tempting Tangju to take revenge, and teaming up with the people in the City Lord's mansion to kill Tangju. "I'm going to trouble the City Lord, otherwise I won't even dare to show up in public in the future." Tangju felt that he still had to go, or else he would be chased and killed everywhere as Tang Hao's son. Life. Did you agree? Kasia was delighted, but in his heart he was thinking how to cut Tang $9,000. Tangju smiled and nodded, "However, I don't believe you." The hammer that Tangju lifted didn't enter Kasia, fearing that she would have any killer moves, so he flew over with a hammer. "No," Kasia yelled, not understanding why Tangju would refuse, but she only yelled, and the hammer hit her stomach, causing her to completely lose her life. Tangju held a hammer to make up for Suox, only then was he satisfied and began to search for the belongings of the two of them, but he was disappointed. The two of them didn't bring money at all when they went out, probably because they thought it was too easy to kill themselves. They went back after the killing, or didn't want to leave more clues to let Tang Hao know. Tangju cursed unlucky secretly, and returned to Nodding City with a hammer. "I never hold grudges, I will avenge my grudges on the spot. Anyone who wants to die on their own will die." Chapter 35, Self-Martial Spirit Fusion Skill, Evil Ring Devour Sky Ant. To kill City Lord Nodding, you must plan properly. Tangju wouldn't be so stupid that he would rush in with a hammer, he had to figure out the opponent's strength. A 42-level soul sect is no better than a 30-level soul sect. The most important thing for me to defeat the souls is to rely on the Spirit Ring martial arts, which limits one of the opponent's soul ring. In fact, the opponent's soul power is only a little higher than mine, but the soul ability is the same as mine. No, not the same. I have 2000-year spirit abilities and 1000-year spirit bone ability, and the other party only has 200-year spirit abilities. This is the basis for me to crush them. Tang Juyi wondered. In fact, the reason why he could crush his opponent was definitely due to his talent. The spirit ring martial spirit is too strong. However, if the opponent is level 42 and possesses 4 spirit abilities, there is a limit of 3 for 1 spirit ability. If the battle cannot be resolved within 2 minutes, then wait for the opponent to counter-kill. If the law enforcement team in the Wuhan temple is still there, it is basically dead. Tang Ju took out the dried pork and gnawed it, then turned around and sneaked back to Nodding City, then mixed into Nodding College, found the master, and told the master about his experience. You want to kill the city lord? It's too dangerous. The master's expression changed. He also felt that the city lord should die, but he didn't want Tang Ju to take the risk. I must kill him, otherwise I won't be able to show up on the mainland in the future. Tang Ju didn't want to be as embarrassed as Tang Hao. He had to cover his face tightly when he went out to see people. There are so many cute girls here waiting for him to save. His good life has just begun, but he doesn't want to live in a dark corner. The master saw Tang Ju's firm gaze, and then smiled bitterly. It seems that you came here to ask me about martial soul fusion skills. Yes, teacher. Relying on the spirit ring martial arts, I can surpass the 10th level of soul power to crush my opponent, so with the martial arts fusion skill, it should be even more powerful. Tang Ju was full of anticipation, the master said before. After the spirit ring, I will explain this knowledge to him, now the time is ripe. The master's face also became solemn, his eyes were even hotter than Tang Ju's, and he exhaled heavily. You are the fusion of 2 spirits of your own. In order to distinguish other martial arts fusion skills, I gave it a name. Called, Self-Martial Soul Fusion Skill. Tang Ju's eyes lit up, really appropriate. The martial soul fusion skill is to have the same attributes or complementary martial souls to fuse a new martial soul, which can be 2 or more. I and Flander have another person called Golden Iron. The triangle is because of the martial spirits and fusion of the 3 of us, forming a new martial spirit, the Golden Sacred Dragon. The master said this, a deep pain appeared on his face, and then he continued. When martial souls are fused, one martial soul must be the main martial soul, and then other martial souls can make up for and add to the shortcomings, or merge to increase their power. According to your 2 martial souls, your main martial soul should be a bullet. Ant martial spirit. Tang Juyi made sense. Although he knew the plot, he didn't involve such a detailed theory. He immediately asked, Teacher, how can the spirit of martial arts be merged next? The master said, the process of fusion is actually the attraction and change of martial spirits. During the fusion, you have to think that the bullet ant has absorbed the spirit ring martial arts. However, not only martial spirits are fused, but also spirit rings and spirit powers, so it puts a heavy load on the body. If one fails, it will explode and die. After all, you are a person who bears 2 martial spirits, to the increase brought by a spirit ability. The master's tone is very heavy, which is very dangerous. When a few of them tried martial spirit fusion, it was not so easy. After trying many times, it succeeded. Tang Ju's self-martial spirit fusion was even more dangerous. Teacher, I think the current physical fitness is totally affordable. Tang Ju immediately opened the martial arts, the bullet ant martial arts possessed, and he was still dragging a spirit ring martial arts in his hand. This time, he no longer put the spirit ring martial spirit on his body, but directly stuffed the spirit ring martial spirit into his mouth. When it comes to fusion, Tang Ju feels that there is nothing more thorough than swallowing fusion. The corner of the master's mouth twitched. In fact, what he meant was to let the bullet ants slowly absorb the spirit ring martial arts, instead of swallowing it violently. This is too savage and too dangerous. Either the fusion succeeds or the body explodes. There is no way out of death. But Tang Ju had eaten it, so he stopped talking, but nervously watched the changes in Tangju's martial arts. After Tangju had eaten the spirit ring martial spirit, the bullet ant martial spirit suddenly began to swell, and at this moment Tangju's face was distorted, as if he was suffering from great pain. The jaws of the original bullet ant were thicker, and the body became more slender. The legs of the ant were twice as thick as before, but the legs of the ant were a bit similar to the legs of a spider, sharp like a spear, and shone with cold light. After the bullet ant's body change ended, a pair of wings like cicada wings stretched out on his back. Tangju was not surprised. He was a male bullet ant. It is not unusual for a male ant to have wings, but it means he has with the ability to fly. The speed has also been greatly improved. After the wings grew, marks appeared on the bullet ant's forehead, which were 3 rotating commas. Tangju looked very familiar, but for a moment he couldn't remember what it was. He always felt where he had seen it. After all this was over, a spirit ring rose. The purple spirit ring was darker than the previous one, and it was shining with white and yellow light spots, making this spirit ring look extremely gorgeous. 3-color spirit ring. The master murmured to himself, as if he had discovered a new world. He couldn't help but have a conjecture in his heart. With the increase in strength in the future, this spirit ring can still change toward 5 colors or 7 colors. There are also the marks of the 3 scarlet commas, which is not easy. Only at this moment did Tangju feel the pain in his body disappear. His whole body was soaked, but his eyes were extremely excited. He felt extremely powerful at this moment. Although the strength did not increase much, the speed increased a lot obviously. The spirit ring of Biofengian was completely blessed on the spirit of the bullet ant during the martial spirit fusion process. Xiaoju, what is the name of your own martial arts fusion skills? The master saw that Tangju was so unpredictable, and he completed the martial arts fusion easily for the first time, and immediately asked. Teacher, my own martial arts fusion skill is called Evil Ring Sky Ant. This name didn't come from Tangju himself, but it automatically appeared in Tangju's mind the moment the martial soul fusion was completed. When the master heard the name, he felt a sharp coldness. Evil represents evil, devouring, and engulfing. In other words, this martial arts fusion skill may be developed in these 2 special directions and has special abilities. But the master can't guess what the specific ability is, but the power of this martial soul fusion technique is beyond doubt. Xiaoju, since your own martial spirit fusion skill has been completed, then I must remind you of the drawbacks of this skill. The master saw that Tangju had fallen into a crazy fantasy. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he immediately warned seriously. Chapter 36, Seal of Heaven. What's the disadvantage? Tangju immediately became serious. It was normal for his powerful skills to have drawbacks. Of course, he had to listen to the advice of professionals. To talk about Wuhan theoretical knowledge, then the master is invincible in the world. The most likely thing that can happen when using the self-body martial arts fusion technique is body explosion. This is caused by the body's inability to withstand the powerful ability, especially if you have the devouring ability. All that is devoured is energy. Nothing is a big problem. The master solemnly instructed, so, when it is swallowed, enough is enough. Tangju nodded immediately and said that he knew it, which was the same as eating to death. The master saw Tangju listening, and a smile appeared on his serious face. However, don't be afraid. When your body reaches a limit, you will feel that something is wrong. Just stop in time. However, in addition to body explosion, there are many side effects. For example, the spirit ring is dim, and it is even possible that the spirit ring is missing. When Tangju heard this, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the master. The spirit ring was dim. Isn't it a sequelae of Tang Hao's use of the explosive ring? As for the lack of spirit ring, Tang San sacrificed the spirit ring in order to save Xiao Wu. It is worthy of being a master. No one who has seen this kind of thing would dare to have such a conjecture, but the master guessed that there must be a soul ring missing because of the dim spirit ring, which is simply not good. Teacher, are there any other drawbacks? Tang Ju asked hurriedly. The master thought for a while and said, others, I haven't thought of it for the time being, now let's test your own martial arts fusion skills. After the master finished speaking, he opened the martial soul directly, and the silly Luo Sanbao came out. The moment he saw Tang Ju's evil ring eating sky ants, its plump body was agitated, and he immediately hid behind the master. It keeps making a roaring sound, which means that I am very afraid. When the master saw this, he smiled. It seems that your evil ring sky-devouring ant is a very powerful beast spirit, and it has a suppressive effect on ordinary beast spirits. Xiaoju, try its spirit power and abilities now. Tang Ju immediately activated his spirit power, the three-color spirit ring lit up, and a soul curse flashed in Tang Ju's mind. The first soul melting ability, speed deprivation. The three-color light gleamed on Tang Ju, and he didn't dare to attack the master hard, just lightly patted the master. Just a moment, the master's face changed. It wasn't that Tang Ju used his palm so hard, in fact Tang Ju didn't use any strength at all, but the master obviously felt that his speed had slowed down. Xiaoju, continue. A glint flashed in the master's eyes, and there was a terrible guess in his heart. Tang Ju followed and took the first palm shot. At this moment, Tang Ju couldn't help but explode, I'm CAO. Tang Ju was stunned. Every time he attacked, he was able to rob the opponent's speed and make up for himself. The range is as high as 5%. This is obviously the first spirit ability of the Spirit Ring martial arts, an upgraded version of the Speed Evil Ring. Tang Ju attacked 3 more times, and the speed of each deprivation was 5%. At this moment, he found that the speed of the master was significantly reduced. What a terrible self-martial arts fusion skill! No wonder it is called the Evil Ring Sky Devourer. The master envied him, and then asked, Xiaoju, your skill should have a time limit. If I guess right, the time should be not long. It's really short. The duration is only 1 minute. Tang Ju couldn't help but complain, because every skill of Mao has a time limit, and it has never exceeded 1 minute. However, after being depressed, Tang Ju triumphantly said, in 1 minute, as long as I attack the enemy, I will continue to swallow the enemy at a superimposed speed. The pupils of the master suddenly shrank, which can only be described by magical skills. However, this skill has a big limitation. It can only be used once a month. And the speed of devouring the enemy will be returned to the opponent after 3 minutes, which means that I can only temporarily have the enemy's speed for 4 minutes. Tang 9 extremely speechless, this skill still has a CD. The most depressing thing is that the CD is calculated on a monthly basis. When the master heard this, his face seemed a lot better, that's right. If there is no limit to this skill, those books will be invincible. It seems that your own martial arts fusion skills can't be used often. This may also be a kind of protection for you. The master thinks this is normal, if those spirit abilities that can make the spirit ring dim, if they can be used non-stop, it would be utterly unreasonable. Anything beyond common sense has a price. The master pointed to Tang Ju's Xie Ring Sky Devouring Ants for it again, and the 3 scarlet commas said, have you found this scarlet mark? What special ability does it have? No. Tang Ju didn't feel any special ability, and shook his head decisively, but suddenly his eyes lit up, imprinted. Why do you hear so familiar? Imprint, imprint, curse imprint. Tang Ju was surprised, no wonder this thing is so familiar. 3 commas, which grow in the pupils, are the symbol of the Uchiha clan in Naruto, written round eyes, but it is a black comma. If it grows on the skin, it is the curse mark of Yuan. Imprint of Heaven's Curse. The reason Tang Ju didn't recognize it was because the curse imprint was 3 black commas. After the curse imprint was activated, it was also a black cloud covering the skin, but this comma was bloody. The curse seal of the sky, but can increase all the power of the body, is divided into the first state of the curse seal and the second state of the curse seal. Sasuke's dark curse seal 2 form, when he first came out, still amazed many people. That power is almost abnormal. But how should this curse seal be activated? Does it need special energy? Like hatred? Tangju tried it, for example, hating Tang Hao for not giving meat, no effect at all. Tried with soul power, and there was no response, which made Tangju a little confused. But with this thing, he will definitely find a way to use it in the future. He is not in a hurry. With the ability he has now, he is fully confident that he can kill 7 in and 7 out in the city lord's mansion. Teacher, a month later, the CD of my skills, it's not right, after the skills can be used again, I went to the city lord's mansion to kill the bastard. Tangju shook his fist loudly. Can you do it alone? Now your own martial arts fusion skills, there are no other drawbacks, can only be obtained through actual combat. If there is a little accident during the battle, you will die. The master said very politely. That's right. I must find a helper. Tangju automatically ruled out the master. Seriously, if the master removes the hindrance, there is no other use. Teacher, how about I write a letter to Big Owl and ask him to come and help? The master chuckled. Philand is not so stupid to go to the city lord's mansion to kill people with you, especially where there are still people from the spirit hall, unless his Shrek Academy doesn't want it. That's right. Then I will write a letter saying that my father is going to hammer the Lord Nodding, and ask him to come and help deal with the Lord's property and count the money. He will come. The corner of the master's mouth twitched, and he can guarantee that Philand can run faster than a rabbit. Chapter 37, Flanders Pitted. Tangju didn't rush to call Flender over, but stayed in the master's dormitory to earnestly cultivate soul power. The master also tried his best to teach Tangju various theoretical knowledge. Tangju was studying very seriously, and he was also thinking about how to use the Heaven's Curse Seal. The Heaven's Curse Seal went from the evil ring to the forehead of the sky ant to Tangju's left shoulder. The 3 blood-red commas never had any special reactions. No matter whether it was inspired by soul power or other emotional stimuli, there was no response. Try to use soul power training instead of sleep. The master also told Tangju a little trick to speed up the cultivation of soul power. Tangju is also constantly trying. Now he needs 8 hours of sleep. He uses soul power to replace an hour, feeling full of energy, and replacing it with soul power for an hour and a half. He feels a little unsatisfied. After 28 days of cultivation, Tangju can now use his spirit power to practice for an hour and a half to replace sleep. His current spirit power cultivation is much faster than Tang San. After all, his physical fitness is good. Finally broke through from level 26 to level 27. Tangju was very happy, everything was ready but the thugs owed him, so he picked up a brush and wrote a letter to Flanders. The content was very simple. That is to say, City Lord Norden wanted to kill himself and receive the reward of Wuhan Hall. He was not dead. He had already told his father Tang Hao. Tang Hao decided to take the dog head of City Lord Norden 3 days later. City Lord Nodding has so much wealth, many things are too valuable, Tangju doesn't understand it himself, and it's useless for Tang Hao to ask for money now. He needs a discerning person to identify and realize the things. When Flender received the letter, his eyes were like owls, braving the green light, entrusting the school affairs to Zhao Wao Qi, directly turning on the spirit and flying over. After entering the master's room, he immediately laughed. Xiaoju, I want to kill you. You want money? Tangju snorted. Same. Flanders didn't care. He looked at Tangju like a mobile treasury. He rubbed his hands and said, What on earth does your father want to do? I need my cooperation. I am absolutely obliged to do so. This is the ratio of the share. We have to make it clear. How about my 8 and you 2? 5-5, don't pull it down. Tangju snorted. Flender is relieved now, if Tang Ju is such a cunning kid who doesn't bargain with him, there will be a big problem. Deal. Flanders happily poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip of it comfortably. It was so fragrant. The master shook his head lightly and said nothing. Tang Ju saw Flanders agree, so he said, "This time, my father made his move mainly to conceal my identity. Therefore, everyone who knows my identity must be brought out." "What do you mean?" Flander raised his brows. How could it sound a little dangerous? "Meaning, I have to break into the city lord's mansion alone and let them kill me. Telling you to come is to prevent me from being killed in seconds. When the insiders of the city lord's mansion are brought out, my father hits to death with a hammer." Tang Ju was talking about his plan, and Flander understood. The feeling was that he had to face the people in the city lord's mansion first. "I won't do it." Flander shook his head like a rattle. "Scared?" Tang Ju snorted disdainfully. "It's not a question of whether you are afraid or not. The Wuhandian law enforcement team is in the Nodding City Lord's mansion. This is an open secret. I want to do it, or is it to be an enemy of the Wuhandian? If things are revealed, I will run away everywhere, but Shrek Academy is over." Flender's mind was very clear, and Tang Ju was not entangled in it. "And, do you know that after doing it, the people in the spirit hall will guess the approximate spirit ability and spirit power level based on the remaining battle traces? This is not a joke. The Wuhan Hall is so awesome." Tang Ju didn't believe it. Experienced people can do it, and Wuhan Palace does not lack such talents. The master said frankly, "He can do it." Tang Ju rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Don't worry, when the time comes, my father will hammer the city lord's mansion and write a few big characters, murderer, Hao Shenzong Tang Hao. Where are the people in the Wuhan Palace still using investigations? Just chased and killed my father." Flender's eyes lit up, "So you can still consider it?" The corner of the master's mouth twitched. "Tang Hao fart. Tang Ju doesn't know where Tang Hao is." However, the master did not remind Flanders, because Tang Ju had decided that she must kill the city lord, and frightened Flanders away. "Isn't Xiao Ju very dangerous? Whether to go or not to go depends on Flanders' own choice." Tang Ju looked at Flanders' entangled face, so he pulled up his fingers and started to settle accounts. "A guard of the city lord is worth 2,000 gold soul coins, and Nodding City also has a hunting forest. This year's taxation, hunting the income from the corpse of the soul forest soul beast, the wealth of this city lord will at least get 1,000,000 soul coins." Phelan slapped the table and said angrily, "It's done." 3 days later, at night, wearing masks, Tang Ju and Flender entered through the gate of the city lord's mansion arrogantly, punched all the way in, and beaten people when they saw them. "I'm here to seek revenge from the Lord Nodding. Anyone who doesn't want to die will get out of here." Phelan used his soul power coercively and aggressively. The soldiers in the city lord's mansion could not get up because of the pressure. After Phelan released the coercion, these were low-powered soldiers. They all withdrew. "Don't want to die in vain. Hey! I'm so brave, how dare I be good at the city lord's mansion?" The voice of City Lord Nodding was back in the luxurious mansion, and then his figure flew out from the house. There were 4 people behind him, all of them in their 40s, each wearing the emblem of the Spirit Hall. Arrogant. The moment City Lord Nodding saw Tang Ju, his pupils suddenly shrank. He had discovered the bodies of the 3 Suoks long ago, and at first he was very worried, afraid that it was Tang Hao's work, but after checking it, he found that it was not Tang Hao at all, and Tang Hao only needed a hammer. The greedy city lord Norton didn't report the matter to the Spirit Hall. A soul bone reward could not satisfy him. He also wanted to continue to investigate Tang Ju's whereabouts, and then assassinate him again. Unexpectedly, Tang Ju would come here. Although he was following a soul master, it was not Tang Hao's age. He immediately led the Wuhan Hall law enforcement team out to kill Tang Ju. "Smelly boy, 5 spirit masters at level 40 or so should be the limit. There is no one else. You can inform your father that he is here. Flender felt that the task was too easy to complete, and couldn't help but smile, and he could count the money in a moment. After getting the money, he will definitely make Shrek Academy bigger and stronger. Hey? My father? I don't know where he is. Tonight, we will be the two of us, we will get rid of them. You go first. Tangju pretended to be stupid, and then he was quite concerned about the posture of putting the dog at the door. He kept facing the 5 people and said to Flander. Flander was struck by lightning, and his whole body was stunned. Chapter 38, Warlord Nodding. Who am I, where am I, what am I doing? Countless questions flashed in Flender's mind, the whole person was dizzy, and the face under the mask was distorted. As clever as he was actually overshadowed by a little bunny. Flanders only felt that his IQ was constantly rubbed on the ground, and it was all caused by greed. He looked around blankly, then underestimated, sorry, I went to the wrong door. After finishing speaking, he ran out of the city lord's mansion, leaving the city lord nodding with a few people looking at each other. Boy, your helper is gone. After City Lord Norden was taken aback, a touch of ecstasy appeared on his face. It seemed that the helper Tangju was looking for was afraid of the Wuhan temple. Doesn't it mean that Tangju was throwing himself into the trap? He is gone, I will hammer you all the same. Tangju didn't seem to care, he was not surprised that Flender escaped immediately. After all, Flender was dragging his family with him, and he would not smash with Wuhan Hall. However, given Flanders 100 courage, he didn't dare to leave now, and if Tangju died here, he would have no good fruit to eat. Therefore, at this moment, Flander must be paying attention to this battlefield somewhere, waiting for himself to be seriously injured, and he is saving himself. This is enough. He wants to do it. Open Martial Soul. City Lord Norden shouted, then opened Martial Soul. Level 42 Control System Soul Sect, Wuhan, Vampire Vine. There was a blood-colored vine in his hand, and 4 spirit rings appeared on his body, yellow, yellow, purple and purple. To deal with a little baby, you still have to do your best, aren't you afraid to scare him to death? The people of the Wuhan Hall law enforcement team smiled arrogantly. They immediately activated Wuhan, not to clean up Tangju, but to prevent Philand from returning. Level 41 Sensitive Attack System Battle Soul Sect, Wuhan Lightning Leopard. 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. Level 43 Auxiliary Weapon Soul Sect, Wuhan 5-Leaf Clover. The soul ring is 2 yellow and 2 purple. The 42nd Level Assault System Battle Soul Sect, the Martial Soul Flame Bird. The soul ring is 2 yellow and 2 purple. Each of the 3 people burst out their martial arts spirits, and they all showed brilliant spirit rings, and then looked at the last person. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth, and there was a purple gem in his hand. The 44th Level Assault Weapon Soul Sect, Martial Soul Amethyst. The soul ring is 2 yellow and 2 purple. Tangju frowned, gem-type martial souls. According to the Master's theory, most of these martial souls are spirit-type attacking martial souls. Tangju also quickly activated the spirit, the bullet ant possessed the spirit ring was held in his hand, and a purple spirit ring appeared on his body. The first ring in the millennium. The 4 members of the Wuhan Hall law enforcement team couldn't help but exclaimed. No wonder they dare to come to the city lord's mansion to make trouble. They understood Tangju's confidence, but even if it was the first ring of the millennium, compared with the 42nd level soul sect, it was still not enough. City Lord Nodding said to the Wuhan Hall law enforcement team, I will solve this kid, everyone will put me in the line to prevent his comrades from attacking. After the incident, I will thank you again. City Lord Nodding didn't want these people to take action. If Tangju died in the hands of someone, how would the reward be counted? City Lord, please. The Wuhan Hall law enforcement team didn't care, smiled and nodded. Tangju, the spirit master of the power attack system, was obviously restrained by the city master's control system, and they were simply too lazy. Tangju took out a 3,500 Jin warmer from the 12 golden hairpins, and set up a fighting posture. Weapon martial spirit? Twin martial spirit? No, the spirit power fluctuates very little, that's an ordinary hammer. That belt is the space soul guidance device. The hammer was taken out from there. The moment the people in the Wuhan Hall law enforcement team saw Tangju's warmer, their eyes lit up and thought it was the clear sky hammer, but they soon discovered that something was wrong, but everyone was greedy and spatial soul. The guide is also a baby. City Lord Norton also recognized the soul guidance device, and secretly said that it was a pity that this thing could not be swallowed. Go to hell, brat! The first spirit ability, entanglement. City Lord Norton didn't want to have many dreams in the night, so he directly used his spirit abilities, and the blood-sucking vine grew rapidly, winding towards Tangju. Frenzy. Tangju directly activated the spirit bone skill, his strength and speed surged, and he swung the warmer in his hand and smashed it towards the vampire vine. Hearing a bang, the entwined blood-sucking vine was smashed by a hammer and dissipated into primitive spirit power. What a violent power! The Flame Bird Soul Master exclaimed. Second spirit ability, blood-sucking vine cage. City Master Norton didn't want to waste time dealing with the assault spirit master. As long as he controlled the opponent, it was equal to the end of the battle. A cluster of blood-sucking vines suddenly grew under Tangju's feet, forming a cage, trapping him tightly in the middle. Drive me! Tangju swung his warmer and slammed it hard. The blood-sucking vine cage shook, but it didn't break. I am the spirit ring that absorbs the bitter bamboo spirit beast. It is so tough that you can't break it. City Lord Nodding sneered. Then the purple on the body lights up. The third spirit ability, thorns and blood thorns. This is the blood-sucking vine's natural ability. Long wooden thorns grow on the vines. After piercing into the enemy's body, they can blood. The blood-sucking vine is a rare plant that preys on animals. The tasting wooden thorns stretched out, and the cage that trapped Tangju began to shrink, and the wooden thorns pierced Tangju's body like a dagger. This kid is over. The city lord's blood-sucking vine can't be easily broken by him. The 5-leaf clover is of the plant type, and he knows the current situation. He doesn't think there is a strong attack-type spirit master, but only one spirit ring under circumstances. You can rely on strength to break through the vampire cage. But the next second, the corners of his mouth widened. The first spirit ability, violent. Tangju's 1,000-year spirit ability was finally used, his power reached the peak of 8,400 Jin, and he shattered the vampire vine cage with one blow, and also invalidated the third spirit ability of City Lord Nodding. After Tangju broke the cage, he rushed towards City Lord Nodding. Fourth soul ability, 10 Vine Dance. Seeing Tangju's rapid increase in speed, City Master Nodding rushed towards him, and immediately activated the fourth spirit ability as soon as he gritted his teeth. This spirit ability could change the number of blood-sucking vines from 1 vine to 10 vines, even though it consumes soul power. But the attack and defense will be greatly enhanced. But at this moment, Tangju's spirit ring Wuhan, which had never been shot, finally shot and set it on the body of City Lord Nodding. City Master Norton's fourth spirit ring quietly disappeared. Although the spirit curse was red, the spirit ability was not activated. The first spirit ability, the evil speed ring. Tangju immediately drew the speed of City Lord Nodding. A purple halo flashed on City Lord Nodding. Tangju's speed increased a bit, but City Lord Nodding felt the speed drop. With this delay, Tangju had already rushed to the City Lord. The body leaped high, and the sledgehammer fell from the sky and hit the City Lord's head. This kid, the fighting talent is really amazing. Standing on a high place, Flender couldn't help but secretly startled. Tangju held the spirit ring martial arts skills and didn't use it. He didn't compete with the opponent's spirit power, but used him to explode. The advantages for this thunderous blow. Shot is a killer move. Second spirit ability, blood-sucking vine cage. As a vine spirit, it can attack and defense is not at all ambiguous. The Lord Nodding immediately put a vampire vine cage on himself. He worried that one would not be enough. When the warrior fell, he did not hesitate to waste his soul power and give himself set a second cage. Violent. A flash of madness flashed in Tangju's eyes, using the first spirit ability again, agitating all his strength, and slamming it down. Boom! The two-layered blood-sucking vine cage still couldn't stop this violent blow. It was shattered by a blow. The Lord Nodding leaned back. Although he avoided his head, he was sturdy and smashed into his chest. Like a kite with a broken line, it flies upside down. How can that be? Everyone in the Wuhan Hall law enforcement team was shocked, and they didn't believe what they saw before them. The first Ring Soul Master actually defeated the fourth Ring Soul sect in just a few tenths of seconds. Chapter 39, Devouring Speed. The Lord Nodding, who flew upside down, vomited blood. His eyes were full of horror and unwillingness. He was defeated by a spirit master. No, it was killed. He felt difficult to breathe, struggling to look at the five-leaf clover spirit master. Only then did the five-leaf clover soul master reacted and immediately used his soul abilities. The fourth spirit ring, one leaf is healed. Following the chanting of the soul curse, a leaf flew out from the five-leaf clover martial arts soul and floated into the city Lord of Nodding. His collapsed chest slowly recovered, and his pale face became slightly bloody. But at this moment, Tangju suddenly took out a hammer from the 12 golden hairpins, and threw it fiercely towards City Lord Nodding. You are so cruel! Tang Hao's son! City Lord Norden couldn't dodge at all, his scarlet eyes glared at Tangju, and he exhausted the last bit of strength to expose Tangju's identity, and then he felt a pain in his chest. Tangju's hammer had already smashed his heart. Lord Nodding is dead. What a cruel method! The Lightning Leopard Soul Master snorted coldly, but he didn't look at City Lord Nodding again, but stared at the others with surprise. Killing Tang Hao's son, we can use our deeds to become the bishop of the main hall of the Wuhan Hall. It's really nowhere to find a place to break through the iron shoes, it's all effortless. It's a pity to kill. If you break your limbs and grab alive, Lord Qiandaolio will be rewarded more generously. The Amethyst Soul Master said coldly. Brother is still thoughtful. The other three people applauded. You really think of me as a dish? Cut it as you want? I dare to come today, just to send you to death. Tangju coldly snorted disdainfully. It's not ashamed that you killed City Lord Norden by using special means to restrict spirit abilities and restrict spirit rings. I don't know how you did it, but you can only restrict one person at most. And we are a whole the team. 4 soul sects. The Amethyst Soul Master was holding the winning ticket, and he gestured towards the Flamebird Soul Master and the Lightning Leopard Soul Master. The two did not use the soul skills, but instead rushed towards Tangju with the advantage of the martial arts. Oh! This kid is going to be unlucky, it seems that I can only take him away first. Flender felt that Tangju had reached his limit in killing City Lord Nodding. Based on his understanding of Tangju's situation, he believed that Tangju could not have any chance of winning, so he rushed to Tangju to take him away. As for whether Tangju's identity was leaked, it has nothing to do with him. But at the moment when the three of them started, the people present were shocked again. Tangju's martial soul unexpectedly changed again, and the bullet ant was 3 points bigger. The body is black and shiny, with ant legs like spears and transparent wings, all showing the horror of this beast spirit. What was even more shocking was the purple, white, and yellow 3-color spirit ring floating on Tangju. The wings behind Tangju shook, and he easily avoided the siege of the 2 spirit masters. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What the is this? Could it be the legendary martial soul fusion technique? The Amethyst Soul Master looked in amazement. But what is that 3-colored spirit ring? Mutated spirit ring. Not only were they shocked, but Flanders' eyes widened in time. It turned out that this was Tangju's trump card. Xiao Gang didn't even believe him, so let's not say what is so important. Tangju looked at the 4 members of the Wuhan Hall law enforcement team with cold eyes, and said coldly, "Today, use your blood to prove the strength of my own Wuhan fusion skills." The first soul melting ability, speed deprivation. The 3-color spirit ring shone brilliantly and merged into Tangju's evil ring Sky Eater Ants. Tangju felt an evil force erupting in the gods, as if to swallow all things. Tangju put the warmer into the 12 golden hairpins, and his speed increased sharply again. An afterimage crossed his body and rushed towards the 5-leaf clover spirit master. The master taught that in a team battle, the auxiliary soul master must be killed first, especially the auxiliary system with healing soul skills. The first spirit ability, Yi's growth rate. Second spirit ability, a leaf booster. The second spirit ability, Yi increases defense. The 5-leaf clover soul master is also a team battle master, and immediately increases the speed, strength, and defense for himself and his teammates. The first soul ability, Flame Ray. The Flame Bird Soul Master sprayed the line of fire and stormed Tangju. The first spirit ability, Lightning Stab. As for the Lightning Leopard Soul Master of the Mingyong system, after gaining the speed increase, he also activated the first soul ability. The speed was almost increased to the peak, and he rushed towards Tangju. When he was close to Tangju, he activated his second soul ability, Lightning Leopard Claw. The Lightning Leopard Claw is a soul skill that breaks the face, and the sharp claws can break through defenses and cut the body. Of course Tangju wouldn't use his body to resist. The spear-like ant legs stabbed towards the Lightning Leopard Soul Master. Dang dang! After the sound of metal collision, the Lightning Leopard Soul Master was directly lifted by Tangju's huge power, but his face was extremely solemn, and his speed dropped by 5%. Tangju felt an evil force breed in the god's body, the speed increased by a bit, and with one flap of his wings, he escaped the flame of the Flame Bird Soul Master, and then rushed towards him in the sky. So fast! The Flame Bird Soul Master is a power attack type Soul Master, not a sensitive skill type. Although he can fly, his speed is very different from Tangju, who has a soul bone blessed by a 2000-year speed soul ring. It is only too short. In seconds, Tangju caught up. Second spirit ability, the Demon Bird of Bathing Fire. The Flame Bird couldn't see it, so he could only turn on the raging flames of the second technique, the whole body burner, in an attempt to make Tangju retreat. When Tangju saw the raging flames, of course he wouldn't use his fist to hit it, but instead used spear-like ant legs to stab the Flame Bird Soul Master. With a pop, the arm of the Flame Bird Spirit Master was scratched. After plundering 5% of the opponent's speed again, Tangju's speed increased a little more, and at this moment, the evil wind on his back was the Lightning Leopard Soul Master. Tangju blocked his legs and fought him against him, knocking the Lightning Leopard Soul Master to the ground again, and another evil force grew in Tangju's body, and his speed increased again. Following the Flame Bird Soul Master reluctantly, Tangju swallowed his speed continuously with a punch to the opponent's face. His current speed was almost like a ghost, and the Flame Bird Soul Master couldn't react at all, so he could only use his hands. Wind Shield. With a click, the Flame Bird Soul Master's arm was interrupted, and his body fell from the air. The 5-leaf clover Soul Master hurriedly gave him treatment, a leaf flew in, and the Flame Bird Soul Master's arm recovered. His expression was extremely difficult to see. My speed is reduced by about 10%. The Lightning Leopard Soul Master also said in amazement, my speed has also been reduced by 10%. The speed he can swallow us, the two people exclaimed in unison. Not only that, the speed of devouring can also deny him. The 5-leaf clover Soul Master, as an auxiliary system, observes the battlefield more keenly. When he said this, everyone took a breath. Evildoer. The corners of Flender's mouth twitched, which was almost like hanging up. Calm down, there must be a limit to the speed of swallowing, everyone, don't panic. The Amethyst Soul Master said lightly, he didn't believe that there are soul skills that can swallow speed infinitely. Chapter 40, Mental Piercing. Limit. Tangju sneered, his evil ring eats sky ants, and the speed of his devouring will not have a limit. His current speed has surpassed the Lightning Leopard Soul Master, but instead of attacking the Lightning Leopard Soul Master, he killed the 5-leaf clover Soul Master of the auxiliary system. Fast, too fast. There is only this thought in the mind of the 5-leaf clover Soul Master. 2 seconds later, Tangju had already arrived in front of him, raised his leg and slammed at his waist. The 5-leaf clover Soul Master had no choice but to defend himself, and then resist with his arm. With a click, his hand broke. He realized the horror of Tangju's power at this moment, and he flew out, but before he landed, Tangju's speed increased by a bit, his body swayed, and he came behind him, with spear-like ants behind him. The leg directly pierced his body, and the 5-leaf clover Spirit Master's eyes were filled with disbelief, his pupils dilated and his expression lost. 15 seconds after the start of the team battle, the level 43 Auxiliary Weapon Soul Sect, the 5-leaf clover Soul Master died. Phelan took a breath, and Tangju's speed became faster and faster. Just now, he attacked the 5-leaf clover Soul Master twice, and his speed surged twice. At this moment, Tangju had already thrown out a lot of Lightning Leopard Soul Master in terms of speed. The World Martial Arts, in order not to break. Tangju explained this very well now. The ant leg threw off the dead 5-leaf clover Soul Master, and rushed towards the Flame Bird Soul Master. The first spirit ability, Flame Ray. The Flame Bird Soul Master tried to delay Tangju's attack with flames, but the flame burned, but only Tangju's shadow was left. Tangju's speed was too fast. Not only did he avoid the flame rays with his speed, but he even chased from behind. The Lightning Leopard Soul Master was thrown away. After 18 seconds of fighting, Tangju appeared in front of the Flame Bird Soul Master again, grinning, "This time, no one will help you treat it." Raising his hand like a knife, he fiercely inserted it into the heart of the Flame Bird Soul Master. The Flame Soul Master turned pale with fright. If he was hit this time, he would end up just like the 5-leaf clover Soul Master. There was a fierce flash in his eyes, and he activated the strongest soul ability. The third spirit ability, Flame Increase. Fourth spirit ability, Flame Tornado. The Flame Boost can increase the damage of the flame attack by 30%. The fourth spirit ability is a range-killing skill that can form a flame tornado with a diameter of 5 meters. This flame impact can stun the opponent for a moment and cause terrible burning damage. Tangju felt a huge spirit power fluctuation under his feet, and a terrifying heat wave hit, and he immediately flapped his transparent wings, and a black shadow passed across his body, quickly evading the spirit ability dangerously. A trace of regret flashed in the eyes of the Flame Bird Soul Master, but the next moment, it turned into a panic. Tangju's dodge just now did not retreat, but flew diagonally, spared a bit on the left, and quickly killed him. This time, the Flame Bird Spirit Master was completely desperate. He had just used the first, third, and fourth spirit abilities, which consumed a lot of him, and it was difficult for him to use the fourth spirit ability again in a short time. Except for the fourth spirit ability, it was difficult for other spirit abilities to stop Tangju from advancing. He could only watch Tangju hit his chest with a fist, and after a second of his body floating in the air, the leg of the ant penetrated precisely from the back of his heart. After 24 seconds of fighting, the 42-level Assault System Battle Soul Sect, the Flame Bird Soul Master died. And Tangju's looted 10% of the speed of the Flame Bird. Up to now, he looted 10% of the speed of the Lightning Leopard, 15% of the speed of the Flame Bird Soul Master, and 10% of the speed of the 5-leaf clover Soul Master. At this moment, his speed has far surpassed the Lightning Leopard Soul Master, fast enough that he can't keep up. How is it possible? Why didn't he die without exploding? The lightning leopard soul master had already retreated. In just over 20 seconds, 4 people were half dead, which made him lose confidence in victory. Don't be afraid. Hold on. The amethyst soul master shouted in a deep voice. Aren't you going to make a move? The lightning leopard soul master saw Tang Jukeo rushing towards him, and asked sharply, do you want to swallow the reward? The amethyst soul master's expression did not change, but he said coldly, not yet time. The big reason why he didn't make a move was that he only had one spirit ability. His special gem-type martial spirit, no matter how many spirit rings are, there is only one spirit ability, of course he has to choose the best time to shoot. A shot is a kill. He doesn't believe that a person can devour speed indefinitely. The speed of devouring is also energy. When the energy is so strong that the body cannot accept it, it will definitely explode. And Tangju didn't choose to attack the amethyst spirit master, because this kind of spirit master's spirit skills were too weird, and waited until he was the only one left, and then dealt with him. 4th spirit ability, Ghost Tiger Clone. The lightning leopard soul master didn't dare to fight Tangju at all. His 4th soul ability came from Ghost Tiger's clone ability, which could be divided into 3 identical energy clones, attacking the enemy at the same time. But now he just used this spirit ability to delay time, and his body quickly backed away. With a tear, Tangju's ant leg directly shredded a clone. This time he was unable to plunder the opponent's speed, and the torn clone dissipated into primitive spirit power. Tangju's heart moved. It seemed that it is necessary to attack the Dao itself to steal speed. 2 more moves, shredding the remaining 2 clones. Tangju's first spirit ability, the time for speed plundering was only less than 20 seconds left. Tangju was no longer polite with the other party, and launched an attack with all his strength. Bang bang bang! After attacking more than a dozen times in a row, Tangju was constantly depriving the opponent of speed, and Phelan's jaw was smashed to the ground by the scene in front of him. The lightning leopard soul master was deprived of 90% of his speed. Now when he moves, it is just like slow motion, his body seems to be filled with lead, although from the expression, he has already exerted his full strength. Too frightening. Ended. After Tangju finished the test, he didn't leave his hands anymore, and the ant's leg stretched out and pierced the lightning leopard soul master's heart fiercely. After 53 seconds of fighting, the level 41 sensitive attack system battle soul sect, the lightning leopard soul master died. Just when Tangju wanted to get rid of the lightning leopard soul master on the ant's legs, another evil energy entered his body. This time, Tangju's breath suddenly violent, and he felt the evil energy madly impact the meridians throughout his body. The body is almost unable to bear it. Oops, the body has reached the limit of endurance. Tangju cried secretly. At this time, he saw the cold smile of the amethyst soul master. Mental piercing. The 4 spirit rings on the amethyst spirit master lighted up at the same time. Although his martial spirit had only 1 spirit ability, he had to gain something if he lost it. His 4 identical spirit abilities could release superimposed power at the same time. A faint red light flashed in the eyes of the amethyst soul master, and then it shot Tangju's eyes directly. Tangju suddenly felt his head explode. He had not practiced in the spiritual realm. This kind of mental attack was too weird, and he felt that a soul that was about to cut his soul was just about to be cut, and his eyes suddenly went dark. This is his spirit ability, not to create illusions, but to kill the soul directly, so he is attacking the weapon soul sect instead of controlling the weapon soul sect. Flender was also shocked. He didn't expect the change to come so suddenly. He really wanted to slap himself twice. If Tangju died, he could get into big trouble. Haha, my mental attack can easily kill people of the soul sect level. Without the protection of the head and soul bone, it will definitely die. The amethyst soul master laughed. He seemed to see that he had become the archbishop of the Wuhan temple in white, the supreme power, beauty and wealth beckoning him. But he didn't notice that the 3 blood-colored commas on Tang Ju's ring sky-devouring ant's forehead lit up strangely, as if greedily absorbing something. And Tang Ju's pupils became extremely excited at the moment of loss of consciousness. Chapter 41, Group Annihilation. The moment the strange mental attack entered Tang Ju's eyes, the curse imprint of the sky seemed to be alive, and immediately began to devour this unusual energy. Tang Ju's soul also became clear at this moment. The curse seal of the sky actually absorbs spiritual energy. In other words, all mental attacks will be absorbed by the curse seal of the sky and stored as the energy to activate the curse seal of the sky. After a while, one of the 3 blood-colored commas, the blood color on it seemed to be smeared with huiguang, and Tang Ju also understood that the energy of this comma was fully charged. But there is more understanding in my mind. Once a comma is charged, you can use the curse seal one state once. After the 3 commas are charged, you can use the curse seal 2 state once. Understanding all this, Tang Ju finally looked up at the amethyst spirit master who was laughing wildly, and found that this guy had fallen into a frenzied imagination, silly forgetting about it, so he asked, "What's so happy? Look at you. Happy to be a fool. I killed Tang Hao's son alone, and I will soon become the Archbishop in White. Haha, you said I should not be happy." When the amethyst spirit master heard someone ask a question, he immediately shared his joy with him without hesitation, but the next second he reacted, pointing at Tang Ju as if he had seen a ghost. "Why didn't you die?" "Impossible, this is a mental attack." "Yet, how is it possible? Mental attacks have always been very mysterious. Flender himself has not seen many people who have mental attacks, but he has seen people who create illusions, but such people who directly attack souls are too rare. No way, who told me to be so talented? I am immune to mental attacks." "What? I am immune to mental attacks?" The amethyst soul master stopped and almost wanted to vomit blood. He had heard of Huo Mian and Bing Mian, but he had never heard that mental attacks would also be immune. There was no reason for this. However, he had no time to think about it. Tang Ju's wings shook, and he already leaped towards him. "No!" The amethyst soul master yelled, and there was no time to react, and he felt a pain in his body. Tang Ju had appeared before his eyes, and the spear-like ant legs had penetrated his kidneys. The amethyst soul master belongs to the spirit type. His mental power is extremely strong and he did not die immediately. He suddenly grabbed Tang Ju's ant leg and grinned and said, "You still dare to kill me like this? Just now, you have already swallowed the body. The limits of endurance, do you feel like you're about to burst into death now? Come die with me, idiot." "Ha ha ha." The amethyst soul master laughed wildly, coughing up blood. And Tang Ju really felt an evil energy entering at this moment. This energy was like the last straw that crushed the camel, causing his meridians to withstand the limit to be completely shattered. Tang Ju's skin was cracked, blood oozing out, and his soul power was unsteady. The muscles all over his body would swell and contract, which was the sign before the body exploded. "Smelly boy! You are dying!" Flander turned pale with fright, and he whispered Tang Ju for being too stupid. Knowing that his body had reached its limit, he still had to attack with ant legs. Wouldn't he use a hammer to kill the enemy? He sprinted down quickly, anxiously circled Tang Ju, and shouted at the last shot of his thigh, "You hold on again, I'll go to your teacher." With that said, he would never hide his strength anymore and activate the spirit of martial arts. The 7 spirit rings lit up and flew towards Nodding College. Soul Saint! The amethyst soul master's pupils shrank, and he was taken aback by Phelan's strength. Unexpectedly, the person who had no spine at the beginning turned out to be a soul sage, and was still watching the battlefield. Immediately, he laughed madly again, "You are the stupidest person I have ever seen, and there is a soul saint who will put you in the battle, but he will play himself to death." "Haha! Really? It's a pity, who said I exploded and died? Let you take a look at my special soul melting skill, the curse of heaven is imprinted, open it. Tang Ju immediately used the state of curse imprint 1, and the 3 blood-colored commas on the forehead of the evil ring sky-devouring ant began to be printed on Tang Ju's body like red clouds. Half of his face was marked with blood-colored marks. It was evil. A darker and colder breath spread, Tang Ju's spirit power and physical fitness instantly began to surge, and his spirit power directly exploded to level 30. The strength of the body was also greatly increased, and the originally broken meridians began to be repaired in a peculiar way. At this moment, Tang Ju was like a dark monarch, looking at the Amethyst Soul Master with icy eyes. I also want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to activate this special skill. So, I will kindly send you to death. You. The Amethyst Soul Master's eyes were round, horrified, annoyed, and sad. He thought others were stupid, and it turned out that he was the stupid pig-like person. Wow, let out another mouthful of blood. The Amethyst Soul Master tilted his head and died completely. After 67 seconds of fighting, the 44th level attacked the Weapon Soul Sect, and the Amethyst Soul Master died. At this point, Tang Ju fought the Wuhan Hall Law Enforcement Group one by one, destroying the other party. Tang Ju couldn't help but scream, "This battle is cool." After laughing, Tang Ju started to touch the corpses and search for the belongings of these people. The 4 members of the Wuhan Hall Law Enforcement team contributed 100 gold soul coins to him, and the Lord Nodding also contributed 10,000 gold soul coins. Quick, quick, Flanders! In the sky, the master's voice was extremely anxious. He was caught by Farondera and flew over directly, but seeing the following situation clearly, the master said displeased, "Flanders, you are the spirit of cat and eagle. Aren't your eyes blind?" Xiaoju seems to be about to explode. Hearing the voice of the master, Tang Ju grinned and said, "The big owl is too ignorant. I kill these people as easy as killing a chicken. Smelly boy, just scream." Flander curled his lips. Although he was shocked, he pretended not to be concerned. When he saw the corpses all over the floor, his eyes brightened, and he ran to touch the corpses quickly, with extremely fast speed and skillful movements. After a while, he screamed, "Tang Ju, you bastard, I will look for it. Xiao Gang rescued you, but you didn't even leave a single hair. Who told you not to take action? I will leave you a hammer." Tang Ju folded his chest with both hands. "Smelly boy! Believe it or not, I'll hammer you. Flender's lungs are going to explode, so you can save me some." The master didn't take care of the frustrated Flander, but said in a serious tone, "Little Ju, quickly disarm the self-organized martial soul fusion technique." Tang Ju heard the tone of the master seriously, and did not hesitate, and immediately let the martial arts fusion skills disintegrate. But just returned to his normal state, he was like a frustrated ball, his body was extremely weak, his body staggered, and he almost fell. And his spirit power level at the moment is actually regressing. Level 27, Level 26, Level 21, Level 20. At Level 20, it hasn't stopped yet, Level 19. What's going on? Tang Ju was stunned. He had never heard of a drop in spirit power level. In the end, Tang Ju's spirit power dropped to level 17, which stopped the downward trend, but his spirit power actually dropped by level 10 in just 1 minute. Haha, God's will! Too many bad things are done, this is retribution. Flender looked at him with a cheerful face, "Making you cry." But the master looked solemn. He didn't believe in any retribution. A gleam of light flashed in his wise eyes, then he grabbed Tang Ju's arm and asked eagerly, "Is your physical fitness increased or decreased now? What is the power?" Chapter 42, Declining Spirit Power is a Good Thing. "Xiao Gang, what do you mean?" Flander, who was in the dark, couldn't help frowning when he heard the master's words. Tang Ju's eyes also suddenly brightened, and his spirit power was reduced by 10 levels, which was a big blow to him. Hearing what the master said, there seemed to be a hidden secret. So I carefully realized that the speed and endurance have increased a lot, and even the basic strength has increased from 4,500 kilograms to 5,500 kilograms. This is a good thing, the master said decisively. What? A good thing? What's so good about a 10th level drop in spirit power? Flender curled his lips. The master's wise vision. Soul power is energy. Energy will not disappear for no reason. Instead, it will be used to transform Xiaoju's body. Self-body martial arts fusion skills have very strict requirements on the body. This is obviously the use of soul power to forcibly temper the body. Make the body stronger to adapt to the increasingly powerful self-martial spirit fusion skills. The reason why I lost level 10 spirit power all at once is because Xiaoju's body is not strong enough. Although he uses his own martial soul fusion technique in the future, he will also reduce his spirit power, which is used to gradually transform his body, but it will not be like this. So overbearing this time. The master's theory sounds very reasonable. Tangju's heart was hot, and his body was getting stronger and stronger, which meant he was getting stronger and stronger. As for the level of soul power he lost, he could slowly cultivate back. Isn't it another way to beat the body? The corners of Phelan's mouth twitched. This kid can come across any good thing, it's so unreasonable. Boy, how much money did you scavenge? Not much, only 1.8 million gold soul coins. Tangju deliberately said the harvest, deliberately angering Phelan. What? Phelan didn't even have 30,000 gold soul coins in his hand. Hearing that such a large sum of money slipped away from him, his intestines became remorseful, and he wanted to slap himself. Why did he go to the master? You should touch the corpse first, my money. Phelan grabbed Tangju's neck and said, I must be divided in half. We said that it was 5 to 5 points. Haha, Big Owl, have you taken action? Why is your face so big? Tangju's unceremonious irony. Phelan really wanted to rob Tangju now, and the master scolded Phelan with a cold face, which was too dishonorable. After Phelan released his hand, Tangju deliberately took out the card and hummed a little tune, I am rich and rich. I don't know how to spend it. I buy one or throw one of the soul bone. I throw one. Buying one. Flander made Tangjuki's nose crooked, and he bought one of his soul bones and threw one away. This was nothing short of showing off. It was stabbing him in his heart. Don't you know how short of money he is? Boy, I have to take care of you today. Flender was going to teach Tangju a lesson, and then talk to Tangju about the proportion of shares. Dad, someone wants to discipline me for you, do you think he owes you a beating? Tangju laughed and shouted. Flender was taken aback, looked around cautiously, and then snorted. Tang Hao didn't come out just now, indicating that he was obviously not there. Smelly boy, still want to use your father to press me? Tell you, even if your father comes, I will still beat you. Flender felt that Tang Hao was not there, and his tone was very rude. Really? A low, tyrannical voice sounded, and a person slowly walked out of the darkness, his whole body covered under a black cloak, but his whole body exuded a terrifying aura. Every time he took a step, a spirit ring appeared in his body. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The 9 spirit rings are very dazzling, especially the last one. The black spirit ring is shining with a mysterious red light, which is shocking. How Shen Crown? Flender's face turned green. Tangju quacked and gave Flander a self-seeking look, but Flander's liver hurt. Didn't you tell me, would you still beat my son when I came? Tang Hao said coldly. Misunderstanding, what a misunderstanding. Flander was in a cold sweat with fright. I don't bully you either, I don't need a martial arts soul, you can do it. Tang Hao said domineeringly. Flander gritted his teeth, wondering if I can't beat it, can't I run? The martial spirit opened, the 7 spirit rings sparkled, and the flapping wings immediately flew towards the distance. Hey! Let you see what true power is! Tang Hao let out a cold cry and stepped the ground. His powerful legs suddenly stared at the ground. The ground collapsed in an instant with a huge hole. With the hole as the center, the cobweb-like crack spread out for 10 meters on the blue stone ground. And Tang Hao's body appeared in front of Flander in the blink of an eye under the impetus of such a terrifying force. With a thump, Flander screamed and fell directly to the ground. Hao punched and punched without fighting back. While beating, Tang Hao didn't forget to teach Tang Judeo, strength sometimes transforms into speed. Together, strength is broad and profound, and one force can break 10,000 magic. Tang Ju nodded happily, and it was great to see Flanders's miserable appearance. Tang Hao was not polite. He came very early and had been protecting Tang San and Tang Ju. He was a bit dissatisfied with Flanders' escape, but what made him most angry was that Flanders thought about pitting his son. Money. Can someone else the things from your own home? Can't bear it. Phelan felt too sad. He felt that all of this was designed by Tang Ju. This kid was faint. Although Tang Ju could not feel the existence of Tang Hao, he was 100% sure that Tang Hao was by his side. After all, he and his third brother had just entered Notting City, so he would definitely not be relieved. After all, Tang Hao is very short-sighted. In the original work, Tang San beats up Zhao Wao Qi. He turned around and beat him again, showing Tang Hao's temper. Under the Haoshan crown. The master bowed slightly and looked at his idol excitedly, reminding Tang Hao that Flander should be released, and if Flander was beaten again, he would become a pig. Tang Hao didn't dare to neglect the master. After all, this was his son's teacher, and he let Flanders go. Xiao Ju and Xiao San, thank you for your teaching. Tang Hao took out a token from his arms and handed it to the master. This is for you, so you can solve a lot of troubles. The master took a look, his expression stunned. It turned out to be the highest level token of the Spirit Hall, and there were 6 marks on it. Tang Hao turned his head to look at Tang Ju, and scolded him coldly, reckless, arrogant, arrogant. Do you know how much trouble you have caused? Tang Ju originally thought that Tang Hao would praise himself well, but he didn't think that it would be a nasty scolding, so he retorted very rudely. Compared to you, I'm giving you a backdoor. When people heard that I was Tang Hao's son, his eyes were red and he screamed and rushed up. I said, Dad, you wouldn't be the one who left the martial spirit hall of others. The saint is harmed. The master's eyes widened when he heard this, and Flender looked at Tang Ju like a ghost, thinking that the brat is so fat that even his old man dared to get rid of it. Little 9. I think you are itchy. Tang Hao was so angry that it was Qian Daoliu's bear son who harmed the saintess of the spirit hall. So he raised his hand. Oh, the gentleman speaks but doesn't do anything. Dad, you are a guilty conscience, Douluo Ji. Chapter 43, The Next Skill, Draw Blue. In the end, Tang Hao was not willing to beat Tang Ju. Now Tang Ju had just gone through a big battle. He was afraid that he would hurt Tang Ju because of his insignificance, and finally snorted with a dark face. Hand over the money and I will keep it for you. Your third brother has no money to pay the tuition, and he is still a working student. Are you not guilty of spending the money? Tang Ju rolled his eyes. I am not my son. You are really partial. Asshole. Tang Hao is so angry. You still have the face to say this. What is not to let you? Xiaosan often wonders if he is a real son. Tang Hao grabbed Tang Ju's neck and arbitrarily searched through Tang Ju's belongings, then left a card with 2,000 gold soul coins and handed it to Tang Ju. These are enough for you. This bad old man is very bad. Tang Ju knew that there was no hope of getting the money back, and that the parents kept the money, often there was no return. So he carried the hammer and hit a few big characters on the blue stone on the ground. Murder, the number 1 genius of the Clear Sky School. Tang Hao twitched the corners of his mouth and hummed, what do you want to do? Isn't this a disaster? The Wuhandian will not come to trouble me, I still want to continue to live a leisurely college life. Tang Ju smiled. Tang Hao really wanted to hammer this bear son to death. That would be a disaster, the who planted himself on his sect. If this is his own son, Tang Hao really wants to break his leg. Xiaoju, you still want to stay in the academy, don't have your dreams. Don't you love tossing? Go to the Stardo forest to practice, you are not allowed to come out until you are 11. Why? I won't go. Tang Ju shook his head. Although he likes to explore the wild, there are still so many girls in this world waiting to be saved by himself. Let him be the ape Taishan alone. What a fool! Who asked you to make things so big? Don't know how to hide and show up. If you continue to stay in the crowd, Wuhandian will soon find that you are different. Only 1,000 days is a thief, there is no 1,000 days to guard against thieves. If your identity is revealed, with your strength, you will be assassinated soon. You must disappear for 5 years to calm the attention of Wuhan Palace. There is not the calmness of Xiaosan at all, this is what you asked for. Tang Hao said coldly. Tang Ju has completely lost his temper, so he can't let Tang Hao be his personal bodyguards. Even if he were, the Spirit Hall could mobilize the manpower to destroy them. Okay. Tang Ju finally accepted Tang Hao's suggestion, turned his head and said to Flander, let me fly? No, send me to the Stardo Great Forest. Flander rolled his eyes, you made me like this, I'll give you a hammer. Don't go to death. Go, 2,000 gold soul coins, the money you owe me, I don't want it. Tang Ju shook the card in his hand. With a swish, Phelan knocked Ka into his pocket, and he coughed slightly. If it weren't for the face under Haoshan's crown, I wouldn't have promised you. Seeing Flanders so greedy for money, the corner of the master's mouth could not help but twitched, really wanting to pretend not to know him. The corners of Tang Hao's mouth twitched, did Flander break his own son? Watching Flander take Tang Ju away, Tang Hao frowned as he looked at the big characters on the ground, and finally made a mistake and changed it into the murderer, Tang Hezi, the son of Tang Hao. Yes, Tang Hao regretted naming Tang Ju as Ju. He originally hoped that Tang Ju could become a titled Douluo on the 9th ring, but now he still thinks it is better to be called Tang Hezi, to be named, and to feed. Tang Ju can cause trouble. Half-year later. Outside the Stardo forest, in a tree house. Tang Ju slowly opened his eyes, and after a year of cultivation, his spirit power had been raised from level 17 to level 20. He found that after the body was strengthened, the speed of soul power cultivation was faster than before, but the same, because after the body was strengthened, it required more soul power to upgrade a level. Tang Ju estimated that without the powerful energy of the spirit ring, it would take at least 3 or 4 years to cultivate to level 30 at the current speed. Forget it, I'll get the spirit ring first. At first, after Tang Ju absorbed 2,000-year spirit rings, his physical fitness could absorb 3,000-year spirit rings. After the Battle of the Lord's Mansion in Nodding City, his body strengthened, he should have no problem absorbing the spirit rings of about 7,000 years. Finally, coupled with the strengthening of the curse seal of the sky, it is fully capable of absorbing the 10,000-year spirit ring. In the Stardo Great Forest, he also found some spirit beasts that were good at mental attacks, and had already filled the energy of the curse of heaven. Obtaining a 10,000-year spirit ring, my spirit power should directly increase to level 22, and obtaining 2 10,000-year spirit rings, which is level 24, wouldn't the speed of cultivation be faster? Tang Ju jumped down from the tree house, pulled his clothes made of animal skins, and walked towards the Stardo forest. He is going to choose the soul beast that suits him and obtain the second soul ring of 2 martial souls. Needless to say, the bullet ant martial arts spirit is still a burst flow. But the spirit ring martial spirit is about to think about it. In fact, there are many options. According to the direction of increase, it can be divided into strength type, soul power type, attack type, defense type, and all attributes, even elemental type, or even it is spiritual. Tangju thought about these directions that needed to be increased, and finally decided that the second spirit ring would bless the spirit power type. Both increase soul power. According to the special nature of the spirit ring martial soul, you can increase your spirit power. If you put it on the enemy, it is to extract the spirit power. According to the previous online game, there is a special name, which is to draw blue or eliminate demons. Think about it, the tyrannical opponent's spirit ability is in hand, but there is no spirit power released. The saddest thing about the spirit master is this. Tangju actually knew that a kind of soul beast was most suitable to be his second soul ring, called Blue Glyph Golem. This is a soul beast with a skin that resembles a stone, and the blue fluorescence flashes all over. This kind of soul beast has a very special ability, that is, the increase of soul power, which is the favorite of auxiliary soul masters. Kill it, you can obtain a spirit ability that increases spirit power 100%. Tangju had already found himself a 10,000-year-old, and in the Douluo Great Forest. Tangju headed towards his destination like a spirit ape. Soon he found the 10 meters high, blue carved golem that was unusually unbeatable. And the other party seemed to have spotted Tangju. A trace of anger flashed in his blue eyes, as if to say again, I provoke you to provoke you, how come everyone wants to kill me? The moment it saw Tangju, it didn't hesitate at all, and ran away. Its soul power was like the waves of the sea, allowing it to use its skills without scruple and flee towards the distance. Nima, the blue buff can run by itself. Shouldn't it stand there and fight with me for life and death? After letting me get rid of it, can I add a spirit ability of returning to blue? Tangju couldn't help but vomit, and secretly said that Dad Blue didn't play the card according to his routine, and he shook his body towards the opponent and chased him. The blue glyph golem escaped with a lot of movement, causing a commotion among the surrounding soul beasts. These disturbed soul beasts were hostile to Tangju, which made the process of Tangju's hunt very difficult. But at this moment, in the sky, a flying spirit master saw this scene, and then directly descended to the ground. On the ground, a child with luxurious clothes and a handsome face asked with cold eyes, "What did you find?" The saint, "Oh no, master." The subordinates found a 10,000-year-old blue carved golem, very suitable to be your first spirit ring. Chapter 44, Qianrongxiu. The flying soul master is very respectful, and dare not neglect because the child opposite is young, but this is the daughter of the Pope, Qianrongxiu. The first peerless genius with innate 20th level soul power in history, Wuhan is the legendary seraph. Only with this kind of talent, coupled with the cultivation of Master Douluo, would he dare to absorb the spirit ring of the 10,000 years soul beast in the first ring. My martial soul is extremely powerful, but it also consumes soul power. This blue carved golem is just right for me. Go, seriously wound this blue carved golem. Flying soul masters are investigating, controlling the soul master's containment, attacking the soul master's attack, assisting the soul master to increase, and healing the soul master. Qianrongxiu's cold voice came out, with a touch of unquestionable majesty. This time, it was not only the hunting of the spirit ring, but also Douluo's experience of her, and all the level 50 spirit kings were sent for her to dispatch. The 50th level soul king can just deal with the 10,000-year soul beast, sending a team of 5 people to exercise Qianrongxiu's commanding ability. Of course, Qianrongxiu didn't know that a title Douluo was still on the periphery of Douluo Forest and was always ready to help, but he did not follow Qianrongxiu in, because he thought that with this complete team, there was no way to hunt down 10,000-year soul beasts. Any problem? Nor would the unopened soul dare to be an enemy of the saintess of the spirit hall. The flying soul master spread his wings and pointed the direction in the sky. The others guarded Qianrongxiu and quickly met Tangju. The blue glyph golem was flanked back and forth, and immediately became angry, thinking I was so hateful? Everyone wants to kill me. Tang Ju at the back couldn't provoke it, because Tang Ju's spirit ring was given to him, and the blue glyph golem felt that his body was empty, and he was directly restricted to half of his cultivation level. What a pervert! But the people in front seem to be even more unattractive, and the 5 breaths are not weak. The blue glyph golem immediately slumped on the ground, recognizing its fate, leaning on the tree and didn't want to move anymore. It wasn't that it was stupid, but that it was very clever and wanted the 2 parties to do it first. In the Stardo Great Forest, I encountered 2 high-level soul beasts with a considerable drumming. They all did this, and often the effect was good. After one side defeated, the other side would be full after eating, so save it for the next meal. It is now hoping that the 2 sides will do it first, and then it will wait for the opportunity to escape. The Wuhan Palace does things, and idlers retreat. Before Qian Rongxiu could speak, the soul-controlling master in front of her took out a token with 2 marks on it, a sword and a hammer. Tang Ju frowned. The master once told him that each position in the Wuhan Palace must have matching force, and there is a minimum force limit. 6th level, Enforcer, level 40. 5th level, Black Deacon, level 50. 4th level, Bishop in White, level 60. 3rd level, Platinum Bishop, level 70. Level 2, Red Church, level 80. 1st level, Elder, level 90. Holding 2 tokens, he is the 5th level Black Deacon, that is to say, his spirit power level is at least 50. What is Wuhan Hall? I haven't heard of it. Tang Ju snorted lazily while holding the warmer. Bold. Several spirit masters were furious. In Douluo continent, there were still people who dared to contempt the majesty of the spirit hall. It was really unbearable. Just when a few people were about to do something, Qian Rongxiu stopped her. Hold on. She looked at Tang Ju up and down, and said with interest, look, he is covered with animal skins, and you can see that he is a wild boy. He may have been living here all the time, with soul beasts. I don't know about Wuhan Hall. It is also forgivable. Young master, wise. The eyes of several soul masters lit up immediately, except for one of the female soul masters who was more reserved. Everyone else offered their compliments. Smuggler. I'm dressed like this, everyone guessed it. Tang Ju sneered. Qian Rongxiu raised her brows and said faintly, yes, I know this is not unusual. So, what if I say you are a twin spirit? Tang Ju raised his brows, and there was only one sentence in his mind, CAO, how can an individual see it? The others didn't believe it, but when they saw Tang Ju's expression, they were shocked and turned to look at Qian Rongxiu. Master, how did you tell? Qian Rongxiu looked at Tang Ju proudly, and said faintly, he is so young, but he can run after the 10,000 years soul beast. It shows that he is very strong and can beat this soul beast. To beat the 10,000 years soul beast, at least it must be a level 50 soul king. But he is too young to be the soul king, so there is only one possibility, that is, he is a twin spirit. The corners of Tang Ju's mouth twitched, but the others asked in a puzzled way, Master, even a twin spirit cannot beat a 10,000 year soul beast. Qian Rongxiu smiled confidently, so, based on the 10 core competences of Wuhan, his 2 spirits must be very high-quality spirits, and his spirit power is at least level 20. The spirit ring he possesses is of particularly high quality. After Qian Rongxiu finished speaking, she looked at Tang Ju triumphantly, asking questions in her eyes. A trace of dumbness flashed in Tang Ju's eyes. The kid opposite was quite knowledgeable, and he even knew the 10 core competencies of Wuhan. Master, great! The other spirit masters offered another compliment, but this time they were sincere. A flash of happiness flashed in Qian Rongxiu's eyes. Rather than using her identity to overwhelm others, she preferred to use her strength and wisdom to convince people. Under the teaching of level 99 peerless Douluo Jian Daoliu, she has very rich theoretical knowledge. After all, she has the entire Wuhan temple for her to read, and there are several titled Douluo to give her guidance. Qian Rongxiu saw Tangju being restrained by herself, so she said, I can let you give this 10,000-year soul beast. Oh! Tangju couldn't help but stunned, and suddenly said with joy, do you feel that I am a peerless genius and want to indulge in me? Don't worry, for the sake of your knowledge, I will cover you in the future. Tangju smiled, thinking that I will get the spirit ring first, and then clean up your little white face. You are even more handsome than me. This is unreasonable. Qian Rongxiu was amused by Tangju's words. Want him to cover herself? He is a genius, this continent can become a genius in front of her, no. Who can start with the first ring? Qian Rongxiu felt that Tangju was too interesting, and shook her finger lightly, and said, little brother. You are not covering me, but I am covering you. Become my guard, this 10,000-year soul beast will let you. Hee, it's almost the same for you to be a guard for me. Tangju curled his lips. Bold. The 5 soul masters scolded together. Qian Rongxiu raised her brows and hummed, you are toasting and not eating fine wine. It seems that you want to let you know the majesty of my Wuhan Hall. The Hall of Martial Arts is a majestic hammer. Do you know why the Hall of Souls wants vast sky Douluo? Actually, it is not because he killed the previous pope. Tangju said mysteriously. What's that? Qian Rongxiu became nervous when she heard about her father's secrets, her eyes fixed on Tangju. That's because Tang Hao soaked up the wife of the previous pope, and then eloped and was discovered. This is a tortuous and bizarre love story. I think your saint may still have the surname Tang. Tangju didn't. Putting eye drops on Tang Hao politely. You bastard! Qian Rongxiu was like 5 thunders, her face pale. Could this be the reason why her mother didn't wait to see herself? Kill him for me! Qian Rongxiu was furious, and the in front of him dared to slander his parents, the 2 generations of Pope in Wuhan Palace. What a damn! Chapter 45, Heaven and Number 039, S Curse Seal, the final form. The people in the Wuhan Palace really don't have any good things. Tangju cursed, then opened his martial spirit, the bullet ant possessed his body, and the brilliant purple spirit ring lit up. Qian Rongxiu bit her Yunya secretly, you slander the Pope of the Spirit Hall and accuse us so shamelessly. She had never seen such a shameless person. Tangju's eyes were cold and said, I'm hunting the soul beast, and you come over to it. Is it justified? You are going to face it. After all, Qian Rongxiu was a girl, and she had not been poisoned by Qian Daoliu's thoughts of the Spirit Hall alone. After hearing Tangju's words, her conscience was condemned. Yes, they were here to the soul beasts. If Qian Rongxiu didn't speak, it didn't mean that other people didn't speak. The Hall of Martial Soul is the truth. Whoever has the big fist is the truth. Several spirit masters let out a cold cry, and started Wuhan one after another. The 51st level sensitive attack system War Spirit King, Wuhan Fengying. The spirit ring has 2 yellows, 2 purples and 1 black. Level 53 Assault System Battle Spirit King, Wuhan Huohu. The spirit ring has 2 yellows, 2 purples and 1 black. Level 52 Control System Battle Soul King, Martial Soul Ice Bird. 2 yellow, 2 purple and 1 black soul rings. Level 54 Auxiliary Weapon Soul King, Martial Soul Pagodas. The soul ring has 2 yellows, 2 purples and 1 black. Level 56 Auxiliary Weapon Soul King, Martial Soul Healing Scepter. The soul ring is 2 yellow, 2 purple and 1 black. The brilliant light instantly lit up, and the 5 spirit masters collectively opened the spirits. The scene was quite shocking. They were not surprised by Tangju's purple spirit ring. After all, their saints could come and hunt for the first ring of 10,000 years. They had been shocked by Qian Rongxiu's talents, and now looking at Tangju, they all pouted proudly, slandering in their hearts, they were only the first ring in 1,000 years. Dare to be called a genius. Our saint, but the first ring of 10,000 years. Boy, if you offended our Pope just now, maybe we can save you, but now we can only kill you with our own hands. It is also a great thing in life to stifle genius. The 5 soul masters flashed their eyes and rushed towards Tangju. They wanted to show their abilities and loyalty to the Soul Hall, to the current saint and the future Pope Jianrongxiu. Those who violated my Soul Hall are far away. Must be punishable. Among the 5 soul masters, apart from the female soul master of the healing system, the other 4 male soul masters have even begun to grab merit. The first soul ability, Frozen. Of course, the Ice Bird soul master instantly activated the soul locking ability, and a light blue ice cube immediately condensed around Tangju's body, and his entire body was frozen in ice. The others were dumbfounded and yelled, "It's really useless, I was so mad just now that I was given a second by a spirit ability." After all, it is a Soul King level attack, and the first soul ability is not something that a first level soul master can contend. Locking instant skills is really abnormal. Several people turned their heads angrily to look at the proud Frostbird soul master. "This wild boy, it's mine." The Icebird soul master laughed loudly and stepped forward, preparing for another skill to end Tangju. "Something's wrong." Jianrongxiu frowned suddenly. "Master, is there any problem?" Several people were shocked, looking at Jianrongxiu. His strength should not be so weak. "Master, you can't help but value this wild boy too much. With my icebound skills, spirit masters below level 30 don't even want to break the icebound. I just need to break the ice, and he can also be broken into pieces." Ice scum. The Icebird soul master didn't care, and the second soul ability was activated. Ice slash. A cold ice blade slashed towards Tangju, which was frozen into a block of ice. With this momentum, the ice block could be crushed. This was his combined skill. At this moment, the ice cube made a crackling sound. Tangju took a hand from the depths of the ice cube and crushed the cold ice slash that came from the slash. What? How could it be possible? Several spirit masters were taken aback for a moment, and they took the ice blade with their bare hands. This would require their bodies to be so strong that they would see the most incredible scene after receiving it. Tangju's bullet ant's martial arts spirit changed rapidly, turning into an evil ring sky eater ant. What's going on? This spirit ring, how is it possible? Everyone's jaw dropped in surprise, especially when they saw the tricolor spirit ring on Tangju. Twin martial soul. Is this martial soul fusion skill? A flash of horror flashed in Jianrongxiu's eyes. Twin martial souls can produce martial soul fusion skills, but they exist theoretically. The person who proposed this conjecture is the master. But Tangju's changes did not stop. He grinned and said, "Today, let you see the world's strongest martial arts spirit. Special soul melting skill, Heaven's Curse Seal, final form, open." The third brother's blood-colored comma on the forehead of the evil ring chewing the sky ant instantly burned to Tangju's forehead like a red cloud, and the second form of curse imprint was opened. Tangju's breath began to skyrocket, and his spirit power directly increased from level 20 to level 30. But this is just the beginning. The spear-like legs of the ant behind him merge with the bullet ant's wings, turning into black fleshy wings as evil as the wings of a bat. Tangju's hair changed from black to silver, which seemed particularly terrifying. 2 long fangs leaked out of his mouth. Tangju felt that at this moment he was the master of all flesh and blood lives. What kind of monster is this? Several spirit masters felt their scalp numb. Now, the countdown to death begins. 60. Tangju snapped his fingers softly, the first soul melting ability, speed deprivation. The 3-color spirit ring shone, and the evil power diffused into Tangju's body. Tangju lightly flashed black bat wings, turning his body into an afterimage, and rushed towards several people. The first soul ability, Frozen. The third spirit ability, Ice Armor. 5th Spirit Ability, Blizzard. The Ice Bird Soul Master didn't dare to neglect. He saw Tangju at this moment. He felt hairy in his heart. The long fangs are not meant to human blood. 3 skills are issued directly. The ice sealing skills are locked. The ice armor gives everyone a blessing defense. The blizzard summons a decelerating ice area, and ice crystals are immediately scattered in the sky, and when they fall on people, they will condense into a layer of ice, and the ground was frozen. The 1st Spirit Ability, Speed. 4th Soul Ability, U. The Multi-Pagoda Spirit Master also hurriedly assisted everyone, increasing the speed defense. But they were all in vain. The moment they locked Tangju's Shunfa skills and frozen Tangju, they were smashed. Tangju's speed was extremely fast, and he flew towards the Frostbird Soul Master, because he greedily entered and stood there. The front of the team was the first to be attacked by Tangju. Frozen, frozen, frozen again. The frozen bird could only use the ice seal skill to delay time, but Tangju's power was too terrifying, and the ice was shattered with a slight shock. 58. Tangju spit out this number coldly, and a paw fiercely pierced the heart of the Ice Bird Soul Master. Then he threw him out fiercely, and rushed towards the Mingong-type Spirit Master without looking back. Tangju's position was exquisite. It was toward the blue-carved golem, because he saw the healing type. The Soul Master has brandished the healing scepter. Healing light. The milky white light shined on the body of the Ice Bird Soul Master, so that he would not die if he was pierced in time by his heart, and he continued to apply a wave of treatment. Maybe he could still participate in the battle. At this moment, the blue glyph golem stretched out his hand, and he was sorry for not killing the remaining blood. When he put his hands together, he slapped the flies and chirped. First blood. 1 blood was born. Chapter 46, Angel Holy Sword. The Healing Scepter Soul Master was dumbfounded, and this 10,000-year soul beast was too good at making up the knife. After taking the shot, he pretended to be stupid, scratched his head and continued to sit down and pretend to be innocent. Qianrongxiu also raised her brows slightly. Grandpa was right, and some soul beasts were not low in IQ. However, neither of them was thinking about this, and the countdown like of death continued. 53. Tangju's claws shredded the wings behind the Windhawk Spirit Master. Fortunately, this was the transformation of spirit power. It was enough to reconsolidate the spirit power, but he already felt fear from the heart for Tangju's speed. Hold him, fight a war of attrition. There is a time limit for martial arts fusion skills. There is no time limit, it will also make his body collapse. Qianrongxiu did not panic, but commanded calmly. Wind Eagle Soul Master, surrounded by wind, wind blades are dancing. Fire Tiger Soul Master, Flame Blast. Duo Pagoda Soul Master, Soul Power Increase. Healing Soul Master, Healing Light is on standby. Qianrongxiu could not remember the names of these Spirit Masters at all, but she knew all the Spirit Masters' spirit abilities, and she immediately spoke in command. The person who originally commanded the team should be the Frozen Bird Spirit Master of the control system, but unfortunately he was stunned. Now she is the only one who can command the team. Moreover, Qianrongxiu believed that her commanding ability must be stronger than that of the Ice Bird Soul Masters, first because of her rich theoretical knowledge, and second, the absolute obedience of these Soul Masters to her. Sure enough, Qianrongxiu gave an order, and these Spirit Masters started to execute it without even thinking about it. The third spirit ability of the Multi-Pagoda Spirit Master is to increase the spirit power, but his increase is at most equal to 70% of the Kaibao Glazed Glaze Pagoda, and he will not be distracted and used more. However, even though he did not hesitate to spend his soul power, Wind Eagle Soul Master and Fire Tiger Soul Master increased their soul power. The second spirit ability, surrounded by wind. Fifth soul ability, Wind Blade Flurry. The wind is surrounded by a stream of air, which is convenient for oneself to increase the speed, but if this air stream is placed on a certain track, it will play a role in blocking the enemy. But the wind blade fluttering is a destructive spirit ability, and the Wind Eagle Soul Master's claws will form a fast and large number of wind blades, violently cutting the enemy. Tangju encountered the airflow surrounded by the wind. Of course he had to dodge, and he didn't want to waste time. As soon as he dodges, he was attacked and killed by the wind blade coming from the floor. He could only dodge again and rush from the gap between the two attacks. Passed. But at this moment, a smile leaked from the corner of Jian Rongxiu's mouth. Shoot! The third spirit ability, Flame Shock Wave. The Fire Tiger Soul Master opened his mouth and spouted a hot flame, and rushed from the gap between the Wind Eagle Soul Master's two attacks, which just sealed all Tangju's retreat, making him too late to dodge. Tangju's bat wings were covered like a cloak, being repelled by a huge flame shock wave by dozens of meters, and hit the tree heavily. Master is really amazing. The four spirit masters immediately complimented. But Jian Rongxiu frowned, because Tangju fell into the attack range of the blue carved golem, but this abominable soul beast turned a deaf ear to it, and was intently clasping her feet. What worries Jian Rongxiu even more is that Tangju gently spread the bat wings, and his whole body was unscathed. The pair of bat wings, which were as thin as cicada wings, had no signs of tearing, but a little thick smoke appeared on them. Tangju fluttered at will, and it went out soon. Not bad. This IQ can catch up with me. Tangju glanced at Jian Rongxiu appreciatively. Hey! Don't be proud, I will slowly kill you. I don't believe that your skills can be used all the time. Your so-called countdown sounds like very oppressive, but it also shows that you are in this state and maintain it. The time is not long. Ren Shui said proudly. Pretty smart. You won't have a chance anymore. It's easy to break your siege. Tangju strolled in the void calmly, his bat wings spread out behind him, and his evil intentions ran out. Oh, is it? Jian Rongxiu didn't believe it at all. You seem to be very smart, but you didn't find that you exposed one of the biggest weaknesses. That is, you are too important. At a young age, these people can be so obedient to you. I only need to attack you and guess what will happen. 21. Tangju spit out the icy numbers, and rushed towards Jian Rongxiu. Leave me alone, continue with the strategy just now. Jian Rongxiu hurriedly ordered, but no one would listen to him this time, because if she had a problem, not only would these spirit masters die, their family members would be angered by the spirit hall. Several people surrounded Jian Rongxiu, their spirit abilities bombarded Tangju without money, and Tangju didn't rush to attack, hovering around Jian Rongxiu, avoiding these spirit abilities. 10 seconds later, the four spirit masters who used their spirit abilities crazily couldn't sustain such a consumption, revealing flaws. 10. Tangju vomited the countdown to death, causing several people to sweat, because they had not enough spirit power to bombard wildly. With a swish, Tangju's claws pierced the chest of the soul master of Douluo Pagoda, and then turned towards the blue carving. The golem shook it away. This time, the female soul master did not wield the healing scepter to heal the multi-pagoda soul master, but kept her soul skills and soul power to prevent accidents. Jian Rongxiu closed her eyes in pain and lost. Seeing another person flying in, the blue-carved golem unceremoniously stretched out its paw and slapped it fiercely. Dabo Q. Double kill. At this time, Jian Rongxiu realized that Tangju's speed had increased a lot. Her pupils suddenly shrank. Can you still swallow speed? Your spirit ability, speed deprivation, unexpectedly has such an ability. 7. Tangju didn't answer, but coldly spit out the countdown, and he rushed towards the Fire Tiger Soul Master at a faster speed. The first spirit ability, the Fist of Flame. Fifth soul ability, Fire Tiger Demonized. The Fire Tiger Soul Master's eyes were blood red, and he didn't even open the second soul ability, Fire Ring Body Shield, and rushed towards Tangju. Regardless of Tangju's catch, his fists hit Tangju's head and wanted to follow Tang. 9 of the same dice. Of course Tang Ju wouldn't be so stupid as to fight the opponent desperately. With his protruding claws retracted, he flew up and kicked Huohu's fist fiercely. Go to hell, you, a spirit master of the agile skill system, can even compare to me in attack power. The Fire Tiger's soul master laughed madly, and slammed Tang Ju's leg with a fist. He wanted to see Tang Ju being smashed by his punch, but the moment he came into contact with Tang Ju, he was quicker. The speed flew towards the rear. Boom boom boom, 4 big trees have been broken. Only then looked at Tang Ju with eyes full of disbelief. How can your power be so strong? He will never know the answer, because at this moment a big foot has stepped on it. It is the blue carved golem. Blow the wave Q. Triple kill. The blue glyph golem almost yelled in excitement. Who said that human beings are smart and stupid like themselves? 5. Tang Ju spit out this number coldly, and once again absorbed 5% of the speed of the Fire Tiger Soul Master. His speed soared again and rushed towards the Wind Eagle Soul Master. At this moment, Qian Rongxiu didn't have any fear. She wiped the ring on her hand, and there was a golden holy sword in her hand. Just like the trident of Poseidon, it is a weapon belonging to the gods. Angel Holy Sword. Possess the divine power like the sun, and has the strongest artifact with powerful sanctions against evil and darkness. Chapter 47, 5 Kills. The wild monster that can make up the most. 3. Tang Ju's icy death countdown sounded, and a shadow passed across his body, and a claw pierced his chest in the horrified gaze of the Wind Eagle Soul Master. Master! Take it! The Wind Eagle martial spirit hugged Tang Ju tightly, using her life to win Qian Rongxiu a chance. Qian Rongxiu did not hesitate, and the holy sword that she had just taken out came across from the Wind Eagle Spirit Master. Stabbed into Tang Ju's body. With the golden light flourishing, Tang Ju felt that the evil power in his body seemed to have been evaporated by this sword. The power was constantly losing, not only power, but life. This is because the Angel Holy Sword is the light and sacred power, just used to purify the dark, the power of evil. Tang Ju's evil ring sky-devouring power of the Sky Ant and the curse seal of the sky are both evil and dark power attributes, which happen to have suffered divine damage. Pain, destruction. Tang Ju felt the threat of death. Go to hell! Tang Ju screamed and slammed the Wind Eagle spirit at the blue carved golem, then leaned back, pinched Qian Rongxiu's neck, and shouted at the last Healing Scepter Soul Master, "Don't move, or I kill him." The Healing Scepter Soul Master hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Don't be impulsive, you have something to say." The Healing Scepter Spirit Master also wanted to give the Wind Eagle Spirit Master a wave of treatment, save the Wind Eagle Spirit Master, and then the three of them worked together to find a way to kill Tang Ju, who had been seriously injured. Tang Ju had expected her to have thoughts long ago, so he didn't even pull out the sword, so he hijacked Qian Rongxiu and told the Healing Spirit Master not to act rashly. The Wind Eagle Spirit Master, who had no healing help, after being seriously injured by Tang Ju, was still an opponent of the 10,000 years soul beast. Hearing a scream, the Wind Eagle Soul Master was trampled to death by the blue carved golem. Digging for Q. 4 kills. The blue carved golem felt like it was on the verge of reaching the peak of the beast life. A pair of blue and azure eyes circled on Tang Ju and several people, seeming to want to come to annihilation, but it seemed that the state of the healing female soul master seemed to be very good. Later, he squatted quietly on the ground and buckled his feet. "Let go of me." Qian Rongxiu was held hostage by Chen Yu, feeling extremely aggrieved, and struggling hard. However, Tang Ju ignored her. Instead, he immediately drew out the Angel Holy Sword. With a cry, the holy sword fell to the ground, but on the blade, Tang Ju's blood seemed to be burned by the holy sword. The sound was quickly evaporated, and the holy sword was shining brightly, and there was nothing left. Holy and pure. What the is this? Tang Ju couldn't help cursing. Just at this moment, he felt his body was going to be hollowed out, and then stared at the Healing Scepter Soul Master and said, quickly, give me treatment, or I will crush your young master's neck. In order to prove his determination, Tang Ju exerted a slight force. Qian Rongxiu was pinched, unable to breathe, her face flushed red, and desperately hammered Tang Ju. Let go, I will treat, I will treat. The female soul master's face was pale, and she hurriedly waved her staff. A moon-white beam of light penetrated into Tang Ju's body, and Tang Ju immediately felt extremely warm. Don't stop. Go on. Tang Ju coldly snorted. The first spirit ability, the light of healing. The female soul master of the healing department gave Tang Ju treatment for no money, and she didn't have a high-level soul ability, so she used the first soul ability, thinking of delaying time. But Qian Rongxiu was held hostage by Tang Ju, and she had no choice but to continue to treat her. As time passed by, Tang Ju felt that the pierced internal organs had recovered, and he quickly lifted the curse seal of the sky, as well as the fusion of the spirit of his own body and the ring of evil spirits to eat the sky ants. Right now, the only one who can be regarded as a master is the soul master of the healing system, even if it is the soul king of level 56, but her soul skills are all healing, not waiting to be chased to death by herself. He has already won this team battle. Yab. Suddenly, Tang Ju raised his brows. Using evil ring sky devouring ant this time did not reduce his spirit power. It was still level 20. Is it because the body has not broken the limit? So, there is no need to spend soul power to repair the body? That's right, the speed of swallowing is not much, and the body doesn't have the feeling of exploding. Wrong. Tang Ju obviously felt that his physical fitness had improved. The basic strength of 5,500 Jin had increased to 5,800 Jin. Although it was not much, this was indeed a breakthrough in his physical limit, because it was a side effect of using the heavenly curse seal. But why didn't the spirit power decrease? When a beam of healing light fell on Tang Ju's head, Tang Ju understood in an instant: heal. Because there is a healing soul master to help him repair his body, after the body breaks through the limit, the energy used for repair will not draw soul power from itself. Roar! At this time, the blue carved golem suddenly screamed into the sky, and it found that Tang Ju's aura had become much weaker, but that of the healing spirit master had also weakened a lot. It had a feeling that the beast was finally about to raise its eyebrows, its body was full of blue light, its breath soared, and it raised its fist and hammered it towards the healing spirit master. The female soul master was scared to death, and she was not of the combat type, so her soul skills could only heal people, and she couldn't even increase her speed and defense. Faced with a 10,000-year soul beast, she couldn't run away. She was hit by a fist, and her body flew out like a cannonball, and her bones were broken in half. Fifth soul ability, Healing Holy Spring. The female soul master did not dare to delay. She immediately treated herself, and a clear spring like a bright moon poured into her body, and the fragmented bones grew rapidly, but it was useless at all. At this moment, a huge foot fell from the sky. The female soul master is no longer making senseless struggles, her eyes are fixed on Tang Ju. There is anger, there is hatred, but in the end it becomes a pleading, yelling, "Wild boy, run away with the young master. Please. She must die, but if Qian Rongxiu dies again, then the family members they guarded will be slaughtered by the furious Qian Douluo master." Boom! The earth trembled, and the blue carved golem happily hammered his chest with both hands. Spray Tower Q. 5 kills. At this moment, even the corners of Tang Ju's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This is definitely the soul beast that can grab the head the most. But the blue glyph demon was obviously not satisfied with this achievement. It had already floated, and its eyes stared at Tang Ju jokingly, as if to say, "Small, do you still chase me? Still hesitant? Don't you know I'm anti-killing? Run!" Qian Rongxiu's face was pale. She didn't have the ability to deal with 10,000 years soul beast. And she did not think that Tang Ju after the war was capable of dealing with such a powerful 10,000 years soul beast. And Tangju let go of Jian Rongxiu and hooked his hand towards the blue carved golem. Come here, I will make you a magic trick. Let you land in a ring. Of course the blue carved golem could not understand Tangju's words, but he could feel that Tangju was really provoking its authority, and the yelling rushed towards him, and the big fist of the car blasted towards Tangju. Tangju put the spirit ring martial spirit on the body of the blue carved golem. The next moment, this 10,000-year spirit beast was stunned. This time, its 6,000-year cultivation base was restricted. The blue glyph golem immediately slammed the brakes, turned around and ran away, muttering in his heart, "Human beings are too treacherous. Strength is stronger than before." Tangju was able to limit his cultivation for 5,000 years just now. The first spirit ability, the Evil Ring of Speed. Chapter 48, turned out to be a girl. In Qian Rongxiu's horrified gaze, a purple light gleamed from the blue carved golem, and then its speed stagnated, and then Qian Rongxiu noticed that Tangju's speed suddenly increased. Your second martial soul can eat speed. Qian Rongxiu was shocked and cried secretly in her heart. There was no way to escape this time. Then he saw Tangju picking up the angel's holy sword on the ground, and cleaving it towards the head of the blue carved golem. The corners of the blue carved golem's mouth hummed, thinking that this silly fork is like a toothpick. Something is like hacking me? It is estimated that even the scalp can't be cut. It didn't hide, just put its hand on its head and it was protected. But the next moment, it was stunned, its body felt a little pain, and then it felt out of balance, its two legs ran in two directions, and finally collapsed, and its body was split in two. Before dying, it just wanted to ask, is there any reason for this? I'll go. This sword is also powerful. Tangju was also stunned by the sharpness of the angel holy sword. That's mine, give it back to me. Qian Rongxiu stretched out her hand to grab it, but she fell to the ground with a light push by Tangju. Tangju played with the angel's holy sword and put it directly into the storage belt in. Confiscated. You better be honest, or I will kill you. Tangju kicked Qian Rongxiu before sitting down cross-legged, pulling the sacred black spirit ring of the blue carved golem. If you absorb the 10,000-year spirit ring, you are not afraid of being crushed to death. Qian Rongxiu cursed Tangju angrily, but her teeth were tickled with hate. If the angel holy sword was in hand, she would the spirit ring from Tangju. The holy sword of angel, but the artifact of the god of angels, possesses powerful sacred energy. It fits very well with her seraphim martial spirit. With the holy sword of angel, she will gain a huge increase and can withstand the energy of the 10,000 years spirit ring. But without the angel holy sword, even if she has an innate spirit power of 20th level, plus the various methods of the spirit hall, she can absorb a spirit ring of about 2,000 years if she is dead. Qian Rongxiu saw that Tangju was so big and dared to absorb the spirit ring in front of her, and immediately took out a short sword from the storage soul guide, and pierced it towards Tangju. But right here, Tangju suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Qian Rongxiu with a smile, but a smile. Why, you still want to kill me? You, aren't you absorbing the spirit ring? Qian Rongxiu asked in horror. It's absorbed. Tangju smiled. The limit his body can bear is a spirit ring of 6,000 years, but because of the existence of the curse seal of the sky and the expansion of the bearing range, it takes only 1 second to absorb the 10,000 years spirit ring. Impossible. Qian Rongxiu didn't believe that there was something more talented than her in this world. Tangju shrugged, then turned on the spirit ring martial arts. 2 spirit rings rose from his body, one purple and one black. Qian Rongxiu's mouth grew bigger, and she actually absorbed it. Have you never seen a genius like me? Do you have the idea of worshipping when you accept the head? Tangju is satisfied with Qian Rongxiu's surprised attitude, and it feels good to show off. Qian Rongxiu's face turned black, she cursed shamelessly, raised her head arrogantly, and sneered, dreaming. I also want to worship him, a wild boy, also worthy. At this moment, Tang Ju grabbed Qian Rongxiu's neck, lifted her up with one hand, and said word by word, "From today on, I will be your young master. If it weren't for I'm afraid of being alone, the forest will go crazy, I would have killed it a long time ago. Now, either call me young master and follow me in the future, or, I will feed you directly to the soul beast." After speaking, Tang Ju severely threw Qian Rongxiu to the ground. Qian Rongxiu rubbed the sore PP, and stared at Tang Ju fiercely, wishing to eat Tang Ju. "It doesn't matter to hate me, but you have to be clear. If you dare to attack me next time, I will interrupt your leg." Tang Ju stared at Qian Rongxiu coldly. He believed that the young master of this big family would definitely compromise. I also imagined that someone would come to rescue him. However, this is the Star Do Great Forest, without the strength above the Contra, I dare not arrogantly express it here. Qian Rongxiu couldn't wait to stab Tang Ju to death, but she also understood that she was not Tang Ju's opponent now, she didn't even have a soul ability, and the angel's holy sword was not in her hands. Resistance was basically death. In the end, he could only grieved and said to Tang Ju, "Well, I see." "No what?" "Young master." Tang Ju hummed. Qian Rongxiu clenched her fists, trembling with anger, and finally could only cry, "Master." "Very good. Very obedient. Now, let's change our clothes." "Master, I wear animal skins, and you wear beautiful clothes, is that fair?" Tang Ju smoothly began to take off the animal skins on his body, and he was also injured. It was covered with blood, and he threw it to this kid to wear. "Ah, shameless!" Qian Rongxiu suddenly covered her eyes and turned around. She didn't expect Tang Ju's brain circuit to be so weird that she wanted to change clothes. "What shamelessly? It's all men, what are you afraid of? Do you want me to take it off for you?" Tang Ju said impatiently, his upper body was stripped off, ready to take off his pants. I'm a girl." Qian Rongxiu can only confess. If she doesn't confess, it will be even more embarrassing. Tang Ju stopped taking off his pants, his eyes lit up and said, "Really? It's not a lie to me, right?" Qian Rongxiu was no longer pressing her throat, and the girl who made a silver bell said, "I am a man dressed as a man. I am a girl." When Tang Ju heard this sound like Xiao Wu's voice, his whole body suddenly felt comfortable. He laughed and said, "Great, I didn't think that, master, I actually picked one here. I don't want to be your wife." Qian Rongxiu shook her head quickly with a look of horror. This wild boy must be looking for a wife to spend his life here with him. "Oh my! How terrible! You think too much, you are my little maid at most." Tang Ju laughed loudly. He didn't expect to be able to examine a girl. These 4 years will surely be moisturized. "Wait, maid." Qian Rongxiu was stunned. She thought that this wild boy wanted to be a wife by herself. She didn't expect that she wanted to be a maid. She was a saint in Wuhan Hall. The status is noble, even the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire. "Yes, I'm on duty now. Give me medicine." Tang Ju took out the 1,000-year-old 5-leaf clover leaf from his belt. The 5th leaf of the 5-leaf clover had a healing effect. Just now the healing spirit master hung up before he had healed his wound. But he was pierced back and forth. The wound in the front can be applied with medicine, but it is difficult in the back. "How to apply?" Qian Rongxiu asked. She also knew the leaves of the 5-leaf clover, but it needed to be mashed before it could be used. There was no tool. "So stupid, you chew it in your mouth, apply it to me." "I do not." Qian Rongxiuxing's eyes widened, which was too shameless, but seeing Tang Ju's fierce gaze again, she immediately changed her words, "I will smash you with a stone, you don't need to chew it." "Little maid, you are not qualified to bargain, hurry up, otherwise I will kill you." "How unhygienic it is to mash it with a stone." Tang Ju took out the angel sacred sword and placed it on Qian Rongxiu's neck. In order to show that he could attack the cute girl, Tang Ju shook his hand and Qian Rongxiu's neck showed a blood stain. You! Qian Rongxiu was stunned, Tang Ju was really able to do it. Chapter 49, Qian Rongxiu runs away. Qian Rongxiu bit her silver teeth secretly, but she couldn't do anything about it. Tang Ju was a great demon in her heart, killing people without blinking. She picked up the leaf in Tang Ju's hand and chewed it in her mouth. It tasted sour. After chewing it into a scum, she spit it out in her palm, walked behind Tang Ju, and evenly applied it to the wound on Tang Ju's back. All right. And the sword wound in front. You can't do it yourself. Qian Ren's teeth itchy. Then what do you want the little maid to do? Master, I am so honorable, how can I do it myself? Qian Rongxiu really wanted to die with Tang Ju, but she knew that the only consequence was that she would be killed. She stared at Tang Ju with a murderous gaze, and then chewed a leaf to smear the sword wound on Tang Ju's chest. Bagging! Why are you so stupid? No cloth strips. Then tear off your clothes, so stupid. Soon, Qian Rongxiu finished bandaging Tang Ju. At this time, Qian Rongxiu realized that Tang Ju had started chewing the leaves. When she didn't know why, Tang Ju smeared the chewed leaves onto her injured neck. At this moment, Qian Rongxiu blushed, how dirty this saliva is. Master, I am pretty good. From now on, follow me honestly and we will dominate the forest together. Tang Ju laughed. Qian Ren Swabai glanced at Tang Ju, the monkey dominated the forest, wild boy. You wait, and soon the people from the Martial Soul Palace will come back to find me. When that happens, I will cut you into pieces and feed the dog. The sun goes down. Tang Ju took Qian Rongxiu back to his lair, then set up a bonfire and started cooking soul beast meat. Little maid, what's your name? My name is Xiao Qing. Qian Rongxiu said a name casually. I'm still Fahei. Tang Ju curled his lips and said, frankly explain, who are you? And that sword, what is going on? That is the high-level weapon of the Spirit Hall, which has been infused with sacred power by the Great Elder. As for me, my status in the Spirit Hall is not low. Qian Rongxiu said half-truth. How high is your status? Tang Ju asked. My family elders are titled Douluo. I advise you to let me go. Qian Rongxiu threatened. Title Douluo, scared me to death. Tell me who it is and see if I will not hammer him to death in the future. Tang Ju grunted, and believed 80% of Qian Rongxiu's words. Only with this family background can he let him. The Soul King Master is the guard. Guess. Qian Rongxiu hummed. It won't be old Chrysanthemum. I haven't seen other title Douluo, but in terms of looks, this one is more reliable. I have not seen other title Douluo, and I heard that Chrysanthemum Pass seems to be very handsome. Old Chrysanthemum. Is that what you call our family's elder Ju Douluo? Qian Rongxiu's eyes lit up, she must go to Ju Douluo to sue her, let the Tang Ju know the fate of offending her. It turns out to be from the old Chrysanthemum family. Tang Ju nodded. In fact, he had a very bold guess in his mind at the beginning, thinking that the girl in front of him might be Qian Rongxiu, but then he thought it was impossible. First, Qian Rongxiu came to the Stardo Great Forest, even if there was no title Douluo protection, at least a contra would come. Second, he felt that his luck could not be so bad that he could make Qian Rongxiu his maid. Confirming that the girl in front of him is a junior of Ju Douluo, Tang Ju said leisurely, hand over your storage soul guide. Master, I will save it for you. What soul guidance device? Qian Rongxiu hurriedly put her hands behind her, with a look of horror on her face. Without a storage soul guide, can you take out a sword out of thin air? Tang Ju grabbed Qian Rongxiu's arm and found that she had a ring in her hand. It looked simple, and it didn't match her luxurious clothes. If I guessed correctly, this is your soul guide, confiscated. Tang Ju was about to pick up the ring. No. You villain! Qian Rongxiu was embarrassed and angry. There were a lot of her personal things in this ring, especially girls' clothes. If Tangju took it, how could she still have the face to see people? She is a saint above 10,000 people. Where has been bullied so much? Finally, her strong heart, under death, unknown, and shame, could no longer persist in that noble and cold look, like an ordinary girl, crying. Tangju was embarrassed by crying, a little embarrassed that he was taking things from other girls. She can't run anyway, there will be opportunities in the future, so she is not in a hurry. Tangju let go of Jian Rongxiu's hand and said, "Well, I don't need your soul guide, but you have to wear girls' clothes. Let me see what my little maid looks like." Jian Rongxiu felt relieved when she heard Tangju no longer snatching her ring. Hearing Tangju asked her to wear a women's dress and cursed shamelessly, she hummed, "You turn around. Don't take a peek." "Nothing," the young master still doesn't bother to look at it. Tangju shrugged, turned his head, and heard Zixi Suoshuo's clothes changing sound. "All right." After a shy voice that was as graceful as a silver bell, Tangju turned his head, and his eyes were dumbfounded. The white dress, with golden lines on it, stepped on a pair of white and gold boots, standing there beautifully, with a slender figure and perfect proportions. If Xiaowu's beauty is cute, Zhu Zuking's beauty is wild, Ning Rongrong's beauty is pure, Huo Wu's beauty is charming, and Shui Binger's beauty is cold. Then the beauty of Jian Rongxiu at this moment is sacred and noble. Like a goddess, coming to the world makes people unconsciously born out of shame. However, Tangju is no ordinary person. After taking a deep breath, he said solemnly, "Xiaoqing, master decided to upgrade you to a little wife." "Hey! I won't be your little wife. If you want to do it, you can be a big wife, right? You work hard and don't get crooked in the future, you still have a chance." Jian Rongxiu waved her fist in annoyance, and didn't want to pay attention to Tangju, the big bad guy. At this time, her stomach gurgled, and she immediately blushed the little beauty's face, which was too embarrassing. Tangju laughed. It shouldn't be boring to be accompanied by a little beauty for 4 years. He took out a bone stick from the pot and handed it to Jian Rongxiu, "Come and eat, it's delicious." Brutal. Jian Rongxiu wanted to say that she must pay attention to how she eats, but at this time she also realized that it was in the forest and that she was still someone else's prisoner, so she picked up the big bone stick in disgust, and then took a bite. In an instant, Jian Rongxiu's eyes widened, really fragrant. She was really hungry, so she started to eat with a big bone stick. She had never thought that eating meat while holding a bone was so delicious. She ate 6 of them in one breath, and after hearing Tangju's unkind laughter, Jian Rongxiu's neck was blushing, angrily holding the big bone stick and threw it over. At night, the two of them slept in the tree house. Jian Rongxiu took out the bedding from the ring and made a bunk for herself. After that, she closed her eyes and went to sleep without paying attention to Tangju. In the middle of the night, she suddenly opened her eyes and crept out of the tree house. Spreading a pair of white wings behind him, he flew towards the sky. Her spirit is a seraph, but now she can only have 2 wings, and when her strength continues to improve, she can finally unlock the 6 wings. At the peak, this wing will also change from white to gold, becoming the most sacred martial soul. Just after she flew away, Tangju suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at the sky. "I want to fly out of the Douluo forest, dream." Chapter 50, 2 People and Number 039, S World. The Douluo forest is very large, with mountains, rivers, and lakes. After Jian Rongxiu flew into the sky, after distinguishing the direction, she galloped towards the place she came from, but just as soon as it was less than a kilometer away, there were waves of birds singing in the sky. Suddenly a huge golden eagle rushed towards her, and the soul beast particularly hated the human soul master, especially the human soul master who violated its territory. The golden bird's beak pecked at Jian Rongxiu fiercely like a sharp arrow. Jian Rongxiu's face turned pale. If there was an angel holy sword, she could kill this 3,000-year-old soul beast with a single sword, but now she has no soul skills, no holy sword, and in the sky, it is not this soul at all. The opponent of the beast, and she observed it visually, there were several golden eagles rushing here in the distance. As a last resort, she could only dive toward the ground. The golden eagle saw Qian Rongxiu take the initiative to admit her counsel and hovered in the air for a while, but finally did not dare to enter the forest to chase people. After all, it was the territory of other spirit beasts. Damn it! Qian Rongxiu cursed secretly and could only run in the woods. The big forest at night is not dark, and there are dazzling fluorescence from the soul beasts everywhere, colorful, like a fairyland on earth, but Qian Rongxiu only feels endless fear. Suddenly, a long green snake with a length of 5 meters hovered down from the trunk of the stage. The head of the triangle snake was raised high, and the yellow beast eyes stared at Qian Rongxiu. 5,000 years of green scale snake. Qian Rongxiu's face was pale, and she couldn't help exclaiming. Jade scale snakes are very terrifying poisonous snakes. They hunt soul beasts by their terrifying toxicity, so they don't have a huge body, but this 5-meter snake is scary enough. There is no problem swallowing Qian Rongxiu alive. Moreover, the speed of poisonous snakes is extremely fast, and the way they attack is poison. This green scale snake with a cultivation base of only 5,000 years dared to move in the area of the 10,000-year soul beast, which was clearly terrifying in strength. Qian Rongxiu spread her wings, and if she didn't even think about it, she would fly higher and fly at a low altitude. But as soon as the body was vacated, the green snake leaped suddenly, and the height of the jump was even as high as Qian Rongxiu. The triangle snake's head was like lightning, biting Qian Rongxiu's neck. Qian Rongxiu was so frightened that he felt his arms numb as soon as he moved his hand, and his whole body broke away and fell directly into the air. Jade scale snakes are not in a hurry to eat. Snakes must wait until their prey dies, or they will break their stomachs. Its green body was swimming around Qian Rongxiu, and the scarlet snake spit out, waiting for Qian Rongxiu's death. So cold, so sleepy. Qian Rongxiu felt her body gradually lose consciousness, and her entire arm began to turn green. She forced her eyelids to prevent herself from falling asleep. Big villain! Why aren't you here yet? At this moment, Qian Rongxiu regretted that she ran out. She secretly scolded Tangju as a lazy pig, and he didn't even notice Tangju when he ran away. Just when her eyelids were about to close, she saw a golden light flashing, which accurately pierced the head of the green snake. It was the angel holy sword. Little maid, fortunately, master, I came in time, otherwise you will be eaten. Qian Rongxiu couldn't hold it anymore, leaning in Tangju's arms, she felt so warm at this moment. Then, Qian Rongxiu saw Tangju holding up her arm, cutting a wound with a dagger, and then starting to take drugs with her mouth. With just one mouthful, Tangju's lips turned green. No, do not want. Qian Rongxiu struggled, a little shy. Don't move, I won't detoxify. I can only use this most primitive method. If you take drugs like this, you will be poisoned too. Yet, you are the young master and me? Now I am more and more like a maid. Tangju was very satisfied. Qian Rongxiu snorted and said, I'm afraid you are dead, no one will protect me. In her heart, she didn't know if it was because she wanted Tangju to protect or because Tangju was moved to save her. Soon, the numbness disappeared, and severe pain came from his arm. Obviously, the toxins had been eliminated by 80%, and the rest needed the suppression of soul power. Tangju had no good way, so he could only take out the leaves of the 5-leaf clover, and then squeezed it hard in his hand. The huge force squeezed the leaves into mud and applied them to Qian Rongxiu's arm. You are so damnable. Qian Rongxiu's eyes widened. Tangju, this nasty fellow, obviously can crush the leaves in this way, and even chew them with his own mouth. She really wanted to hammer the villain in front of her, but she could only stop angrily when she saw the green face of the other party. "Can't you run away in the future?" Tang Ju returned to the treehouse holding the weak Jian Rongxiu, boiled a lot of broth and fed it to Jian Rongxiu. "Humph!" Jian Rongxiu snorted proudly, and then sipped the soup one bite at a time. She didn't dare to run around anymore. "Stay here first, Grandpa will send someone to rescue herself soon." "The soup is very fragrant, what is it made of?" Jian Rongxiu had never had such a delicious broth before, licking her cute little tongue, and asked curiously. "That green snake just now." Puff! Jian Rongxiu sprayed a mouthful of soup directly on Tang Ju's face. She had never eaten such disgusting food. "Yes, I'm sorry." Afterwards, Jian Rongxiu found that she was spraying soup on Tang Ju's face indecently. She was so ashamed that she had received a good noble education, and she quickly took out a handkerchief to help Tang Ju wipe it. Tang Ju saw that other girls had done this, so he decided to forgive her, and when she got better, let her wash herself the smelly socks. "In the future, we will live together here. You have also seen the danger of the Stardo Great Forest. You will listen to me in the future, you know." Tang Ju once again did ideological education work for the other party. "Oh!" Jian Rongxiu nodded with lingering fear, and then she almost died after running less than 2 kilometers. "I don't know how the wild boy on the other side lives here. What's your name?" "I can't call you a wild boy." Jian Rongxiu decided to live peacefully with Tang Ju, so she should come here for vacation and experience the life of a savage. "Call me master." "Forget it, I'll call you a wild boy." Tang Ju thought for a while. Unless titled Douluo, it should be difficult for others to find him here, so he didn't hide it anymore. "Well, my father calls me Xiaoju, you can call me Xiaoju brother." "Then I call you Xiaoju." Jian Rongxiu snorted and called your brother, "I want to be beautiful." "You don't need to call my brother, you can cook by yourself tomorrow. Do it yourself." After sleeping all night, Jian Rongxiu took out the field equipment she had prepared and made a pot of dark things, and then in Tang Jukin's narrow eyes, she tasted it, and almost didn't poison herself to death. Seeing Tang Ju's delicious pot of big bone soup, especially the big bones Tang Ju was gnawing on, her stomach screamed again in despair. The snake venom was not clear, and the spirit power was constantly suppressing the snake venom, and the body needed huge energy supplement. Jian Rongxiu did not feel that she had been so greedy for meat. "Give me a piece. I'll buy it with money." As she said, she took out a card. "Money is useless here." Tang Ju curled his lips, then picked up a big, fleshy bone stick in a wicked way and put it in front of Jian Rongxiu's nose to seduce her. Seeing Jian Rongxiu licking her lips subconsciously, just like a small greedy cat, Tang Ju took a bite. "Well, it's so fragrant." Qunren stomped his feet with anger, and in the end, regardless of the shame, he said grievously, Xiaoju. Brother, I'm hungry." Chapter 51, Road to Godhood. "Come on, call Brother 9 again." Tang Ju fished out a big bone. Jian Rongxiu was so embarrassed and angry that she stomped her foot and immediately grabbed it. After getting it, she took a bite. Jian Rongxiu was not polite anymore, and after eating, she directly took it by herself. Tang Ju couldn't help laughing when he saw Jian Rongxiu's cute look, so he said, "Eat more, we have to hurry tomorrow. I decided to migrate once every 2 days." Jian Rongxiu's heart suddenly sank to the bottom, so she turned her grief and anger into appetite and started to eat. 5 days later, the moon star dwindled. "Damn it! Who attacked the saint of my spirit hall?" An angry roar roared in the Stardo forest. A man with golden armor, golden hair, and a handsome face had cold eyes. A golden flying knife that resembled the petals of a chrysanthemum appeared in his body, smashing the surrounding trees and spirit beasts to pieces. This person is Zhu Douluo, Yuegwen. He was the titled Douluo that Jian Daoliu sent to protect Jian Rongxiu secretly this time. After Jian Rongxiu didn't leave the forest on the scheduled time, he felt wrong, and followed the mark left by the spirit master of the spirit hall. Only 5 bodies were seen. Douluo flew into the sky and searched in a suspicious direction, and finally found traces of human activity, as well as Tangju's treehouse, but it was already hollowed out here. Tangju was more cautious now, and led Qianrongxiu around in the Stardo Great Forest, successfully making himself lost. "You just die and go back, now I don't even know where I am." Qianrongxiu was completely convinced, and she waved her fist in annoyance, and gradually felt hopeless in her heart to go back, so she decided to enjoy the time now. "Tell me a story. Just tell the story of the monkey soul beast. Are you sure it is not 100,000-year soul beast?" Tangju corrected, "That's Journey to the West. Sun Dashan is not a soul beast, that's a demon." "It's not a soul beast, how can it become a human form?" Qianrongxiu gave Tangju a blank expression with an expression of your lack of common sense. "This time I will tell you about the riot in the heavenly palace." "Tiangong, is it the realm of the gods?" Qianrongxiu added. "Interrupt me again, there will be no more stories to listen to when I sleep tonight." Qianrongxiu curled her lips, but she was still curious about how a soul beast made a fuss in the god realm, wrapped in a quilt, and got closer to Tangju. When he heard that Sun Dashan was eating flat peaches, stealing the elixir, and fighting against the gods, Qianrongxiu was full of small stars. When he heard the decomposition next time, the demonstration shook his fists and planned to beat Tangju. Tangju smiled, and sure enough, children like to listen to Journey to the West. Qianrongxiu fell asleep quickly. Tangju pinched Qianrongxiu's little nose, then walked out of the treehouse and started his own practice. "Open Wahun." Tangju's martial spirit opened, and then quickly merged into the evil ring Sky Eater ant. "Heaven's Curse Seal, open." In the Stardo Great Forest, it should not be too simple to replenish the energy of the Heaven's Curse Seal, just look for some spirit-type attacking spirit beasts. After the Curse of the Sky was opened, the legs and wings of the ant merged into black bat wings. Tangju opened his big mouth, and the fangs in his mouth started to vomit towards the moon. The black bat wings behind it began to frantically absorb the essence of the moon. Cool energy entered the body and turned into cold and evil spirit power. Tangju discovered that the speed of this cultivation was twice as fast as before. "How do I feel like a blood clan?" Tangju couldn't help muttering in his heart. His appearance was almost the same as the blood clan's ability. He could absorb the essence of the moon, had bat wings and fangs, and all approached the blood clan. It would be nice to have the special abilities of the blood race. Will this be my path to becoming a god? Tangju suddenly realized a question. Even though the gods were inherited, such as Tang San's sea god, Bibi Dong's Raksha god, Qianrongxiu's angel god. But he doesn't want to inherit those gods, he is the strongest person to become a by himself. Tangju believed that his current talent could completely become a by himself. His combat power is simply against the sky. Because of the suppression of the spirit ring of the martial arts, he can practice at the same time as the twin martial arts, he can fight beyond 10 levels. With his own martial arts fusion skill and evil ring eater Sky Ant, he can fight another 10th level. Open the ultimate form of the Curse of the Sky, and become this kind of blood-like appearance, he can reach 10th level again. With full firepower, he can at least fight more than 30 levels. Therefore, he can kill the 50th level Soul King with the 20th level Great Soul Master, but there is still a tendency to be invincible within the 50th level. If he does not become a god, no one can become a god. After entering the body, the essence of the moon actually circulates in the body meridians on its own, forming a special soul power cultivation method, which is more powerful than the master's improved version of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex technique, and many small meridians that cannot be cultivated are also complete. Can be taken care of. Tangju carefully wrote down this set of soul power cultivation methods, and when he couldn't open the Angel's Curse Seal, he also used this set of methods for cultivation. 2 months later, Tangju's spirit power broke through to level 23. What a monster! Qianrongxiu was envious of Tangju's cultivation speed. She does not have a spirit ring now, and her spirit power is stuck at 20 level, doing nothing every day, can only follow Tangju to experience wilderness survival. However, these 3 months have been the happiest time she has had. Because she has real friends. Tangju taught her to build a tree house, fish, barbecue, watch the stars with her, tell her stories, and ride spirit beasts with her in the forest. She also taught her to climb trees to dig out bird eggs. Qianrongxiu never thought that she could still play like this. Before, she didn't have a friend. She was a lofty saint in the martial soul temple. When others saw her, she was respectful. She was like a little adult, learning knowledge, etiquette, and the way of being king. The boring life was completely suppressed. Her nature. She still remembered the joy and excitement of riding an iron-clad beast with Tangju for the first time in the forest. Hey, Xiaoju, can you tell me your life experience? Why do you hate Wuhan Hall so much? Qianrongxiu was fishing by the river and chatted with Tangju. This was the most curious place in her heart. Isn't Tangju a savage? My village was massacred by the Pope of the previous generation. Tangju said lightly. Ah, Qianrongxiu's face turned pale, and her hands trembled slightly. She didn't expect her first friend in her life to have a life and death enmity with herself. Then, do you want revenge? Tangju thought for a while and said, I thought of 2 plans for revenge. The first is to demolish the Wuhan temple and kill the Pope's family. Qianrongxiu bit her lip and asked nervously, what about the other plan? The so-called enemies should be settled but not settled. The previous Pope is dead, and the father and the daughter are paid back. Or I will suffer a loss and harm his daughter, and then give me the Hall of Souls as a dowry, so I decided that the adults will not remember it. The villain. Qianrongxiu's eyes widened. So shameless, you can think of it. You said, should I choose the first option? Or choose the second option? Tangju smiled and looked at Qianrongxiu. Qianrongxiu twisted the skirt of her clothes with her hands and hung her head. I said, it's better not to choose the first one. I don't know how the Pope's daughter Qianrongxiu looks like. Or, in the future, I will let you be the eldest wife and let her be the little wife. Do you think it is okay? Tangju looked at Qianrongxiu with a smile. Wild boy, I want to kill you. Qianrongxiu's neck was blushing. She felt that Tangju 80% had guessed his identity, so she dared to tease herself like that, and rushed towards Tangju, and she had to hammer him today. This kid should be killed. At this time, an icy voice sounded, and Tangju's face changed wildly with the biting cold and powerful aura. He felt this kind of pressure in Tang Hao. The person who came is, title Douluo. Chapter 52, Chrysanthemum Douluo and number 039, S Pursuit. Elder Ju. Qianrongxiu's expression was joyful at first, and the people from the spirit hall finally arrived, but then her expression changed, and she opened her hands to block Tangju's. You let him go. Elder Ju. Let him go? The person who killed my spirit hall, just let go, is it appropriate? Ju Douluo snorted, with awe-inspiring killing intent in his eyes. He saved me once and didn't kill me yet. I owe him 2 lives. Qianrongxiu said. That's because he didn't dare to kill you. Get out, he is our enemy. Ju Douluo said coldly. If you don't let him go, I will die here. Qianrongxiu knew that he couldn't change Ju Douluo's thoughts, so she drew her short sword and placed it on her neck, and then said anxiously to Tangju, run. He is titled Douluo. Really a girl outgoing. Ju Douluo looked at Tangju coldly, boy, you are lucky. Tangju took a deep look at Ju Douluo, then took another deep look at Qianrongxiu, and said with a smile, you really embarrass me by doing this. I originally wanted to use you as a hostage. Roll. Qianrongxiu almost didn't get off by Tangju, this still wanted to use herself as a hostage, and even treated him as a friend at a loss. Tang Ju touched his nose and sighed. He really wanted to use Qian Rongxiu as a hostage. It was much safer than running on the road, but now he is a little bit unable to deal with the righteousness of other girls. Open Wuhan, the curse of heaven. Tang Ju didn't dare to hide his strength, and immediately merged into the strongest form. The black bat wings spread out and flew towards the distance. Chrysanthemum Douluo's pupils shrank suddenly, and said in surprise, the martial arts fusion skill is still mutated. At this moment, Tang Ju's breath suddenly increased too much, and his title Douluo was moved. Ju Douluo landed from the sky and smiled at Qian Rongxiu. Let's put down the sword, don't hurt yourself, otherwise I won't be able to explain to the elder, the kid has already flown away. Qian Rongxiu only put down the short sword in her hand, but at this moment, as soon as Ju Douluo pointed it out, Qian Rongxiu fainted. It's still too young. How could I let such a monster grow up? Ju Douluo mentioned Qian Rongxiu and chased Tang Ju. Open Martial Soul, the fifth soul ability, the Gathering of Hanying. A brilliant golden chrysanthemum bloomed in the sky, 9 spirit rings appeared on his body, the golden spirit power covered the sun's rays, and a golden sickle-like flying knife was condensed from the chrysanthemum petals towards Tang Ju. Just spin and fly, the speed is incredible. Tear. The flying knife directly tore Tang Ju's black bat wings, and Tang Ju's speed dropped a lot. Little guy, you want to run out of my hands, don't be foolish. I'm a titled Douluo who is almost level 95. I am also considered a top powerhouse entitled Douluo. Ju Douluo smiled coldly, spurred by his spirit power, the flying knife continued to rotate and cut, no matter how Tang Ju dodges, the wounds on his body grew more and more. Damn, I will die if this continues. Tang Ju was horrified. He didn't expect that it was a long-range attack titled Douluo who killed himself. Tang Juyi gritted his teeth, took out the angel's holy sword from the 12 golden hairpins, and slashed the flying knife with a sword. When he heard Kang Lang's sound, the flying knife was directly broken into pieces. Hey! The holy sword is in your hands. Damn it! Ju Douluo couldn't even recognize that this was the first artifact in the Wuhan Palace, the angel sacred sword. The black soul ring lights up continuously, the golden chrysanthemums are in full bloom, and the petals that fly out this time are full of 3 petals. The 3 flying knives carry huge soul power at a strange angle and cut to Tang Ju. Tang Ju's heart was cold, and even one of the flying knives couldn't handle it, and the 3 flying knives had to be cut into potato shreds close to him. Return the holy sword to you. Tang Ju threw the angel's holy sword to the left. The holy sword flew away like a golden light, where Ju Douluo still had the heart to kill Tang Ju. First, he got the angel's holy sword. It was a martial soul. The most terrible treasure of the temple. I was saying, Tang Ju couldn't run away either. 3 uncontrolled flying knives were no longer enough to pose a threat to Tang Ju. After he quickly got rid of it, he glanced at the restricted area of the Star Do Great Forest and flew over wherever he gritted his teeth. Boy, you can't run away. Behind, Ju Douluo, who had obtained the angel holy sword, yelled and flew towards Tang Ju quickly. The first soul melting ability, speed deprivation. Tang Ju also took his risk. After activating the speed deprivation, he patted the flying spirit beasts passing by with one claw, plundering 10% of the speed. His body accelerated suddenly. Hey? What's the matter? Ju Douluo was blank, the flying knife just now was cut into the air because of Tang Ju's sudden acceleration. Then, he saw that every time Tang Ju attacked the soul beast, his speed was as fast as he had knocked on the medicine. Can you swallow the spirit ability of speed? You have given me too many surprises. Ju Douluo had to admire Tang Ju's talent, he coldly snorted, be careful to swallow you to death. Want to kill me? It's too early. Old chrysanthemum, you want to kill me, next life. Tang Ju turned his head and raised it towards Ju Douluo. Old chrysanthemum. Ju Douluo's expression instantly paled, I must cut off your meat piece by piece. Even if it is his adversary, they maintain their due respect to him one by one. He is a noble title Douluo. How has anyone ever been taught such a disgusting nickname? He vowed that Tangju must taste the most painful torture today. But at this moment, his speed can no longer catch up with Tangju. Tangju has absorbed too much speed, and it can be compared with the flying soul sage. Chrysanthemum Douluo is not a flying soul master. His speed is supported by his soul power. He has been thrown off a lot now, but he is not in a hurry. Tangju's speed will soon drop. But soon, he felt something was wrong. Tangju had already flown into the restricted area of the Stardo Great Forest. Boy, stop! The past is to die. Old Chrysanthemum, don't you dare to chase it. Acknowledge it. Tangju stopped and hooked his finger at Zhu Douluo. I will kill you. Zhu Douluo's voice was sharpened by Tangjuki, and he no longer dared to be in the forbidden area. If he did not provoke the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python, the 200,000-year-old soul beasts would not find himself. It's not happy. The speed at which Tangju swallowed had exceeded the limit, and he was always feeling the pain of the rupture of the meridians in his body, but he couldn't stop. After plunged in, he flew towards the largest lake in the restricted area. Soon, a giant ape like a mountain was found by the lake. Its muscle bulge was harder than granite, and the skin texture was yellow fluorescent, which was abnormally gorgeous. Tangju took out the warmer from the 12 golden hairpins and slammed it hard at the head of the Titan Great Ape. Roar! The Titan Great Ape felt a pain in his head, as if he had been stung by a mosquito. He turned his head and looked fiercely at the back. It seemed to say, "Who trademark hit me?" It locked Tangju at a glance, and furiously it hit Tangju with a punch. Tangju was not afraid, and flew directly to the lake, shouting, "Deming, the title Douluo of the Spirit Hall wants to kill Xiao Wu. Take the Spirit Ring Soul Bone." As soon as he finished speaking, the lake water violently churned, and a huge bull head emerged from the water and roared at the Titan Great Ape. The Titan Great Ape immediately changed from smashing it to grabbing, and squeezed Tangju. Chapter 53, Sorrowful Chrysanthemum Douluo. Zhu Douluo twitched the corners of his mouth, secretly saying that Tangju could really cause trouble, and that if one was not enough, he would cause two. Tangju was probably dead. Zhu Douluo only hated not killing Tangju himself. Looking at these 200,000-year soul beasts from a distance, he turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, a voice that made him angry, "Old Chrysanthemum, don't run if there is a kind." Zhu Douluo looked back and found that Tangju was sitting on the shoulders of the Titan Great Ape, as if he was commanding the Titan Great Ape. And the Titan Great Ape stared at him murderously with a pair of scarlet eyes, and then ran towards him, swinging his fist and blasting unceremoniously. The corner of Zhu Douluo's mouth twitched. This Titan Great Ape was sick, and he didn't provoke it. But too late to think, the huge chrysanthemum petals closed, defending the whole body like a flower bone. Boom! The tyrannical spirit power collision caused a terrifying energy tide, and the surrounding trees were swayed by the spirit power. Tangju quickly hid behind the head of the Titan Great Ape to prevent it from being affected. But Zhu Douluo was the opponent of the power spirit beast, and the corner of his mouth was filled with blood as a result of this blow. "Old Chrysanthemum, come hit me." Tangju laughed triumphantly and winked at Zhu Douluo. Chrysanthemum Douluo almost died of anger, but now is not the time of anger. He can't beat the Titan Great Ape at all, and there is a Sky Blue Bull Python behind. If he doesn't leave, he will probably die here. He fled towards the Stardo Great Forest without looking back. The Titan Great Ape was reluctant. Tangju dared to hit it with a hammer just now. It was very angry, but Deming could not hurt this little human being. It could only cast its anger on another human soul master. The Titan Great Ape hammered his chest hard, and then ran wildly, chasing after Chrysanthemum Douluo with a burst of hammer. Boom boom boom! The Stardo forest could suffer, the soul beasts fleeing in fright, the trees were uprooted. But the worst thing was Douluo. He had to take care of Jianrongxiu and resist the attack of the Titan Great Ape. It was really miserable, and he was vomiting blood. Finally, after insisting on reaching outside the Star-Do Great Forest, the Titan Great Ape stopped in grief, and Deming said that he couldn't kill, so he just had to teach him a lesson. The Titan Great Ape hammered his chest and screamed at Chrysanthemum Douluo before he slapped his nose with satisfaction. "Boy, you wait for me." Chrysanthemum Douluo had never suffered such a big loss before, and almost let a child die. His face was sallow, and his eyes were staring at Tangju. Standing on the shoulders of the Titan Great Ape, Tangju laughed loudly, "Old Chrysanthemum, I will give you a song. Listen. The chrysanthemum is broken, the floor is hurt, and your smile turns yellow." With a snort, Jianrongxiu, who had already woken up, snorted with a smile. But Douluo's moment was sluggish. This trademark was still singing and cursing. "Wow, I swear, I will break your body into pieces." Douluo only felt the blood rush to the top of his head. He felt that he could be mad to death. "Come if you have the seed, it's the grandson if you don't." Tangju directly gave Douluo 2 middle fingers. "You." Douluo was so provoked but couldn't fight back. He only felt another sweetness in his throat. He tried hard to suppress this mouthful of blood, and his entire face was like golden paper. But at this moment, Titan Juju also seemed to find it fun, and he also learned Tangju's posture, and gave Douluo a middle finger. It was too lethal. The painting was so beautiful that Jianrongxiu just stayed. Chrysanthemum Douluo's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was actually laughed at by a brute. The point was that he still didn't dare to hammer him. Puff! Chrysanthemum Douluo could no longer suppress the blood, and squirted it out in one bite. When the Titan Great Ape saw Douluo spraying blood, it laughed triumphantly, and then looked at Tangju humanely, as if to say, "What damage is there?" Tangju immediately twisted, jumping on the shoulders of the Titan Great Ape. "Check, check, come, old chrysanthemum. The chrysanthemum is broken, the floor is hurt, and your smile turns yellow, yet, you're too embarrassed." While dancing, he was also learning the provocative gestures of street dance. The Titan Great Ape feels particularly interesting, so he learns the appearance of Tangju, and starts to jump frantically, with his index finger pointing down, and yelling in excitement. "Wow, too much bullying." Douluo wowed another mouthful of blood, clenched fists, and pierced his palms with his fingers. Jianrongxiu covered her mouth tightly to prevent herself from laughing. Tangju was so bad that he had taken the Titan Great Ape crookedly. However, she looked at Tangju's eyes brighter. Who could escape Douluo's chase when she was in her 20s? Even Poison Douluo Dugubo guessed that Douluo would be killed by Douluo alone. But now, Chrysanthemum Douluo was almost beaten to death first, and was also off by 2 unscrupulous guys. "Elder Ju, let's go." Jianrongxiu felt that she would not speak. Elder Ju might be really hot after waiting. He was fighting with the Titan Great Ape, and it is estimated that he would be hammered to death. "Go." Douluo squeezed a word from between his teeth, and then flew away with Jianrongxiu. Jianrongxiu turned her head and gave Tangju a sweet smile, and then she covered her mouth again with a smile in her eyes. Roar! The Titan Great Ape was a bit unwilling, and compared it toward the sky, before returning to the restricted area happily, and walking along the way. From time to time he stomped twice with pride, and then quacked and laughed. When he reached the restricted area, he was still intoxicated and couldn't help himself. The Azure Bull Python almost thought it was crazy. "Human, tell me now, where is Xiao Wu?" The Sky Green Cow Python drew somersault on the Titan Giant Ape who was convulsing, then stared at Tangju and asked coldly. "Xiao Wu, soft-bone monster rabbit, like to wear pink clothes. Now studying at Notting College, my 3rd brother and teacher are taking care of her, it's okay, it's safe." Tangju said with a smile. "Humanity. The sky green cow python really wanted to kill this guy who was talking and gasping. Just now he said that Xiao Wu is in danger and let him save him. Now it is said that Xiao Wu is fine, but according to Tang Ju's description, it can be sure that Tang Ju sees it. Tu Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu will call me Brother 9, please be polite to me. Daming, Xiao Wu said, let me find you in danger. Or you call me Brother 9, and I will cover you in the future. Tang Ju hummed. Do you deserve it? Little is it. Tianqing Niu Python really wanted to spit Tang Ju with a mouthful of water, but it was possible to think about it. After all, Xiao Wu wanted to integrate into human society, and besides knowing that she was daming, Xiao Wu could only tell Tang Ju. Roar! At this time, the Titan Great Ape stood in front of Tang Ju and roared at the sky blue bull python, beckoning not to hurt Tang Ju. This was his friend. Daming rolled the huge bull's eyes and snorted. He didn't understand who was screaming to kill this little bug. Human, who are you? Why did you provoke the martial soul palace? Sky blue bull python asked. It was still a little worried about Tang Ju's identity. My name is Tang Ju, and my family was killed by the spirit hall. My adoptive father was Tang Hao. He fell in love with 100,000 soul beasts and was chased by the spirit hall. Some time ago, I hijacked the holy spirit of the spirit hall. Girl, the one who killed me was Chrysanthemum Douluo from the spirit hall. The sky green cow python really wants to say, you are better than me. You will help me take care of Xiao Wu more. Tianqing Niu Python thought for a while. Tang Ju's identity seems to be a real friend. He does not reject soul beasts and is an enemy to Wuhan Hall. Then it can only ask Tang Ju to take care of Xiao Wu. After all, Tang Ju's strength is real. Abnormal, able to escape from titled Douluo's hands unexpectedly, shows that the potential is extraordinary. When the Titan Great Ape saw it, it seemed that he had agreed, so he started to pull Tang Ju and call him Beng Di. Bump! The sky green cow python flew the Titan Great Ape with its tail, and roared, you are an ape, not a human. Don't learn from human beings, stick to animal character. Chapter 54, Lucky Hit. The Titan Great Ape snapped his nose, not wanting to talk to the sky blue python, but grabbed Tang Ju and ran to the distance, and then began to play. Invincible is so lonely. The sky blue bull python can't play with it again. When Xiao Wu was there, I could still play together. After all, my personality was more aggressive and free, but the sky blue bull python had a warm temperament. It's boring. Come on, I will teach you the basic movements first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, change your posture, and do it again. Tang Ju felt that he must bring the crooked Titan Great Ape, and if he got into trouble in the future, he ran over to let the Titan Great Ape hammer man. Roar! The Titan Great Ape was completely fascinated by Bunji, especially when he made some provocative gestures. He felt very excited. Since then, the soul beasts in the Stardo Great Forest have fallen blood mold, and the dancing of the Titan Great Ape is terrible. The earth was shaken unceasingly, making the spirit beasts with 5 senses hardly sleep. What made the soul beasts unacceptable was that the Titan Great Ape even danced and sang, and that voice could only be described as a ghost crying wolf howling. It was simply the highest decibel noise horn. Tang Ju couldn't listen anymore, it was too bad to hear. Wuhan Hall, the most authoritative Shrine Hall. Qian Daoliu looked at Qian Rongxiu coldly and said angrily, Shuer, say, who is that wild boy? Grandpa, let him go. He is my only friend. Qian Rongxiu kept holding on to Qian Daoliu's skirt and acting like a baby. Hey! If you don't say anything, I'll go to the Stardo Great Forest myself. With my peerless Douluo's cultivation base, I can pinch that wild boy to death. Qian Daoliu coldly snorted. Qian Rongxiu was shocked suddenly. If Grandpa made a move, and brought a futile Douluo, then Xiaoju was not sure to die. Then I said, Can Grandpa not take action? Hey! Let me take the shot, he is worthy. Let the people under the spirit hall see it and solve it easily. I don't believe that he will never leave the Stardo forest. Qian Daoliu is also a very arrogant person, and Tang Chen is the only one who feels worthy of his action. Qian Rongxiu actually knew that the fact that Qian Daoliu didn't make a move didn't mean that other people didn't make a move. After leaving the Stardo Great Forest, Xiaozhu was gone. Where was the opponent of the Spirit Hall? She only knew that Tangju was Xiaozhu, not Tangju's other identities, because Tangju said that his parents had been killed by the Wuhan Hall, and she thought Tangju was an orphan, so she didn't ask carefully. Qian Rongxiu turned his brains and finally thought of a good way to bring disaster to the east. Some time ago, the Lord Notting was killed and the Wuhan Hall law enforcement team was destroyed, so it is better to plant it to that person. Grandpa, the wild boy is Tang Hezi, who was the one who bloodbathed the city lord's mansion in Notting City. According to speculation, he is the son of Tang Hao and a member of the Clear Sky School. If you are looking for trouble, go to Clear Sky School. Qian Daoliu's eyes were cold, and he said angrily, "Come here. Pass my order to attack the Clear Sky School. I want to make Clear Sky School hurt." Qian Daoliu also wanted to test the attitude of several big sects after attacking Haoshanzong this time, especially to test whether Tang Chen had broken through to the limit. He doesn't think Tang Chen is dead. That is the existence that is more fearful than him. Qian Rongxiu waved her fist, and she was secretly proud. "Xiaozhu, I am worthy of your life-saving grace, and I will not hesitate to plant others for you. In the future, you must thank me well." Sneeze. Tangju sneezed inexplicably, and didn't know who was cursing himself. Time flies, time flies. 4 years later. Tangju was almost 11 years old. Because of his cultivation, the Soul Master grew faster. Now he has changed drastically from 4 years ago, and his height is close to 1.7 meters. Back then, in a battle with Chrysanthemum Douluo, because he once again absorbed a speed exceeding the limit of his body, his spirit power regressed by level 9 and became level 13. But since he can use the bat wings in the final form to absorb the essence of the moon, his soul power is horrifying fast. I went straight from level 13 to level 28 in 4 years. His basic strength has increased from 5,800 jin to 7,000 jin, and the spirit ring that he can bear has also increased from 10,000 years to 13,000 years. It's also time to leave the Stardo Great Forest. Ming, I'm leaving. I will teach you spacewalk next time. Tangju said that he did a set of cool sliding steps on the ground, watching the Titan Great Ape with warm eyes. Suddenly, it roared at the sky green bull python, "I want to transform." As soon as I finished speaking, I was knocked to the ground by the sky blue bull python's tail. This time the sky blue bull python was really angry and roared, "You can't even spit out people, you still want to transform, that's not how you did it." Having said that, don't mix with the Tangju, just don't listen. Stick to the animal way, do you understand, do you understand? Every time the sky blue cow python roars, it draws its tail and screams at the Titan giant ape. Tangju saw that the situation was not good and ran away quickly, and don't put himself on the road later. The sky green bull python sees himself as if he sees his enemy. I always think that I broke the Titan great ape. Hey, it was the Titan great ape that caused him to break. It's time to choose the second spirit ring for the bullet ant spirit. Because staying in the Stardo Great Forest, he is not in danger at all, so he is not eager to attach a spirit ring, but if he wants to go out, he must have the spirit ring ready. Tangju had chosen the target long ago. This is a spirit beast that resembles a rhino, with dark red fluorescence on the cyan armor, and the big blue horn on top of the head, as if to pierce the sky. Carrying the warmer, Tangju sneaked to the habitat of the mad blood bull, and threw the spirit ring martial spirit around it, instantly imprisoning the 10,000-year cultivation base of the mad bull. Moo! The crazy blood is angry, the blood-colored soul power burns, directly activates the skill, burns the blood. Burning blood is the natal skill of the crazy blood mad cow. It burns all the soul power of the body and instantly increases all attributes by 100%. But the price is that after using it, the soul power of the whole body is exhausted, and it takes at least 2 months to recover to replenish the consumed soul power. However, the crazy blood mad cow at this moment has been comparable to a soul beast for more than 20,000 years, and his scarlet eyes stared at Tangju uncomfortably. After confirming that it was the enemy, the mad cow ran wildly, the unicorn on top of his head fiercely. Top to Tangju. The first spirit ability, Violent. The first spirit ability, the Evil Speed Ring. Soul Bone Skill, Madness. Tangju didn't persuade him, he turned on his firepower, and smashed the sledgehammer towards Fengxiu Mad Niu's head. Pouch! The horn of the mad bull shone a blue light, and directly pierced the warrior with extremely sharpness. Then, with a strong blow, the warrior was thrown hundreds of meters away. Tangju only felt the fierce pain in the tiger's mouth. After his strength increased, it reached 14,000 jin, but he was not the opponent of the mad bull. He quickly rolled on the spot, avoiding the sprint of the mad bull. But the mad bull slammed the brakes, raised its front hoof and trampled on it. Under the hoof, the earth began to sway. Tangju was forced by the bull to jump up and down. There was nothing he could do. That's called an aggrieved one. Tangju really didn't want to use the martial arts fusion skill, he couldn't always rely on this, and it would be too easy to reveal his identity when he worked with people in the future. Well, I still have the imprint of Heaven's curse. Chapter 55, Yelingling. The red cloud dyed Tangju's body, and all his physical attributes directly increased by 50%. Tangju raised his fist and slammed it against the hooves of the mad bull. Boom! Tang San and the mad bullock flew upside down at the same time, rolling out dozens of meters. Almost. You can fight it hard. Tangju felt the bones all over his body screaming, but the fighting spirit in his eyes was extremely high. With a roar, he fought against the mad-blooded bull, fists to the flesh. The surrounding big trees were blasted by the impact, and even the smaller trees had been broken. However, Tangju's spirit power reserve is not the opponent of the crazy blood barbaric bull. After more than a dozen rounds of firepower, his spirit power can't keep up. The second spirit ability, the Evil Spirit Ring. The black light flashed on the crazy blood barbaric bull, and it felt the body shudder and weakened, and Tangju's spirit power immediately increased by a large amount. The Evil Spirit Ring of spirit power instantly swallows 5% of the enemy's spirit power, and all the spirit power consumed can be used to replenish Tangju. It can also be added according to the number of spirit rings. Each additional link increases the speed of devouring by 5%. The duration is 1 minute, and the cooling time is 1 minute. Like the Evil Ring of Speed, the only difference is that it has a cooling time, and it can only continue to plunder after the soul power absorbed is dissipated, otherwise it will be too easy to burst and die. Tangju's spirit ring martial spirit now has 2 spirit rings, and what he directly looted was 10% of the spirit power of the mad blood bull. At this moment, the spirit power was instantly filled. The crazy blood savage bull's eyes widened, obviously unable to understand why this happened. Come on, see if I won't kill you. Tangju laughed and smashed his fist. He is now a perpetual motion machine, and his soul power will never be exhausted. Soul abilities are useless for money, there is no idle time at all, and all moves are the most explosive. Moo! The crazy blood bull was also on the head, it felt that Tangju would be easily trampled to death by it, but the more it hit Tangju, the more fierce it was. A human soul master actually followed him, and the crazy blood bull was obviously unconvinced. One person, one bull, no one would admit defeat, even when he was facing the front. A lot of scars began to appear on Tangju's body, but he didn't care at all, he just wanted to kill the bull with his fist. In the distance, a 5-person soul master team saw the huge movement in the forest and the miserable roar of bulls. It's a crazy bull. Tianheng, let's take a look at it. If it is a cultivation base of 12,000 years, then it is suitable for Big Brother Tianli. The speaker was Yu Tianxin, Yu Tianheng's cousin of the same clan, and the grandson of the second elder of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon, 19 years old, 36th level Battle Soul Sect. They came this time for Yu Tianli's soul hunting. Yu Tianli, 28 years old, 50th level War Spirit King. Knowing that in the Tiandu royal team of his cousin Yu Tianheng, there is a Juxin Haitang Yelingling who is particularly powerful in the treatment department, so he specially formed a team to come in. But this is someone else hunting the soul beast, didn't we just grab it in the past? Yelingling obviously thinks this is not good. Let's just go and see, maybe he just needs your treatment. Tianheng, what do you think? Yu Tianli looked at Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng hadn't answered yet. The Dugagoose beside him smiled and hooked Yelingling's shoulders and said, "Go, maybe he's still a handsome boy? I'll find you a boyfriend." Yeling glanced at the Dugagoose coldly. "Goose, don't talk nonsense." At this moment, Yu Tianxin was slightly unhappy on his face. He was still very concerned about Yelingling, and he was also showing courtesy along the way, but this lone geese obviously looked down on him. After all, his talent was not as good as Yu Tianheng. But he didn't dare to offend Dugagoose. After all, his grandfather was a poisonous Douluo, and their blue electric Tyrannosaurus was also a titled Douluo, and could not cause trouble to the family. Hey! The battle is over. Suddenly, Yu Tianli frowned, and before everyone could agree, he ran over first. After peeling away the dense weeds, he saw Tangju, who was scarred, in a daze. The spirit ring is gone. Yu Tianli's face was rather ugly, and he asked, "Wild boy, who was hunting the soul beast here just now?" Tangju was checking his spirit ability, and after exhausting the mad blood bull, he absorbed the 13,000-year-old black spirit ring and obtained the blood-burning spirit ability. The second spirit ability burns blood, instantly increases the body's various attributes by 50%, which can be added according to the spirit ring. Every time you add a link, the improvement will increase by 10%. The duration is 5 seconds. That is to say, when he casts the blood-burning soul ability now, he can directly increase his power, speed, and defense by 50%. Although it is not as exaggerated as the 100% increase of Burning Blood Bull, it has fewer side effects. When he was in jungle, he heard Yu Tianli's unkind yelling and asked, so he pointed to himself and said, "Are you blind? There is only me here, but who did I kill? You rely on you? How much is your spirit power?" Yu Tianli curled his lips. "Just level 30. Tangju laughed. He just absorbed the 10,000-year spirit ring and made him break directly from level 28 to level 30, which is not too cool. At level 30, I just want to hunt 10,000-year soul beasts alone, and you have to rely on the spectrum to brag." Before Yu Tianli could speak, Dugagoose immediately retorted. Tangju's eyes lit up, and the look of the lone geese was so easy to recognize, because she had a pair of emerald green pupils, which was a sign of poisoning. "Then, isn't the girl next to her Yelingling? I'm injured, can you treat me?" Tangju didn't talk to the lone geese, but looked at Yelingling. "Okay." Yelingling, who was gentle and innocent, nodded refreshingly. At this moment, Tangju looked too embarrassed, which made her soul master of the treatment department unbearable. "Lingling, the human heart is sinister, you can't look at someone and want to heal him. Why does Teacher Qinming want us to experience this? You have to experience these things. You have always been regarded as treasures by family members. That's not okay. Isn't it? Yu Tianheng." Dugayan was busy winking at Yu Tianheng. "Yelingling's soul power can't be wasted, this is the only healing soul master. When it is critical, a little soul power is a life." Yes. If you encounter a soul master in the field, if you are not familiar with it, try not to touch it too much. Yu Tianheng said. Oh. Ye Lingling glanced at Tangju apologetically, saying that she was powerless. After all, when she went out, teacher Qinming had instructed you to listen to the captain. Tangju was immediately depressed. He said that he would destroy Yu Tianheng with just one mouthful, so he hummed, Yu Tianheng, speaking of us two are still relatives. You are too unjust. Relatives. Several people were taken aback, looking at Tangju puzzledly. I am a direct disciple of Master Yu Xiaogang, so if you count it, I am your brother. Tangju laughed. Second uncle's disciple. Yu Tianheng was overjoyed, then his face turned black. You should be my junior. It turned out to be my own. Come to call my sister. Duguyan liked Yu Tianheng very much, and immediately had a relationship with Tangju, and then pulled Ye Lingling and said, take care to our junior brother. Just as Ye Lingling was about to do it, Yu Tianxin sneered, who am I? It turns out to be the shame of our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, that trash Yu Xiaogang. I remember he was expelled from the family at the beginning. Where is he? Said his brother and sister. Tangju's expression suddenly became gloomy. Chapter 56, Fly with One Punch. Shut up. That's our second uncle. Yu Tianheng yelled angrily. The master treated him very well. In Yu Tianheng's heart, he still valued this second uncle. Yu Shengzhen smiled and said, that's your second uncle, not my second uncle, and I don't have a wasteful uncle. Besides, he has been expelled from the family, why should you recognize a wasteful second uncle? Don't stare at me like that, you have the ability to let the family revoke the punishment for Yu Xiaogang. Yu Tianxin snorted when he saw Yu Tianheng's dissatisfaction. Then turned his head to look at Tangju with an extremely unkind expression, boy, what do you think? You still want to beat me, so I'm not afraid to tell you that my spirit is not like your teacher's trash, I am a real blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Level 36 Battle Soul Venerable. Snapped. Tangju's hand was a big mouth, drawn on Yu Tianxin's face. The huge force made Yu Tianxin's face rotate 180 degrees, and then he drove his body to rotate in the air, and fell heavily to the ground, gnawing on the mud. Nice work. Duguyan was surly, and roared with a look that the excitement was not too big. Do you dare to hit me? Yu Tianxin spit out a mouthful of blood, got up and immediately opened the martial arts. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus possessed the body, the soul ring was 2 yellow and 1 purple, and rushed towards Tangju. Stop! Yu Tianheng was furious and was about to stop him, but Yu Tianli grabbed his shoulders. Tianheng, he actually dared to provoke our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, but Tian believed to teach him a lesson, otherwise, what is the majesty of our family in the future? You know, anyone who provokes the family is our enemy. Yu Tianheng didn't expect Yu Tianli to use his family to suppress others. If he was trying to stop him, it would be tantamount to helping outsiders deal with the family, especially if Yu Tianli was still the grandson of the elder. The elders didn't deal with the patriarch very much. If Yu Tianli went back to add more fuel and jealousy, he might bring more criticism to his father. When Yu Tianxin saw Yu Tianheng being stopped, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. The third soul skill, Dragon's Fury. Yu Tianxin didn't want to give others a chance to rescue Tangju, and directly activated the third spirit ability, flashing a blue arc on his body, in a violent state, and directly guaranteed 60% attack power. The first soul ability, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Tianxin's yellow spirit ring flashed, his attack power surged again by 50%, his hands had already turned into claws, and he patted Tangju fiercely. Frenzy. Tangju didn't activate the martial spirit, but activated the spirit bone skill, and blasted Yu Tianxin's dragon claws with one punch. After Tangju absorbed the spirit ring of the Mad Blood Bull, his physical quality increased sharply, his strength increased from 7,000 to 8,000 jin, and the spirit ring of the Mad Bull also strengthened Tangju's skeletal skin and made his defenses. Power is greatly enhanced. Click. Boom. The fists and claws collided, Yu Tianxin's hand bones broke, and his body flew out like a broken kite. How is it possible? Without opening the martial soul, he defeated the blue lightning tyrant dragon soul master with one punch. Yu Tianli's eyes were full of horror. Yu Tianheng's eyes were also shocked. He still wanted to wait for Tangju to lose. He was protecting him. Such a result made him unacceptable for a while. Monster! Douluo also grew his mouth. Tangju didn't stop his movements. He stepped forward quickly, and the death whip leg fell to the ground and pulled Yu Tianxin's chest fiercely. Presumptuous! Yu Tianli stepped forward quickly, holding Tangju's leg, coldly said, "Don't go too far." Who is too much? It was my teacher who was the first to speak insults. Why do you want to stand out for him? I don't mind and beat you too. Tangju had no affection for the blue electric Tyrannosaurus because of his relationship with the master. I want to teach them a lesson now. Then don't blame me for bullying the small. Yu Tianli immediately turned on the martial spirit, and 4 spirit rings appeared on his body, 2 yellow and 2 purple. At this moment, the Douluo who was watching the show couldn't laugh, his face was extremely solemn, and Tangju just prepared to open the martial arts, but Yu Tianheng stood in front of Tangju. Enough! This is the end. Tianxin insulted the second uncle, and it deserved to make the second uncle's student take a mouth. If Tianli's cousin continues to do it, then our team will be disbanded. If Tianli's cousin stops now and I ask Lingling to treat everyone, this matter will be exposed. Yu Tianli looked at Tangju coldly, and then put away the martial arts. Well, for the face of Tianheng, that's all for this matter, everyone still puts the soul hunting first. Yushin believes that the canthus is about to split. I was beaten, so forget it. Yu Tianli gave Yu Tianxin a look, meaning that he would wait for him to get the 10,000 years spirit ring first. Seeing that the conflict was over, Ye Lingling immediately treated Tangju and Yu Tianxin. That junior, I can actually play it. Tangju poked Yu Tianheng on the shoulder. What a chance to clean up the opponent, so he was missed. Tangju felt a little unwilling, but if he did, no matter how powerful he is, it is estimated that Yu Tianheng will stand against him. After all, they belong to the same sect. I'm your brother. Yu Tianheng said irritably. My junior brother, you are very unbehaved. We saved your life just now. You are at level 30 and beat Yu Tianxin, that little rookie, but if you have to deal with Yu Tianli at level 50, it would be more fortunate. Come on. Thank you, Sister Soon. Douluo stared at Tangju with a pair of green pupils with a smile. With my strength, you are all fine with Tuan me. Tangju rolled his eyes. Douluo curled his lips. Even Ye Lingling shook her head and said softly, "Little brother, bragging is wrong." Tangju saw that no one believed him, shrugged his shoulders and didn't explain, so he said, "Then I will show you the way. I have lived here for a while and I am familiar with it." Okay. Douluo nodded, looking at Tangju's appearance. He knew that it was reliable. After all, it was an animal skin. What soul beast are you looking for? Tangju asked. A powerful soul beast of 12,000 years, just like a mad-blooded bull. Yu Tianheng said. Okay, then I will take you to find it. Tangju's eyes lit up, and he was still mad and bullish. Wait for the boy Yu Tianli to be killed by the bull. They can't deal with crazy blood bulls. You lead the way, who knows if you will bring us into danger. I think big brother Tianli should lead the way, he often goes in and out of the Stardo forest to help people hunt spirit beasts. Yu Tianxin always felt that Tangju had no good intentions. Whatever. Tangju shrugged. If this kid is willing to toss, let him toss. After Yu Tianli climbed the tree professionally and checked, he pointed to the northeast and said, according to my experience, where is the safest place? Tangju was happy with a sneer, he really wouldn't die if he didn't die. That direction is the territory of the plant-based spirit beasts, there are few animal-based spirit beasts, and they seem to be safe on the surface, and the animal-based spirit beasts that may live anywhere are extremely powerful. If you listen to my advice, I suggest not to go. Chapter 57, Phantom Ogre Tree. Don't pretend to understand. Yutian Li snorted coldly. Just when the three lone geese were hesitant to listen to, suddenly there was a roar of anger from the depths of the forest. When the spirit beasts around heard it, they immediately boiled, obviously shocked. Is this a sound? Duguyan felt fear from the bottom of his heart. I don't know. It should be a powerful soul beast in this forest. Yutian Li analyzed. Hearing this voice, Tangju couldn't help but smile and said, this is the voice of the Titan Great Ape, it is being beaten. The reason is that it is not obedient. Dugagoose raised his forehead, little brother, you really know how to blow, the Titan Great Ape was beaten up, have you seen it with your own eyes? See you often. Tangju nodded. At this moment, Yutian Li looked contemptuous, even Yelingling said softly, it's not good to brag. Okay, come with me. This time everyone didn't believe Tangju, it was because Tangju's words were too unreliable, and the group followed Yutian Li towards the northeast. After traveling for about 3 hours, fewer spirit beasts were encountered. Suddenly, a strange fragrance wafted, and Tangju felt the curse seal of the sky quickly recharged. He was shocked and yelled badly. He directly pulled Yelingling back. Smelly boy, let go of Lingling. Seeing Tangju's actions, Yu Tianxin immediately followed him, but just after taking a step, a huge tree vine suddenly curled up under his feet, entangled his ankle and hung him upside down, 10 meters above the ground. At this moment, the original trees and vines on the ground squirmed and rolled towards everyone. Yu Tianheng and the others just wanted to defend themselves, but after smelling the fragrance, they felt that the picture in front of them was erratic. They avoided it and hit the tree vines sturdily. They were all wrapped around the ankle and hung up. At this moment, Yelanglang was horrified to discover that this was a huge tree with vines, more than 200 meters in height and more than 30 meters in diameter. The dark trees and vines are densely covered with animal bodies. At this moment, the duga geese are being slowly by tree vines and rice dumplings. What is this? Yelingling stood out of the reach of the trees and vines, with a look of horror on her face. The magic ogre tree. Tangju also had lingering fears. He seldom came to the gathering place of plant spirit beasts because it was too dangerous to prevent plant spirit beasts from killing people. What should I do now? Yelang asked coldly. To save them, you must take action by the dugagoose, but I must first remove the illusion in the dugagoose, and you will treat the dugagoose later. Tangju finished picking up a small stone from the ground and smashed it on the dugagoose arm. Go with. Laugh. The strength of the stone was too great, it directly penetrated Dugagoose's arm, and the severe pain made Dugagoose get rid of the hallucinations. But at this moment, Yelingling also had a 9-hearted begonia in her hand, and the light of healing spread to the Dugagoose, who could see her situation clearly. She was hung upside down on the vine, surrounded by dead animal corpses, which made her startled in a cold sweat. Quickly, use poison to corrode trees and vines. Tangju urged. When Dugagoose heard the words, he immediately understood, opened the martial arts, the green scale snake appeared, and 3 spirit rings lit up on her body, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The third spirit ability, green scales and purple poison. The purple poisonous gas diffused, and the vines on her body wilted and became brittle at a speed visible to the naked eye, and broke because they could not bear the weight of the lone goose. The dugagoose rolled and landed in the air, and then urged its spirit power to make the poisonous gas vines bound Yu Tianheng's tree vines. After he fell groggy, the dugagoose grabbed Yu Tianheng's arm and quickly escaped. The attack range of the vines of the phantom ogre tree wiped away the cold sweat with a lingering fear. After Yu Tianheng's Douluo woke up and saw the two Yu Tianli who were trapped, he gritted his teeth. Goose, save people. He couldn't watch the tragic death of Zhang Men. After speaking, he rushed over. The lone geese stomped and couldn't bear Yu Tianheng's own adventure. Once again, he used his spirit skills to create a large poisonous fog and hit the trees and vines, causing Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianli to fall down. Yu Tianheng shone the nose of the two with one punch, tears and nosebleeds in the eyes of the two who hurt. Yu Tianheng was not polite. On the one hand, he could not get used to the behavior of the two before, and on the other hand, the angry two chose this one. Lu, almost killed them. Run! Yu Tianli's nose bleeds straight, but now his life is more important. He opened up the martial soul with a loud shout, and rushed towards the outside frantically, because he felt a greater danger. Suddenly, the huge phantom ogre tree stretched out a wooden javelin from the huge canopy. This is the sole skill of the ogre tree, ironwood javelin. Whoosh whoosh! The densely packed javelins fell down from an altitude of 200 meters. These hard wooden javelins were not afraid of the erosion of poisonous fog at all. They fell into the ground for a full meter. The three of Yu Tianheng were like running in a rain of arrows, startling at every step. Ah! Suddenly, Yu Tianxin screamed. His arm was stabbed by a javelin, and his body staggered to the ground. When he looked up, he almost his pants. When countless javelins were shot in the sky, he was about to be shot. Shoot into an archery target. Help me! Yu Tianxin looked at Yu Tianli, but Yu Tianli still cared about his life and death. Just when he was desperate, Yu Tianheng directly activated the third spirit ability, grabbed it and swept it out, and pierced Yu Tianxin's javelin. All crushed, and then he ran wildly with his leg. But more intensive javelins have been shot over the sky. Yu Tianli shouted loudly, fourth soul ability, blue lightning dragon transformation. Yu Tianli turned into a blue electric dragon, swung its tail and swept away the javelin in front of him, and then accelerated out of the scope of the javelin. Tianheng. Douluo saw Yu Tianli escape using his soul skills, but Yu Tianheng was less than level 39, and could not transform a dragon at all. Under the ironwood javelin shot in the sky, Yu Tianheng couldn't escape at all, and she was paralyzed. Sitting on the ground, there was no expression and despair on his face. Yu Tianheng, grab it! At this moment, Tang Ju drew out a rope from the 12 golden hairpins and threw it towards Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng, who was already desperate, was overjoyed and grabbed the rope. He felt terrifying power from the rope. He was just like flying. Tang Ju pulled it out. Boom! At this moment, the dense ironwood javelins crashed to the ground, and the ground was trembling. Yu Tianheng looked back at the cold sweat on his back, and saw that the area just now was filled with dense ironwood javelins, like a forest of javelins and arrows. Tianheng. Douluo looked over with a surprised look, and saw that a javelin was inserted diagonally into Yu Tianheng's arm. There was nothing else in it, so he was relieved. Then she turned around and patted Tang Ju on the shoulder and said, "Thank you this time. If you have any requests in the future, my sister will promise you." Tang Ju's eyes lit up suddenly, and he rubbed his hands and said, "I heard that your grandpa has a medicine garden with a lot of good things in it. Can you take me in to get more knowledge?" Tang Ju now feels that it is necessary to increase the poison resistance. If only he can produce 100 poisons that do not invade, it would be even better. Chapter 58, The Fierce Battle Starts. Douluo readily agreed to Tang Ju's request, and just took Tang Ju to see his grandfather's medicine garden. It was no big deal. Of course she would not have thought that Tang Ju was going to steal medicinal materials. Isn't this looking for death? After thanking Tang Ju, it was time to liquidate Yu Tianli. Douluo raised his hand and sprayed a poisonous mist on Yu Tianli, the first soul ability, green scales and red poison. The red poisonous gas drifted into Yu Tianheng's face, and his entire face instantly turned black. What are you doing? Yu Tianli was furious. I saved you, but you escaped alone, regardless of the life and death of your teammates, then give your life back to me. Duguyan sneered. Yu Tianli secretly scolded Duguyan as a surly person like her grandfather. Turning over his face was faster than turning a book, but he didn't dare to do anything with Duguyan. If he was poisoned here, he would die faster. Tianheng. That was a misunderstanding just now, my soul ability can only protect myself. Yu Tianli explained. Yu Tianheng glanced at Yu Tianli coldly. This was a nonsense. The spirit abilities of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family were similar. Although he was only at level 38, it was time for the fourth spirit ability to become the blue electric dragon. That is determined by spirit power, it can't be so short. Yanzi, stop it. Detox him and let him go. Our team is disbanded. Hearing the first half sentence, Yu Tianli was quite happy, but when he heard the second half sentence, his face changed, and he said angrily, we have said that, let's come here to hunt souls together. My fifth spirit ring is back. No, what do you mean? I don't know how to team up with villains, I am responsible for my teammates. Yu Tianheng said coldly. Very well, I'll want the family to report this matter. Yu Tianli waited until his and Yu Tianxin's injuries were cured, gave a ruthless word, and left with Yu Tianxin. After the two left, Yu Tianheng looked at Tangju and asked, I haven't just introduced it yet. What's your name? Tangju, you can call me Little Brother 9. What a naughty junior brother, my sister is Duguyan, and this beauty is called Yelingling, do you want to chase it? Sister help you. Duguyan winked at that. Yanzi. Yelingling blushed immediately and gave a white look at the lone geese. She always likes to joke like this. But I have a girlfriend. I am such a dedicated person. It is not my style to empathize and fall in love. Tangju touched his nose, saying that Yelingling is so gentle. Little brother, you have to keep your eyes open, Weilingling is the next master of the Juxin Haitang sect. Your girlfriend hastily dumped it. Goose. Yelingling was really fed up with the lone goose. Okay, no kidding. Seeing Yelingling's anger, Du Guyan no longer teased her, turned to look at Tangju seriously, primary school brother, you are at level 30, have you hunted for a spirit ring? Anyway, we are fine, so why don't we help you hunt the soul beast? Say, what soul beast are you going to hunt? Tangju seriously thought about it and said, my third spirit ring needs a spirit beast with a cultivation base of 16,000 years. Snapped. Duguyan directly patted Tangju on the shoulder, and said, you are not bragging enough. Really? My talent is earth-shattering. Tangju's expression that you don't understand immediately caused Yelingling to cover her mouth and chuckle. Tangju saved her just now. She had a good impression of Tangju and regarded Tangju as a little brother who loves to fool around. A group of people frolicking and chatting, so lively. But as soon as he left the territory of this plant-based soul beast, he heard Yu Tianli's cry for help, and behind him was a 6-meter-long soul beast resembling a monitor lizard. Tianheng, hurry up and help, I found a 10,000-year iron-armored monitor lizard. Yu Tianli led the soul beast and ran towards Tangju and the others. Dugagoose didn't understand yet, this Yu Tianli was deliberately brought over and asked them to help hunt down. Don't worry. Let him die. Duguyan sneered. Tangju also nodded, yes, and this is not an armored monitor lizard at all, but an armored dragon. A 6-meter armored monitor lizard has a cultivation base of about 12,000 years, but a 6-meter armored dragon is 18,000 years old. And the iron armored dragon belongs to the Yelong, and the strength is not comparable to the iron armored monitor lizard. Really? How did you tell? Duguyan asked curiously. Look, the iron armored dragon's tail is a bit like a meteor hammer, this is the biggest difference, and the iron armored dragon's body is smoother, it moves faster, not as slow as the iron-armored lizard. Tangju continued to popularize science. The iron-armored dragon of 18,000 years, isn't this Yu Tianli dead? Dugaguse's green pupils flashed with delight, and wanted to see how Yu Tianli was eaten. Bump! With a collision, the iron-armored dragon knocked the last Yushan letter into flight, and then bit down Yu Tianli severely. If this bite was taken, it would definitely bite Yu Tianli into 3 parts. Yu Tianheng, we are all of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, so you can bear to die without saving? You are still the young sovereign, and you are so in vain for the life and death of the tribe. How can you convince the people in the future? Even your father will also be criticized. Yu Tianli roared. Yu Tianheng frowned. Really, he didn't want to care about it, but after all, he was the heir of the family, his father was still the head of the family, and the education he received since childhood was for the family. And Yu Tianli is the grandson of the elder, and Yu Tianxin is the grandson of the second elder. If they are saved this time, the father who is the head of the family will also get more support. Thinking of this, Yu Tianheng didn't hesitate to open his martial spirit directly, and 3 spirit rings appeared on his body, yellow, yellow and purple. The first soul ability, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Tianheng's hands were turned into dragons, with blue electric lights, and the diagonal thorns attacked the iron-armored dragon's eyes. The iron-armored dragon wanted to have a full meal, and felt his eyes hurt. Yu Tianheng's dragon claws had already swept it wide open. "I!" Roar! The iron-armored dragon yelled in pain. This blow directly made it blind all the time, and the severe pain pierced the lungs. It immediately gave up Yu Tianli, and turned its head to lock the hunting target as Yu Tianheng. With a flick of his tail, the tail of the meteor hammer hit Yu Tianheng's head fiercely. The first spirit ability, Green Scales and Red Poison. The Dugagoose immediately used a poison attack, and the red poisonous mist drifted towards the iron anchovy. Its injured eyes touched the poisonous fog. A more painful sensation spread through the iron anchovy nerves, so that its body shook slightly. "It's wrong." Yu Tianheng evaded the swift and violent blow, and quickly turned back and stood in the front of the retired army, giving Dugagoose a look that he was about to fight. "Yu Tianxin, get up without dying. And Yu Tianli, the 3 of you are in front. My poison can't kill it. It can only consume a little bit of its strength, and anyone who wants to play tricks this time will be careful to be destroyed." The lone geese stood in the middle of the team and directed the battle. "We all fight, what about that wild boy?" Yushan hummed unconvincedly. "He protects Lingling." Dugayan snorted, and then gave Tangju a color, signaling to protect Ye Lingling. Tangju nodded. He decided to let Yu Tianli and Yu Tianxin be killed by the iron-armored dragon first, and then shot. Chapter 59, Call Me Zaiju. Tangju was not optimistic that this team could defeat the iron-armored dragon. After all, the soul beast they started to kill with thunder had a cultivation base of about 12,000 years, but the cultivation base of this iron-armored dragon was almost 20,000 years old, even though one of the iron-armored dragon's eyes was blinded by the surprise attack. But the difference in strength is too great, and the team's control system Spirit Master is not the kind of hard control of Tang San, but the soft control of the poison control field. The control system of Dugagoose has a greater effect on human soul masters, but the effect on soul beasts is small, because the system of soul beasts is much higher than that of humans, and the poison resistance is higher. There is also the huge size of the soul beast, the low-level poison of the lone geese. At most, it causes pain, slows down, and deepens the damage, and has a slight armor-breaking function. But these effects are basically better than nothing in front of the iron-armored dragon. The only effect, on the contrary, is to increase the nature of the iron ankylosaurus violent. Roar! The iron-armored dragon roared frantically. It wanted to eat all the small bugs in front of it. After speeding up, it rushed into Tangju's team. "Withstand!" The lone geese shouted. They must contain the speed of the iron-armored dragon, so that they can besiege. If the iron-armored dragon keeps charging and knocks down a person casually, it will be seriously injured. The third soul skill, Dragon's Fury. The 3 purple spirit rings lighted up together, and the 3 of Yu Tianheng used the third spirit ability to put themselves in a runaway state, increasing their strength and attack power. The 3 of them used all their strength and sprinted towards the chest of the iron-armored dragon. Boom! Yulong and the 3 smashed into each other fiercely. The iron-armored dragon was staggered, but Yu Tianheng all flew out. Their strength is not the same as that of the iron-armored dragon. After the iron-armored dragon swayed to regain balance, it rushed towards the Douluo. If it hit, it would definitely kill the Douluo directly. Goose. Yu Tianheng was in a hurry, but it was too late for him to stand up and want to rescue him. At this moment, Tang Ju grabbed the lone geese, then turned around to carry Ye Lingling and ran away, even turning on the spirit bone skill madness. The iron-armored dragon was chasing fiercely behind. Although it was faster than Tang Ju's body was small and kept walking through the narrow gaps in the trees. The iron-armored dragon was just like the iron-head baby, stiff. Boom boom boom. The big tree was constantly being hit and broken, but in the end the iron-armored dragon hit a hard stubble and hit a 1,000-year-old soul beast ironwood. The tree did not knock down, but it was pretended to be dizzy. The speed is so fast. Is Xiaozhu a soul master of the Mingong system? Yu Tianheng was surprised and immediately organized a re-operation. At this moment, Tang Ju also found a safe place, and directly took the beauty to the big tree. Smelly boy, have you taken advantage of it? Let me down. Duguyan coldly snorted. Ye Lingling's face was blushing a long time ago, and she gently pushed Tang Ju. Tang Ju put the 2 on the tree branch and said with a smile, "Now, you are safe. Little Ju, I don't see that you are very smart." The lone goose found that the big tree was very thick, and the branches they stood on were 15 meters above the ground. No matter how powerful the iron-armored dragon was, it was impossible to attack them. After all, iron-armored dragons could not climb trees. And at this distance, they can use their spirit abilities to their fullest without worrying about their own safety. Ye Lingling took out Jux and Begonia in both hands and began to treat the 3 injured in the first wave of group therapy. She had never felt that she could be so safe when hunting souls. There was a touch of appreciation in Tang Ju's eyes. But the battle below is not optimistic. Although there is the poisonous fog of the lone goose, the iron-armored dragon is still alive and powerful, and its combat power is undiminished. The meteor hammer of its tail can dig a big hole in the big tree world. On the ground, in the trees, I don't know how many big holes were hammered out. The most important thing is that the armored dragon's defenses are too strong, and their attacks can only break the defense, which is the same as scratching for the armored dragon. As a team, when facing a spirit beast like Kuang, if the front tank can't hold it, then there is basically no possibility of victory. But now they are facing another situation, they can't get away even if they run. The speed of the iron armor dragon is not slow, much faster than their 3 strong attack-type spirit masters. If they turn around and run away, one person will definitely die. Fight! Yu Tianli, make a big move. If we can blind the other eye, there is still a chance of winning. Yu Tianheng roared out of breath. Okay. Yu Tianli also knew at this time that he had to give it a try. 4th soul ability, Blue Lightning Dragon Transformation. The purple spirit ring lights up, and Yu Tianli turns into a meandering blue electric dragon, opening his big mouth and biting the iron dragon's neck with one bite. The blue electric light flickers, and his spirit power is output crazily. Yu Tianheng looked at the timing. The 1st soul ability was activated, and the dragon claws with electric light slapped the iron-armored dragon's eyes fiercely. When he thought it was infallible, the iron-armored dragon who had suffered a loss immediately closed his eyes. Tear! Yu Tianheng's dragon claws pulled long holes on the face of the iron-armored dragon, but after the iron armor opened his eyes, he glanced at him with mocking cold eyes, and Yu Tianheng realized that he could not penetrate. The eyelids of an armored dragon. That's it. Yu Tianheng felt cold. The iron-armored dragon slammed Yu Tianli's body into a tree and knocked Yu Tianli half to death. However, it didn't make another cut. Instead, it turned its head and launched a charge towards Yu Tianheng. Can't forget that this person blinded one of its eyes. Yu Tianheng dodged left and right and finally did not escape the fate of being hit by one head. He flew out more than 10 meters, vomiting blood, and the iron-armored dragon walked towards him slowly. Tianheng. Douluo jumped directly from the tree, picked up Yu Tianheng, and looked at the iron-armored dragon getting closer. Her eyes were filled with despair. Ye Lingling had been using healing spirit skills, but even if Yu Tianheng and the others were cured, she couldn't escape the fate of several deaths. Little Ju, run with Yanzi and Lingling. Yu Tianheng pushed away the Douluo and roared towards Tangju. I won't go. Tears flickered in Douluo's eyes, and she stubbornly shook her head. If Yu Tianheng died, she didn't know how to live. The lone geese who is in sweet and passionate love have already planned to die. Tangju was very depressed. Yu Tianheng was too full of hatred. Now the iron-armored dragon only wanted to kill Yu Tianheng first, and would not take care of the two of Yu Tianli at all. If he didn't take action, not only Yu Tianheng was going to die, but Douluo also die. Tangju sighed, and the trick of using a knife to kill people no longer works, and then jumped off the tree. What are you running, brother? Scream, I'll save you. Yu Tianheng coughed up blood out of anger. Yanzi, how about you call me Zaiju, I will save him. Tangju smiled and walked towards the iron-armored dragon step by step. Douluo just wanted to curse, but she couldn't say anything. At this moment, she grew her mouth and stared blankly at the incredible scene of the preface. Tangju had already activated his martial spirit, and the bullet ant martial spirit possessed his body. Every time he took a step, a spirit ring appeared in his body, the first spirit ring, purple.